Angie Morgan. Narrated by Paul Woodson. Chapter 1. Selkirk, Scotland, 1819. It had to be a miracle. Brandt Montgomery Pierce, connoisseur of horseflesh and stablemaster to one of the most venerated stables in England, stared in stunned silence at the glossy grey Scottish thoroughbred tethered in the auction paddock. This was the very horse he had travelled to Scotland for. Lachlan Toss was by far the finest animal Brandt had set eyes upon, and ever since he'd seen the Scot-bred stallion 2 years ago at the races in Kelso, he'd wanted him. The horse hadn't been racing, and never would. He wasn't sleek or fast enough for that. No, Lachlan Toss had been bred into the Duke of Dunranach's legendary line of horses for incomparable brawn, endurance, and extraordinary stamina. Reverently he reached for the aristocratic beast, and, starting at the withers, ran his fingers down his velvety back to his hindquarters, feeling along his strong legs and examining his joints for any abnormalities. There were none, of course. Dunranach wouldn't have brought anything less than perfection to the Common Lands auction. Brandt had met the Scottish laird at Kelso and had made an offer for the 2-year-old on the spot. He'd been turned down that day with a firm no, and then twice more since. The horse wasn't for sale, he'd been told, and yet now here it stood, in the auction ring. It was a stroke of blind luck. Brandt had been stopping at the Common Lands Festival only to purchase a mare for the already well-stocked Bradburn stables before travelling north to Maclaren, Dunranach's home, where he'd planned to make yet another offer for the horse in question. Beg, if necessary. Rising from his crouched position, Brandt signalled the auctioneer. He'd waited long enough to make a bid on the stallion, and he'd pay whatever coin Dunranach wanted in order to take him off the auction block. He wanted, and needed, the stallion to begin a new, unparalleled breed, something bred to win. The auctioneer came over, tipping the short brim of his hat. "My lord?" Brandt wasn't a lord, but he didn't correct the man. "What is the opening bid?" "For this horse?" the man said, his eyes turning toward Lachlan Toss. "Apologies, my lord, but 'tis not up for auction." A stone of disappointment dropped into the pit of his stomach. Bloody hell, not again. "Then what is it doing here?" he bit out. The auctioneer cocked his head. "He's with the Maclarens, of course. Fine animal he is, owners o'er there." Brandt followed the man's eyes and turned to view an exhibition match in a nearby paddock. 2 men, one monstrous and the other a youth half his size, covered in thick padding and wearing metal helms, duelled with heavy claymores. The bigger one had to be the Maclaren in question. He would easily seat Lachlan Toss, and if the steady thrashing he was giving the smaller man were any indication, he could handle him as well. Brandt admired the skill and pluck of the youth, but the outcome was not in his favour. He revised his prediction as the youth spun and vaulted into a flying leap to bring the flat of his blade behind the man's knees. His opponent crumpled like a sack of bricks. The onlooking crowd went nearly quiet in shock. Brandt laughed. The sound drew the attention of the victor, who chose that same moment to pull off his helm. A long inky braid tumbled from its hold, and a blazing blue gaze met his, knocking the breath from his lungs. The fighter wasn't a young man, but a woman. A heavily scarred woman, with 3 parallel welts running diagonally across her face, from mid-brow to right cheek. Her hair was combed away from her crown, declaring to all that she didn't give a whip what anyone thought of her ruined face. A lesser mortal would have hidden behind a fringe or a veil, but with her proud mien and broadsword lifted in triumph, she was Athena incarnate. Brandt stared at her as the crowd began to cheer, a few people chanting something that sounded like beast, though he couldn't be sure. With a hard twist of her lips, she turned away to collect her winnings. In that moment she had weighed, measured, and dismissed him as nobody of consequence. He supposed she was right. He was a poor, inconsequential stable-master, charged only with the welfare of the Duke of Bradburn's stables. Though neither of those were entirely true. He also owned one of the finest breeding stables in England, and he wasn't poor. Far from it. He had more wealth than he knew what to do with, thanks to certain well-timed investments and the advice of his long-time friend Archer Croft, the Duke of Bradburn. His eyes drifted back to the clearing paddock as the crowd dispersed, opening up his view. Brandt couldn't help but take in the details of Athena's appearance, from her proud cheekbones to a hard, expressive mouth that seemed bent on ferocity. Though she'd been a head shorter than her opponent, she was nearly as tall as some of the men surrounding her, and her arms, bound in supple leather, were limber with muscle. They'd have to be strong to wield a broadsword with such confidence and ease. She was a Highlander through and through, as hale and spirited as Lochland toss, shifting restlessly beneath his touch, which reminded him he had business to conduct. Brandt gave the beautiful animal another once-over, and shifted his attention to the felled Maclaren giant. Once the man had soothed his wounds and his pride, Brandt intended to make him an offer he could not refuse. He turned back to the auctioneer and gestured toward the spotted mare he'd been looking over earlier. They'd already reached an agreement on that horse, and now, after making the arrangements for delivery to Essex, Brandt gave one last pat of appreciation to the grey stallion and headed back to where his own mount was stabled. Archer would be pleased with the mare, he knew. The beautiful horse would be a fitting gift for his wife, who loved horses almost as much as Brandt did. Having been raised at the Duke of Bradburn's estate, and as the son of the previous stable-master, he'd been surrounded by the animals all his life. They had always soothed him, giving him comfort as a boy, and then as a man, whenever his mind betrayed him by turning to things he'd rather not dwell upon any more, like his cold-blooded Scottish mother. Brandt loosed a shallow breath. He hadn't lived up past Hadrian's Wall since he was an infant, and he certainly had no memories of it. He had no memories of her either, and if the reluctance his father Monty had always shown in speaking of his birth mother told Brandt anything at all, it was probably best he didn't know. Shaking off his maudlin, unwelcome thoughts, he signalled for his horse. His mount, Ares, was brought forward quickly, and he motioned the horse toward the road when a female bellow and sounds of a scuffle reached his ears. Brandt closed his eyes and released a sigh. These Scots were always getting into barneys over something or the other. It wasn't his fight, but even he could not ignore the sound of a woman in distress. The crowd cleared for the big horse, and what Brandt saw made him gape. 5 men of varying sizes, wearing yellow and brown kilts, surrounded the swordswoman from earlier in the exhibition paddock. She didn't look afraid at all, despite the trickle of blood running from a shallow cut near the trio of scars that traversed one half of her face. The bloody trail, combined with the lurid marks, should have made for a daunting picture, but instead she reminded him even more of a warrior goddess, utterly fearless. "You lost fair and square, Craig," she snarled, her fists high. Brandt was struck by her proper English speech, underscored by a lilting brogue, though it was nowhere near as thickly accented as some of the Scots he was used to bartering with at these festivals. Craig, the large man she'd been fighting earlier, scowled. "'Twas no fight for a woman." "Though you got beaten by one." Her opponent's face darkened with rage as he swung out a ham-like fist, which she deftly dodged. "You cheated, Sorcha Maclaren." Brandt sat straighter in his saddle. Sorcha Maclaren? "Take that back, you goat-faced lout!" She rushed him head first. It was an error on her part. She was soon hidden by the crush of Craig's 4 friends. Brandt couldn't fault her courage. But courage or not, 1 woman against 5 men was not a fair fight. Apparently, he was the only spectator to think so. He dismounted and pushed past the cheering mob to the edge of the circle before jumping into the fray. Plucking one man up by the scruff of the neck, Brandt tossed him to the side as the familiar rush of mad strength filled his blood. It had been ages since he'd been in a good tussle. Warming to the task, he sent a second body flying into the crowd, and rammed his fist into the face of a third to the satisfying crunch of bone. He wasn't even breathing heavily by the time he got to the female, pinned to the ground beneath the man she'd mocked, her arms banded to her sides. Struggling fiercely, she sank her teeth into his cheek, and Craig howled, wrenching back a fist aimed at her face. Brandt didn't waste a breath before delivering a heavy kick into his side, forcing the man to suck in wind and roll out of reach. He lunged to dispatch the brute properly when he was shoved from behind. By the time he'd knocked his attacker to the ground with one punch and turned back around, the woman was on her feet, her tunic ripped during the fracas, exposing the lacy edge of her chemise. The unexpected sight of such delicate embroidery made Brandt halt for a startled second, just as she executed a well-placed kick to Craig's nether regions. "You're a right bastard, Craig Dunbar," she swore as he keened loudly and crawled away from her on all fours. Clearly overcome by her emotion, her brogue had eclipsed her earlier proper English speech. "Aye, you're lucky my brothers were not here, you ken? Next time I see you, I'll slit your throat." She turned on the crowd next, holding her torn shirt together. "As for the rest of you, go find something else to gope at." Brandt watched as most of the crowd dispersed, though some remained as if to see what she would do next. Dusting the dirt off his jacket, he smoothed a hand through the locks of hair that had fallen into his face. He wasn't fully prepared for the moment she faced him. Arrested, Brandt's jaw slackened, not because of her scars, but because of her eyes. Across a distance they had blazed. At close range, the fire in them was near unbearable. They were a startlingly deep blue, reminiscent of the Ettrick water flowing through the village, and they held his with unswerving tenacity, her head thrown back and one hand on her hips. Seconds, or an eternity, went by. Brandt was aware of nothing beyond this woman and her bold, incisive stare. He saw intelligence glimmering in her eyes, and humour too, as her gaze scoured his. "You are a Maclaren," he said. "I am," she answered, and she'd called the other man Dunbar, which meant he wasn't the owner of Lochland Toss. She was. Brandt cleared his throat as something assessing flickered in the blue depths of her eyes. He had no time to ponder it before she released his stare and smiled, drawing his attention to her lips. Her mouth had seemed sullen from a distance, though now it was not. The generous curve of her bottom lip looked silky and inviting. His heart galloping slightly, Brandt's gaze focused on the blood crusting on her cheek. He lifted a hand, and she shied away, her smile fading. "You've been hurt," he murmured. "You're Sassenach," she said, her eyes narrowing, a different light coming into them, calculating almost. "Scottish-born, though raised in Essex." Essex. The sound of that word on those lips made a knot of pure lust tighten in his belly. Brandt sucked in a stiff breath, growing warm as her eyes appraised him with a practised sweep, as if he were prime horseflesh on display for auction. "Do you know the Marquess of Malvern?" Brandt frowned at the strange, abrupt question. The Marquess she spoke of was a man many people in England had heard of, mostly because of his notoriously savage wartime exploits on the continent. A cousin to the Countess of Sutherland, he was also known for his open approval of the brutal clearances employed by the Countess and the Marquess of Stafford. Still, he was a man of some influence, with allies in both England and Scotland. "I know of him," Brandt replied carefully. She pursed those silky lips, drawing his attention there again. A shout that sounded vaguely like her name resonated from somewhere behind them. The lady's gaze slid to the remaining audience with something like guilt and resignation warring in her eyes. Another shout of her name echoed, this time closer. "Someone is calling for you," he said. "I should thank you," she whispered in a husky voice that made warmth rush to his groin. "For your help." "You don't need to thank—" But Brandt's words were cut off as she grasped the lapels of his jacket and hauled herself against him. The soft hints of feminine sweat and a touch of lavender invaded his nostrils before the barest pressure of her lips grazed over the corner of his mouth. Brandt didn't think. He only reacted. Chapter 2. She shouldn't have kissed him. Regret was followed by a dizzying sensation at the surprising warmth of his lips. That austere mouth of his was sleeker than Sorcha expected, the spice and leather scent of him a double-edged assault. It was enough to throw her practical thoughts into disarray, and bring on a fair amount of alarm. God above, his sheer size and strength took her breath away. Before she could pull back, strong arms lashed around her, the corded sinews she'd admired earlier holding her flush against him. Every bold, bracingly hard inch of him. Sorcha gasped, and the stranger took full advantage, his mouth breaching her lips for a sultry flick of his tongue. A shock of pure sensation rioted through her. Everything went soft, every muscle, every thought in her brain, every bone in her body, everything. With fumbling inexperience, she mimicked his teasing stroke, licking lightly. A strangled sound echoed between them, hers, his, she didn't know, and the kiss took a dangerous turn. Growling low in his throat, the gentleman's mouth angled persuasively over hers, coaxing it to open wider before he delved deep. And heaven help her, she gave in, parting her wicked lips wide for his pleasure. Glutton that she was, she wanted more. More of the pulsations skittering over her skin, more of his clever mouth, more of his hands, more of him. Sorcha was dimly aware of the murmurs from the dwindling crowd, but that had been her plan. She'd hoped to provoke gossip with the scandalous embrace. The fact that her quarry was well-appointed in expensive tailored clothing that hugged his broad frame to perfection, and the fact that he was remarkably handsome, had made her decision only slightly less deranged. In the moments before she'd lost hold of her senses, she'd taken in the deep reddish-bronze tones of his hair. He had a square jaw, a nose that looked like it had been broken a time or two, and a stern but sensuous mouth that seemed like it smiled more than it scolded. His hazel eyes had been hypnotic, changing color like a crystal when held to the light. The idea to kiss him had come to her like a bolt of demented lightning. He was clearly an English nobleman visiting Selkirk for the Common Lands Festival, and once he rode off she would likely never see him again. She'd only been desperate enough to try what she imagined any young woman in her situation would do to escape an unwanted betrothal, cause a scandal, and getting caught in the arms of another man seemed the best way to do it. Not that she was entirely adroit at seducing strange men. The beast of Maclaren was far better suited to swinging a sword than kissing. She'd intended the kiss to be brief and chaste, not whatever this was. Chaste would be the last word she'd have used to describe the sublime onslaught of his lips, teeth, and tongue. It made her want things she'd never dreamed of wanting, like his body stripped of all its clothes, and his mouth on other smouldering, aching parts of her. Gia, Lord knew only a loose woman would have such lewd thoughts. His mouth left hers to travel down her neck, and desire spiked, making her weak-kneed. Moaning incoherently, her hands fisted in the fine fabric of his coat as she fought to stay upright. His hands moved, one rounding over the indent of her waist, while the other skimmed over the torn fabric of her tunic. Gentle fingers brushed against the lace of her chemise and across the swell of one breast. Pressed to an entire length of an aroused male, his heated mouth and hands touching her so intimately, her dependable, sensible mind went gloriously blank. Sorcha couldn't think. Her breath, along with what was left of her brain, fizzled and died. "What the bloody hell are you doing, you rotten knave?" Slowly, Sorcha became aware of angry shouts as rough hands separated them. "Explain yourself before I castrate you," her brother Finlay yelled. "You've ruined our sister." She blinked as her other brother, Evan, yanked the stranger by the arm, though, unlike the man's earlier savagery with Craig and his friends, he did not fight back. Instead, his hot stare met hers, dark and intent. The greenish-brown irises flecked with gold seemed stormier now than they had before, when they'd reflected the clear afternoon sunlight. His lips were swollen. She'd bitten and sucked them like a brazen hussy. Flushing, her gaze fell away. "It's not what you think, Finlay," she muttered in a hoarse voice, clenching her hands. "I competed with the sword in the ring, and then Craig and his cousins started a fight when he lost, and this man beat them all." "I dinna care who Craig fights," Finlay snarled. "This bounder had his bloody hands on you, on your chest, kissing you in the middle of the street like some doxy. Our sister, a lady of Maclaren," he said, advancing on the man. "You've brought dishonour to her and our clan." "Her tunic is ripped," Evan hissed. "You right bastard." Sorcha glanced down, absurdly grateful that it was the right side and not the left that had been exposed. Not that she wished to be exposed at all, but the left side of her body would incite quite the opposite of desire, revulsion, in fact. Feeling the stranger's eyes on her, she snatched the torn ends together. "He didn't rip it, Craig did during the fight." "He was fondling you daft lass," Finlay said. "In the middle of bloody Selkirk. What will the marquess think? He'll cry off, and then where will you be?" "Yes." Sorcha couldn't help the tiny burst of triumph that flared inside. Perhaps success was within her grasp after all. "There's naught to be said for it. They'll have to be married at once," a new voice proclaimed. To Sorcha's horror, she noticed that their cousin Gavin, the one who had spoken, and a vicar of all things, was standing behind Evan and Finlay. The look on his face was one of devout determination. Her stomach sank. No, this was not what she intended at all. She could see her fate stretching before her like a hangman's noose, wedlock to a complete stranger. Surely Gavin couldn't be serious. But a new expression was overtaking Finlay's face, one she'd seen time and time again, especially when he and Evan duelled, and he was already scenting victory. "What if the bounder's already married?" Evan asked, glaring at him. "Are you?" The surge of relief Sorcha felt at the notion that he could be married slipped away as the gentleman shook his head and squared his wide shoulders. With a quick shake he shrugged out of Evan's grip and straightened his cuffs. His face was oddly serene, but it sent a frisson of dread through Sorcha. This was a man of uncommon restraint, reminding her of the kinds of predators that sat in wait for prey to get dangerously close. He had not been flustered when he'd fought off Craig and his cousins. Even now he did not seem agitated. His stoicism in the wake of her brother's anger worried her more than if he'd decided to rail and scream. "No, I'm not married," he said finally, and with a pointed glance at Sorcha, added, "Nor do I intend to be." 3 pairs of matching gazes swiveled toward him. "You've ruined our sister, a lady," Finlay said again. Contrary to his tone before, now he spoke slowly and loudly, as though making a proclamation to the remaining crowd, and the hint of melodrama made Sorcha frown. She'd half expected Finlay to decapitate the man in blind rage, but he suddenly seemed rapt with Gavin's sanctimonious idea of marriage. "You'll do right by her, you ken." Christ's swinging bagpipes, was this truly happening? Sorcha felt faint. A muscle leaped in the man's jaw. "Your sister kissed me. You lying sack of—" Evan looked ready to murder him with his bare hands, but he was saved from that end as the local constable approached with 2 burly men in tow. The situation was quickly explained, and Sorcha panicked when she saw the constable nodding in unison with her brothers and cousin, who still insisted the only solution was a wedding. Why in the blazes was the fool agreeing? She had to do something. "No," she said, shoving her way to the constable. "I kissed him. It was my doing." "Nay, cousin," Gavin said, also a hair too loud and dramatic. "The Sassenach kens better. You're naught but a lass, and he's a grown man. He took undue advantage when he just as well could have pushed you away." "He did not take anything that wasn't willingly given," she said, flushing hard. Her brothers scowled at her, but neither of them relented. They exchanged glances as Finlay set his jaw. "He will marry her, and that's the end of it." Sorcha made one last effort, her voice laced with panic. "Are the 3 of you cracked? Canna you see he doesn't want to?" "Perhaps some time in a cell will change his mind," Evan suggested with a dark look. The constable nodded and stepped forward. The stranger did nothing as a pair of irons were clamped around his wrists, though she felt the weight of his inscrutable gaze the entire time, until he was led away. A massive brute of a horse with a patchwork of scars along its flanks clopped along after him. No wonder the man hadn't flinched at her scars, if he kept a horse like that. Guilt leached through her. An innocent man was in shackles because of her, one who had come to her aid in a brawl, and one who hadn't looked at her as if she were the victim of a killing gone wrong. Instead, he'd responded to her kiss as if she were any other woman, unscarred and desirable. Sorcha pressed a finger to her still throbbing lips, a plan once again forming in her head as she faced her brother. "I need to go to the seamstress." "Dinna even start, Sorcha," Finlay muttered. "You've done enough." "It's for Mamma," she said, the lie burning her tongue. "Fabric for dresses. The shop is just over yonder. You will see me the whole time." He narrowed his eyes at her as if he knew she was lying, but nodded with thinned lips. "To the shop and back. I'll wait here." He placed a hand on her shoulder. "Sorcha, 5 minutes, or I come after you." "It will take more than 5 minutes to sort through Mamma's order, Finlay," she said in a patient tone, hoping that her underlying desperation would be hidden. "'Twill be at least 10. When he agreed with a scowl, she hurried away, toward the lane of shops that cut through the village, feeling his eyes on her until the door to the seamstresses swung shut behind her. Greeting the sewing girls, who had seen Sorcha many times before, and ignoring the way their eyes always flared at the sight of her marred face, she hastened through the shop to the back door, and then turned toward the village prison. Evan, Gavin, the constable, and his 2 men were in deep conversation outside, arguing about the best course of action. She slipped inside and released a pent-up breath, relieved there was no one in the entrance hall. Sorcha glanced at the thick processing ledger resting on a nearby desk. Mr. Brandt Montgomery Pierce, of Worthington Abbey, Essex, England. He had a distinguished name. He wasn't a titled lord, but he was evidently a man of some means. The fit of his clothing had been tailored for powerful shoulders and those long, muscular legs. She'd gotten enough of an eyeful of his bunching muscles when he'd thrown Craig's cousin arse over heels. Sorcha pocketed the iron keys that lay on a hook near the desk and made her way down the narrow, darkened hallway. The first 2 cells were empty. "Come to gloat?" a low voice drawled. Sorcha whirled and peered into the 3rd cell, obscured with shadow. She pressed closer to the bars, her hands going around the rough iron, and gasped as long, ungloved fingers captured hers with leashed masculine force. An unexpected thrill shot up her arms, along with unwanted impressions of those lean-fingered hands roaming all over her body. "Release me," she whispered, cheeks scalding. At first it seemed as if he wasn't going to, and she looked down. His shins were close enough for a swift kick through the bars. But then his grip went slack, and she stepped away, catching her breath. Sorcha wanted to run from the accusatory press of his eyes. "I am sorry," she said quietly. "I didn't mean for any of this to happen."
"And yet it did, Lady Maclaren."
"I can explain."
"I am glad to hear as much," he replied. Then, after a beat, "I'm waiting, m'lady." But in the moment of truth words failed her. How could she explain that she had temporarily lost her mind and initiated the scandalous kiss to get out of marriage to another man? She'd used him. It had been dishonourable and desperate. Sorcha knew he deserved an honest answer. Haltingly she explained, and when she was done silence reigned. As the next minute ticked by, Sorcha flicked a worried glance down the hallway. Her 10 minutes were almost up.
"Are you angry?"
she asked, uncertain as to what the man might do if she unlocked the cell door. She checked the head of the corridor again, impatient to free him already and be gone. "You are betrothed to the Marquess of Malvern?" he asked, instead of answering her question. She nodded miserably. "The betrothal was part of a settlement to Lord Malvern from King George. We thought the Marquess had forgotten about the betrothal, but he has sent a missive that he will arrive for me in a se'nnight." She fisted her hands into her skirt. "Stupidly, I thought he wouldn't want me." Sorcha trailed off, embarrassed to call attention to her disfigurement.
"Because of my scarring. But I misjudged his greed."
"How did you come by them?" he asked. "Those markings?" Sorcha saw no reason to lie. Mr. Pierce would soon be gone, back to England where he belonged, and most everyone had already heard the tale of the beast of Maclaren.
"When I was 9, I found a wolf den in a hillside cave. The cubs were friendly. Though their mother did not take kindly to an intruder, I barely escaped."
His eyes glinted with surprise. "You fought off a wolf and lived, at 9 years old?"
"It was foolish, I know, but I often wandered into the glens looking for mischief. I was a headstrong girl."
A rumble of impressed laughter filled the space between them that did absurd things to her senses. "No wonder you weren't afraid of 5 paltry men."
"Craig had it coming."
Sorcha inhaled a determined breath and unlocked the metal door.
"Let's get you out of here while we can, Mr. Pierce. You don't need to be saddled for a lifetime with the likes of me, just for falling for some clot-headed scheme."
She blushed at the recollection of her boldness. He watched her where she stood, neither of them moving for a long moment. He approached her past the cell's open gate. His hand rose to graze her scarred cheek, and this time she did not shy away. "You have blood just here." Sorcha swallowed, flinching at the tenderness of his touch.
"Is that all you see?"
"Yes." Embarrassingly, she felt the sting of tears. No man had ever touched her scars before. No man had ever not noticed them. When she'd met the Marquess of Malvern for the first time, she'd overheard the Marquess's men making cruel remarks that her intended would have to put a sack over her head to bed her. Her own betrothed had laughed and said his solution for a satisfactory bedding would be to flip her over and bury her face into the pillows. She'd fled the hall, her face burning with shame. The memory of Mr. Pierce's scorching kiss flitted through her mind, heating her blood. He'd seen her as a woman, not as a monster.
"You need to go," she whispered. "There's a door at the end of the hallway past the privy."
She turned on her heel and made to stride down the hallway, but a hand on her arm stalled her. "Lady Sorcha." The sound of her name on his lips, not the tether of his fingers, made her feet grind to a painful halt. Did he want to punish her for the way she'd used him after all? Take his pound of flesh for what he'd suffered? Slowly she turned back to him. He hadn't moved from where he stood. Once more she had the impression of ruthlessly guarded control. The sound of voices echoed toward them. and Sorcha tugged his arm.
"Mr. Pierce."
"I'd say we are well beyond formality at this point," he murmured. "Brandt will do." She didn't care what his name was. She wanted him to leave. But Brandt's stare met hers across the narrow space between them and captured it, driving the breath from her lungs. He still hadn't released her arm, and the heat of his palm sank through the soft wool of her plaid. His eyes were unfathomable as they bore into hers. Sorcha had never felt so vulnerable, so exposed. "The grey in the auction paddock, Highland toss," he said after a long pause. "He belongs to you." She blinked her surprise.
"Lockie?
How much do you want for him?"
He's not for sale."
His gaze narrowed. "Everything has a price, my lady, including me, and that horse is my price to free you from the consequences of your unfortunate advances."
"My unfortunate advances?"
She spluttered in shock. The man was daft. She was giving him a chance to escape unscathed, and he wanted to purchase her horse? Her eyes snapped to his in sudden understanding.
"Are you saying you want the horse or you won't go?"
Brandt pulled her closer to him, his fingers firm, though not hurtful, one corner of his mouth tilted upward. "We are in a predicament. You need a groom to escape your unwanted betrothal, and I have desired that particular stallion for my stables for some time." He released her, and with a slow-forming smile, stuck out his hand. His changeling eyes remained cool. "Do we have an agreement, my lady?" Sorcha frowned, backing up a step as the voices of the constable and her brothers grew louder. What kind of man would offer his name and a lifetime of wedlock in exchange for a horse? Even one as magnificent as Lockie. She loved him and had resisted offers of purchase for years. The stallion's value was immeasurable, both in coin and sentiment. Then again, no one had ever offered this price, a way to escape Malvern. She should say no. The man was clearly dicked in the knob, but apparently she was even more so.
"To be clear, you're offering marriage for my horse," she said. "Not anything else."
He raked a hand through his bronzed hair, his eyes flicking to her mouth, a sliver of hesitation flashing for the barest instant before it was squashed. "Yes, the marriage will be in name only and annulled as soon as possible." In name only, annulled. Her limbs went soft with relief. A way out, simply for the price of her most cherished possession. Her heart ached at the thought of turning Lockie over to another, but the sadness would pass, eventually. A marriage to Malvern would last forever. Sorcha nodded and took his proffered hand with numb fingers.
"Aye, Mr. Pierce. We have an agreement."
Chapter 3. The wedding was immediate and brief. Brandt's future brothers-in-law served as grim-faced witnesses, while Gavin Maclaren, thin-lipped vicar and cousin of the bride, performed the ceremony. It was a small church wedding, instead of the usual anvil wedding at the local blacksmith's, which might have been preferable, considering he and Lady Sorcha Maclaren were declaring fictitious intentions and exchanging false vows. Well, at least he was getting something out of all this madness. Highland toss was a worthy prize, or so he'd told himself at least a dozen times since he'd made the asinine offer. He clenched his jaw tight as he retrieved the only ring he had in his possession from a cord around his neck. A woman's ring his father had given him, with a green and gold crest emblazoned upon it. It had belonged to Brandt's mother. Why Monty had kept it, and why Brandt had worn it all these years, was something he didn't want to think about right then. As he slipped it on the third finger of his wife's hand, he supposed it no longer mattered why. It was Sorcha's now. His wedded oath. Hell. All for a horse. An invaluable horse, one he'd wanted for years. Highland toss would finally be his. What was Brandt's name worth anyway? With luck, the marriage would be annulled within a week, once her betrothed was thwarted, and Brandt would be free to resume his life and his plans, as would she. The unbidden image of a brave, dark-haired little girl fighting off a ferocious wolf filled his mind. A woman of her courage would not have sunk to such drastic measures if she hadn't been desperate. And, to be fair, she hadn't suggested marriage. Her brothers and cousin had. She'd initiated a kiss only to cause enough gossip for someone to cry off. And he knew why. The Marquess of Malvern was rumoured to have a streak of brutality running through him that would make grown men cast up their accounts. The thought of this woman being possessed by such a man left him cold. The Marquess would take pleasure in breaking her bold spirit until no spark remained in those vibrant blue eyes. No, even though Sorcha had been a stranger up until that morning, Brandt could not have stood by and done nothing, knowing what he did about Malvern, just as he could not have stood by when he'd found Ares, trapped as a foal in barbed wire and being stoned by a few ragtag hooligans. "She is not a horse," an inner voice whispered. Nor was she a child. A vision of delicate blonde lace over a swelling bosom arose. Indeed, she was neither, but she had been in danger just the same, and Brandt's acute sense of empathy, as Archer had often called it while rolling his eyes, had not allowed him to walk away. Then again, his empathy had little to do with taking advantage of the perfect bargaining chip to finally lay claim to Lochland Toss. The opportunity had fallen into his lap, and while helping the lady would have been noble, Brandt was no altruist. He was more than happy to let her brothers believe they had forced them to the altar. In all fairness, they could have hunted him down and threatened to beat him to mash, but no one could have strong-armed Brandt into marriage. Not even two thickly built Highlanders foaming at the mouth to defend their sister's ruination. A ruination she had completely fabricated. Though it wasn't as if he hadn't enthusiastically participated. He'd wanted his mouth on hers the moment he'd seen it shape the word Essex. The sultry sound of it had prompted a number of lascivious thoughts, and that was before she'd kissed him. When she had, her lips had been sinfully sweet, the taste of her burning through him like a dram of the finest whiskey. That had been the only cause for hesitation in the Selkirk jail. Clearly he was attracted to her, but he would not let lust deter him from his prize. Lochland Toss had no equal. Once his bride was free of Malvern, he would ensure that the marriage was annulled, and he and his new mount would travel south back to Essex. It would all be a neat, tidy transaction. He'd be a stallion richer, his stables set up for immeasurable prosperity, and she would be rid of her unwanted fiancé. As for the wedding night, self-restraint would not be a problem. Brandt had never allowed any woman to hold such sway over him, and he wasn't about to start now, not even for one who kissed as well as Lady Sorcha Maclaren. Brandt glanced at his new wife, standing beside him, recalling the passionate cling of her mouth and the feel of her lithe, graceful body beneath his hands. She had fit perfectly in his arms, her hips cradling his in a snug fashion that was both intimate and arousing. A sudden sweep of lust shot through him, making him question his earlier conviction of sexual self-restraint. "God bless you," the vicar said, "and your marriage." Blessings that should have been hollow and meaningless, considering his and Sorcha's agreement, now seemed ominous. Sorcha's blue eyes were shadowed as Brandt led her from the church. Though she put on a brave countenance, he could feel her slender fingers trembling within his. "What is it?" he murmured. "Nothing." She gnawed on a corner of her lower lip, her scars dark against her ashen face. Cold understanding of their new, if temporary, bonds of wedlock must have been settling in. Or perhaps she was upset only about losing her prized mount in the deal. Brandt felt a stab of satisfaction. Play with fire and you should be ready for the burn. "Where are you staying?" Finlay, the larger of her brothers, asked. "At Pollock's?" It was the only decent inn in Selkirk. Brandt nodded. "Good. "We'll have your wedding feast there." Finlay shot him a hard look. "Then you'll do your duty as husband with the bedding." Sorcha's body pulled taut at his side at the blunt command. Brandt bristled as well, disgusted by the ease in which her brother called for the end of her virginity. Brandt squeezed her hand but said nothing. He would tell her of his plan when they were alone, and observing eyes and listening ears were no longer attuned to them. For now, she needed to eat something to put some colour back into her cheeks. However, it seemed he'd underestimated her. Moments before they entered the inn, Sorcha squared her shoulders and smoothed the red and navy Maclaren plaid pinned to her dress. The wax and anxiety disappeared from her face, and a stoic, icy calm replaced it. The transformation was astonishing. This was the fearless woman he'd seen in the paddock. Her confidence then had been innate, part and parcel of her skill with a sword. Now this poise was all an act, and she wore it like armour. Her palm remained shaky and sweaty, clasped in his, but her chin angled upward as she followed her brothers into the boisterous eating-room. "Congratulations!" someone shouted drunkenly. "On your blessed nuptials!" "More like cursed," another voice muttered. It belonged to Craig Dunbar, the man his bride had neatly dispatched earlier. The former chant was taken up until the noise was deafening. Some patrons eyed him with curiosity, others with suspicion, but it was clear the inn got its fair share of anvil weddings. Brandt noticed a table of Scots looking at Sorcha with unmasked grimaces. They nudged one another, and only after looking their fill at Sorcha's face did they glance at Brandt. Their expressions shifted, changing from horror to pity, as if to say they knew he'd been shackled to her by way of some scandal. They shook their heads. One man even had the bollocks to murmur, "Poor lad." The renewed tension in Sorcha's body told Brandt that she'd heard. He hauled her up against him, his gaze hard until the men at that table averted their pitying eyes. "You don't have to do that," she said. Brandt eyed her. "Do what?" "Defend me. I'm used to it. The stares, the comments, the whispers. People have been doing it my whole life. They're not going to stop now that some Sassenach was fool enough to wed the Beast of Maclaren." Beast of Maclaren? Was that what they called her? It was absurd. The scars gave her a wild, nearly savage look, but she was far from a beast. "Perhaps those worried looks were for you," Brandt said in a light tone, even though he knew it wasn't true. She shot him a look. "For me?" "You did marry a poor English stable-master, after all. Perhaps all these pitying glances are on your behalf, not mine. We English tend to be dry and humourless, stingy with our coin, and predisposed to rampant cases of gout." Sorcha slowed as they made their way toward a table at the back, near a low, peaty hearth blaze. Her gaze raked him from head to toe, a faint blush colouring her cheeks as her eyes met his once more. She strained against a smile. "Your claims of gout would serve you better if you had a paunch or jowls to your credit." Her lips finally curved slightly, a sparkle blooming in those blue eyes. "Furthermore, a man without a sense of humour does not marry a woman on a whim, Mr. Pierce, even for a horse of unequalled value." "Brandt," he murmured, "and humour has nothing to do with it. I'm making out in spades with this arrangement, wife." The smile froze and faded from her lips. He cursed himself, recalling her brother's coarse command minutes ago about Brandt claiming his husbandly rights. He might have been in this for the horse, but he wasn't a complete scapegrace. "That isn't what I meant," he said, but she'd looked away from him, her expression only more frigid. They'd agreed on an annulment, and that would only be possible if he didn't bed her. He'd assumed that was obvious, but perhaps not. Brandt abandoned the idea of explaining, given the dozen pairs of ears in such close proximity hanging on to their every word. Following Evan and Finlay, they took their places at a large table at one end of the room. Within minutes it was covered in freshly baked breads, fruit, trenchers of thick mutton stew, an entire roasted pig, and foam-topped goblets of ale. They were joined by Gavin shortly thereafter, who had remained in the chapel to prepare the necessary documentation of their marriage vows. Brandt was in no mind for food, but he forced himself to consume some of the meat and bread. The raunchy comments from the crowd did nothing to stimulate his waning appetite. A silent Sorcha picked at her plate. "Pierce," Evan said, folding his thick arms across his chest and glaring daggers at him after he'd drained his third mug of ale. "What do you do in Essex?" "Shouldn't you have asked that before dragging me to the altar?" Brandt replied smoothly. "What if I were a beggar, or a poor farmer or smithy, unable to properly care for your sister?" Evan smiled. "The tack on your horse costs more than a blacksmith earns in a year." "Perhaps it belongs to my employer." "Are the clothes on your back his too?" Finlay asked with a sneer. "Finlay?" Sorcha said, her elbow shooting out to catch her brother in the ribs. "Don't be foul." Palming his side, he shot her a glare. "I'm not being foul, Sorcha, and you ken that Ronan will be far worse once he gets wind of your wedded state, especially with the marquess on the way to Maclaren." "You sent word to Ronan?" she asked. Brandt sat back in his chair, a tankard of ale in his hand. "Who is Ronan?" Sorcha straightened her shoulders, that cool mask of indifference slipping over her features once again. "Our eldest brother," she answered, her gaze stuck on her plate. "Christ, how many brothers do you have?" Brandt asked, to which Evan and Finlay both chuckled, each of them eating heartily of the feast laid out before them. "4 brothers and 2 sisters, and our father is—" "Angus Maclaren, the Duke of Dunranach, chieftain and laird of Clan Maclaren," Evan interjected. Brandt took a swig from his tankard, not mentioning that he'd already known as much. He'd heard the Duke had a parcel of children in addition to his stable of fine horses, but Brandt had been more interested in the latter than the former. Perhaps he should have paid better attention. His head throbbed with the beginnings of a headache. Sorcha glared at her brother. "You know I hate it when you interrupt me, Evan." "You've no right to complain today, sister. Once our father hears tell of what you've done, you won't be able to sit down for a week." Brandt crashed his tankard onto the wooden table, shaking the plates and cutlery. A cloud of silence rose up over the long table, the half-dozen Maclaren men looking up from their meals and ale to stare at him. Brandt leaned forward and speared Evan with a thunderous look. "What she's done? As I recall, it was you and your brother who insisted on marriage. And if the Duke of Dunranach dared lay one finger on his daughter in punishment, Brandt would happily snap it in half." Finlay slammed his own tankard onto the table. "Only when you dishonoured her in public." Of all the idiotic notions, this was the one that irritated Brandt the most. "And what sense does it make, I wonder, to force your sister to marry the stranger you're so certain was accosting her?" Glowering, Finlay shot up from his seat, knocking the chair over backward. Brandt lounged back in his and arched a lazy eyebrow. "Enough," Sorcha said, standing up from her own chair, her gaze cutting between them. "I'm finished eating," she announced, even though she'd barely touched her food. "You should try to eat a little more," Brandt said, indicating the half-eaten plate. "I don't require a man to tell me when my belly is full and when it isn't," she shot back, twin pricks of colour rising high on her cheeks. "I said I've finished." The blasted woman was as thick-headed as her brothers. Brandt pushed his chair back and stood, drawing himself to his full height. He couldn't recall the last time he'd lost his temper. He never let his emotions boil to the surface. But now he wanted to shout. He wanted to rail at something, anything, just to release the pent-up agitation that had been simmering all day, ever since he'd made the damned offer of his name for a horse. His choice, certainly, but he was beginning to regret it. Instead he lowered his voice and said evenly, "Then I suppose it's time we retire and make this marriage true." Sorcha's eyes flared. The colour in her cheeks spread like a stain of wine, drenching her, running up to the shells of her ears. She held his stare, though, her stubborn pride, or perhaps it was only her ability to act, unflinching. Behind her, Finlay sat down in his chair again. The scowl was still fixed upon his lips. "You didn't have to like him, eh?" Brandt thought he heard Gavin murmur under his breath to Evan, but he could not be sure. Brandt frowned, but stepped away from the table, taking his tankard with him. He headed for the stairs, a set of bare board steps that led to a platform overlooking the inn's main room. From there, a turn in the stairwell would take them out of sight. As Sorcha rose to follow him, whistles and hoots reigned through the room, making it almost impossible for Brandt to hear the innkeeper as he met them at the base of the steps. "Second room on the right," the old man shouted, and with a nod Brandt took up his wife's hand. It was no longer sweaty, but like a block of ice. He closed his hand around it and pulled her along behind him, raising his tankard to the jeering crowd below. He had to at least give them a show of excitement at taking his bride to bed, otherwise he wouldn't put it past the drunkards and heathens to follow them up and listen at the door. Once they'd entered the upstairs corridor and fallen from view, Brandt could have released her palm. He didn't, though. Her hands were warm and dry, and he already felt her skin beginning to thaw. She stayed quiet and didn't tug her hand free. Their chamber was spare, but clean. His belongings had been moved from the smaller room he'd taken for lodgings 2 days before, along with a portmanteau of clothes he suspected belonged to his new bride. As he'd requested for himself the prior nights, a tub full of steaming water had been filled and placed behind a screen at one end. He eyed the floor and a lumpy armchair by the bed. Either would do for the night. Sorcha followed with none of the bravery she'd been able to manifest downstairs during the feast. He closed the door as soon as she entered and threw the lock. Her shoulders jumped at the sound, and she spun around on her heel to face him. What he saw nearly stopped his heart. She wasn't just hesitant, she was frightened of him. The faster this ended, the better. Brandt took a step toward her. "Is there any place you'll be safe from Malvern?" Sorcha's lips pulled into a frown. "What? Here in Scotland, or even England, is there a place where Malvern won't be able to touch you?" She shot him a mystified look, but nodded. "My sister is a Brodie, and her husband will protect us if need be. Why didn't you go to her before?" "I would have, but my father would have pursued me to fulfill the betrothal contract." Uncertainty swam in her eyes. "But Lord Malvern can't touch me now. Don't you have a home in England, Essex or somewhat?" she asked, her voice rising on a rattled note. "Until I bed you, the marriage can still be annulled. Malvern can see to it, and if you were promised to him, there's the possibility he won't give up his claim so easily." In England, broken marriage contracts were called for serious reparation. He doubted it was any different in Scotland. If anything, the consequences were even more dire. But as he'd said to Sorcha earlier, all men had a price, and he was willing to bet Malvern had one too. Brandt crossed to the other side of the small room in 4 fast strides and pulled the drape in front of the window, blocking the unfettered view of the lush rolling fields surrounding Selkirk and the tents that had been erected for the Common Lands festival. "Yes, well, I believe that is why we are here, in this room, at this, time," she replied, her voice tripping over the words. She cleared her throat, and when he turned back to her, saw the blush riding high on her cheeks. It had spread down the creamy column of her neck to the pillowy décolletage her dress plumped up into view. He wondered idly how deep the rose-tinted flush descended, whether it bloomed over the neat curves of her breasts to that nipped-in waist as well. Damn it all to hell. He had to act before he lost whatever was left of his reason and his will. Brandt drained his tankard of ale, set it down, then crouched to pull his hunting dirk from the sheath he kept inside his boot. Sorcha retreated. "What are you doing with that?" Brandt stood, rolled up his sleeve, and with a fast, firm motion, sliced open the top of his forearm. "Stop!" she gasped, lurching forward, as if she meant to take the blade from his hand. "I don't think you really want me to stop," he replied, as the shallow slice welled with enough blood to drip down the curve of his arm. "Pull back the bedsheets," he ordered. "What? Why?" "Just do it," he bit out, losing his patience. Hell, the day had started out perfectly well, and yet now here he stood in a rural Scottish inn saddled with a wife and a bleeding arm. The only bright spot was the coveted stallion waiting for him at the end of this very frustrating road, and even that was fast losing its appeal. Sorcha held back what would have surely been a tart reply, and yanked the coarse woolen blanket back to the plain linen sheet below. Brandt held his arm over the centre of the bed a moment, and allowed the blood to drip freely. 6 or 7 drops should be enough to convince them, he muttered, though he wasn't entirely certain. The few women he'd taken to bed had never been virgins. He'd made sure of it. He'd never contributed to any maiden's ruination, and yet here he was, caught in the very trap he'd always prided himself on avoiding. When he retracted his arm and met Sorcha's eyes again, her shocked stare had changed. She was no longer confused at his intention, but instead of the relief he'd imagined he'd find, he saw something unexpected, the barest flicker of injury. She quickly blinked and pulled down that mask of composure. Hiking her chin, she crossed her arms. "I see." But she didn't see. The hurt he'd glimpsed for a moment was testament to that. Brandt sighed. "We agreed this marriage was for show, didn't we?" He searched for something to staunch the trickle of blood, and finding a cloth near the wash-basin, did so. "I intend to take you to your sister's, where you'll be safe from Malvern. We'll have the marriage annulled, and you can stay there for as long as it takes for him to forget the wrong done to him." "And you?" "I will return to Essex, of course." He gave her a pointed look. "With my new horse." Sorcha's mouth tightened, her eyes sparking. "I'm glad it's so easy for you." Brandt shrugged out of his coat. "If you think bartering my name is easy, my lady, then perhaps you don't appreciate my sacrifice." "Sacrifice!" she snapped. "In a few weeks you'll walk away with a stallion worth its weight in Cairngorm crystals, while while you eschew marriage to a marquess." He stared coolly at her. "Isn't that what you wanted?" Sorcha's mouth opened and closed, her eyes like pieces of blue flint, though her fingers curled into trembling fists at her sides. Her face paled as resignation settled upon it. Brandt sighed, throttling his anger. She was only a girl, after all, one who, despite her own machinations, had found herself wedded and nearly bedded within the space of an hour. He glanced at the wooden tub, his tone gentling. "You should bathe before the water gets cold. I'll wash after you do." His gaze shifted to the bed. "And you needn't worry that I'll lose control of my desires with you. I'll sleep on the floor." Sorcha's hands wound into her skirts as her eyes slid to the bed, and the smear of red at its centre. She swallowed and nodded stiffly. "Thank you." He took a moment to reply. Perhaps he should be thanking her as well. She wouldn't have parted with Lachlan Toss, or Lockie as she called him, if she hadn't backed Brandt into this corner. But he didn't feel like gloating, he was too damned tired. "You're safe with me, Sorcha," he said instead. "Am I?" Her reply was near inaudible. "Your sudden scepticism offends, my lady," he said quietly. "Weren't you the one who decided I was a far step safer than Malvern in the first place?" She flinched as if he'd struck her, but did not snap back with a sharp-tongued answer. Uncomfortable with the tightening sensation of guilt-speckled fury in his chest, Brandt walked to the window, his arms clasped behind his back. He had nothing to feel guilty for. He'd played his part, and when all was said and done, he would claim the reward he deserved. No more, no less. Chapter 4. Sorcha's eyes cracked open to a slim golden beam of sunshine cutting the darkened room in half. It was coming from a window, its coverings drawn and blocking most of the daylight. Stretching her arms wide across the bed, she recognized the dated, peeling decor of Pollock's. It wasn't the first night she'd spent in the inn, and it wouldn't be the last. She'd probably drunk too much, and one of her brothers had thought it best if she slept it off. She blinked, her eyesight adjusting over the lone spear of light in the room, and froze. A man slumbered in the armchair near the window. Swallowing a scream, she sat up abruptly, the previous night's happenings coming back to her in a brutal rush. A kiss, her brother's, the chapel, a ceremony, dinner, and the indisputable fact that the man asleep in the chair was her husband. Lifting her fingers, she stared at the antique ring with the green, blue, and gold crest he'd given her in the chapel after pledging his vows. She squinted at it. The blend of colours looked familiar, but all the Scottish family crests tended to blur after a while. He could be a Lowlander for all she knew. Then again, she did not care about his last name, so long as it was not Malvern. Christ in a tartan, she was bloody married. She was no longer Lady Sorcha Maclaren. She was Lady Sorcha Pierce. Well, she wasn't his wife in truth. Shifting her hips quietly, she stared down at the brownish-red markings on the white linen, and clutched the blankets to her chest. She would be lying if she didn't admit she was grateful he hadn't seen the whole of her. No one had in years, not even her maids, who drew baths for her but knew their lady preferred to see to her own ablutions. With the drapes drawn. Always with the drapes drawn. Sorcha had learned that painful lesson and would never repeat it. She closed her eyes against the memory, though it echoed no matter how she tried to banish it. Her bedchamber at the Maclaren keep. The sound of gasps and horrified whispers as she had risen from a bath. Her maid rushing the open-arched window and telling someone to shoo. 3 boys, Sorcha learned the next day, when her father had levelled a punishment of horsewhipping for their spying. She had been 14, the boys all a year or 2 older, and one, Eric Ferguson, she'd admired for ages. The son of a neighbouring laird, Eric was the only boy who ever looked at her twice, and she'd quickly learned why. He'd found her later, forced to apologize by his father and hers, but his apology had been naught but a twisted, sullen insult. "I'm sorry we peaked on ye. 'Twas a dare, ye ken?" He'd lowered his voice then so their fathers, standing nearby, could not hear. "You have my promise. I'll not look at such a beast again." And with a grimace as his eyes drifted over her newly blossomed chest, Eric had walked away. He never looked her in the eye again, nor did the others, though soon after, Sorcha had started hearing the word beast in passing, and eventually Beast of Maclaren. The painful nickname had gutted her at first. Then she'd gotten her revenge a year later at a clan fair, when she'd trounced Eric soundly in the ring, dressed in her brother Evan's old clothes. "How does it feel to be beaten by the beast?" she'd spat. The dumb-struck look on his face when she'd revealed herself had been priceless, almost worth the cost of his cruelty. Her gratification, however, couldn't erase what he'd said, or the years of loneliness that followed. Eric had been the first, but she vowed he would be the last. No man in his right mind would want, let alone want to see, what lay under her shift, and she would never subject herself to such scorn again. Sorcha had long given up hope that any man would truly desire her, except for Malvern, who had wanted her dowry, not her body. Though she'd consented to the agreement of marriage in name only, she hadn't been certain if her new husband would expect to carry out his conjugal rights. He was a man after all, and after their kiss and the way he'd touched her, she'd started to think he might want what was owed to him. Only he hadn't. Sorcha closed her eyes on a silent sigh, her heart pinching slightly with thwarted longing. Had she wanted him to bed her? She'd been promised to Malvern for so long that she'd never even thought of other men, and certainly not a prime specimen like him. Turning carefully, Sorcha sneaked a glance to where he slumbered. Brandt Pierce was a tall man, and the armchair looked far too small to contain his lanky frame. He was not as broad as her brother's, but his lean physique was deceptive. She had seen his strength with her own 2 eyes when he'd walloped Craig and his cousins. His chest, a swath of tanned skin visible through the loose lawn shirt he wore, rose and fell with deep, even breaths. A lock of bronzed hair hung over his brow, and his mouth was parted in repose. Beneath that tumbling curl she could recall the colour of his eyes in minute detail. They were the earthy, changeable hues of the Highlands in the throes of autumn. But now thick russet eyelashes rested against his cheeks, hiding them from view. Fine grooves bracketed that stern but sensuous mouth. It was, without a doubt, a mouth moulded for pleasure, one she'd experienced firsthand. With a tiny sigh, Sorcha remembered the feel of those wide male lips on hers, and the clever silken glide of his tongue. A rush of heat swamped her limbs, and she pressed her suddenly slack legs together. Brandt grunted softly in sleep and twisted his long body in the chair. It could not be comfortable, sleeping in such a cramped position, and yet he had kept his promise that he would not lose control of his desires. Her brain tripped over the memory of his words. His desires. Had he been expressing sarcasm, the idea of feeling desire for her ridiculous, or had he been genuine, honestly saying that he would fight the urge to give in to his body's craving for her? The thought was a dangerous one, making the blood in her veins start to shimmer. Restlessly, Brandt shifted again. He stretched out his long legs in front of him, hooking one ankle over the other and causing the edges of his shirt to ride up against his muscular torso. The night before, she had averted her eyes while he undressed and bathed not 2 lengths away. Now, though, her gaze took greedy inventory, and Sorcha found it suddenly hard to swallow, or breathe, or do anything of use at all. Christ's holy baubles! She shouldn't swear, but her breath fair fizzled in her throat at the tantalizing display of chiselled abdomen and hard male flesh descending to the noticeable rise of his trousers at the juncture of his trim hips. For a moment she wondered whether the thin line of bronzed hair arrowing beneath his waistband would continue on to that riveting swell, and then Sorcha's breath well and truly abandoned her. It wasn't that she'd never seen a shirtless man before. She'd seen plenty of them on the Maclaren training fields, but none of them had ever had such a heathen effect on her. Her nipples had contracted to hot points beneath a night rail, the wool deliciously abrading her too sensitive skin. She wanted him to kiss her again. She wanted to feel every inch of that lean male frame plastered against hers, bracing her body into the mattress. God's teeth! She was shameless. Closing her eyes, consumed by the arousing tableau her imagination conjured, a tiny moan escaped her lips as she knotted her fingers into the bed-sheets. Sorcha flipped over and groaned into the feathered pillows. "Sleep well." The warm voice slid across her overheated senses, and every muscle in her body tensed in frenzied awareness. Her husband was awake. "Yes," she replied into her pillow. "Thank you." More sunlight flared into the chamber as Brandt parted the drapes. Feigning sleepiness, she stretched and turned to face him. His grin and notched eyebrow made her abandon the pretense. "It didn't look that way. You seemed to be moaning and groaning. Night terrors?" Sorcha narrowed her gaze at him. The amusement in his voice hinted at knowledge of her shameless perusal. The blasted bounder had been awake and hadn't made a sound. She blushed to the tips of her ears and wished that she could pull the sheets over her head. "That was probably it," she said as blandly as she was able. "Tell me about them," he said, walking over to the wash-basin to splash some water on his face and clean his teeth with a square of linen and tooth powder. Sorcha stopped herself just in time from sticking her tongue out at his back as his hazel eyes caught hers in a sphere of mirrored glass on the wall. "I dreamed I went to a country festival and married a complete stranger." "That sounds frightful." "It was," she said. "Terrifying." "Was this stranger you married a dreadful ogre?" "Of the most monstrous ilk." She sat up and shifted her legs over the edge of the bed, the sheet falling away. Brandt's eyes met hers in the mirror again, his hand stalling in mid-air as his hot gaze dropped to a spot below her chin. Sorcha glanced down and resisted the urge to grab for the discarded sheet. The worn woolen fabric of her nightgown was snug against the curves of her body, and at his stare, her nipples, which had not ceased tingling, tightened even more. Flushing, she crossed her arms over the offending points and glared at him. "Worse than you can imagine," she added sourly. He laughed, and the deep rumble made her pause. She couldn't help noticing how his laughter lit his eyes in the most fascinating way. "Did your monstrous ogre threaten to boil your flesh and suck the marrow from your bones?" It should have been awful what he was suggesting, but the teasing words shot bolts of exquisite heat down her spine. The combination of flesh and suck, together with her earlier fantasies, made her face feel as if it were on fire. "No," she gritted out, and hurried behind the privacy screen. "I kicked him in the head." The thought of using the chamber pot with him so close by made her cringe, but she managed it quickly when she heard him walk to the opposite end of the room to get dressed. Her husband's reply floated over the barrier. "Poor ogre. Sounds like he got the raw end of the deal." "Why is that?" she couldn't help asking. "Because ogres need love too." A ripple of laughter bubbled in her chest, and Sorcha poked her head around the barrier. Except for her little brother Niall, banter did not come this easily with other people, especially with a lout who was using her plight to get his hands on her horse. Though, to be fair, she was using him too. "Tell me more," Brandt said as he deftly fastened the buttons of his waistcoat. "Was he a strapping young blighter?" Strapping, handsome, irritatingly attractive. Once more Sorcha flushed and cursed her body's idiotic response. Undressing swiftly, she tied her stockings and garters, then pulled a chemise and clean dress over her head. "He was a bit of a runt, actually," she said, her voice muffled by the layers of cotton and wool. "A runt? I think not," Brandt said in an affronted voice that seemed suddenly loud. Sorcha realized why as she settled the dress into place. She almost screeched. He was standing right in front of her, behind the screen. "Let me," he said, turning her shoulders around before she could form a tart reply. "This one looks to have fasteners up the back." She felt the deft tug and pull of the fabric as he buttoned her dress. At home, Kira, her maid, would often help with buttons and sometimes dress her hair. But no man had ever attended to her like this. Was this what husbands did for their wives? Surely Malvern would never have offered such a thing. Sorcha closed her eyes as Brandt finished. She had to stop worrying about the marquess. She was out of his reach now. And most of all, she needed to stop making a martyr of her pretend husband, who had traded marriage vows for horseflesh. "Playing the servant comes easily to you," she said in a cool tone, peering over her shoulder. "Well done." Fathomless gold-flecked green eyes met hers. "My lady's wish is my command." "Until you get your hands on my stallion." "Until then, of course." She watched him, interest sparking. "Why do you want Lockie so badly anyway?" "I hope to breed him with one of my mares," he said. His brawn with her speed should make for spectacular foals. It was the first bit of true excitement she'd seen from him, outside of their kiss. Sorcha fought back a shiver. Then he'd been as enthusiastic as she. "You breed horses?" When he nodded, she went on. "I confess I'm not as horse-mad as my father, but I've raised Lockie from a colt myself. He's special." She broke off, the "to me" sticking in her throat as a rush of guilt swamped her. "He'll make a great sire." "That is my hope." His hands fell away from her dress, but Sorcha continued to feel the heat from his body. He remained behind the screen with her, the small space growing warmer. She turned, thinking to slip past him, but was caught by the flat of his palm as it gently gripped her elbow. Brandt peered at her, one brow propped high. "When you're angry, you sound like your brothers, but otherwise you sound English. Why?" Sorcha frowned at him. It was true. She lost control of her accent whenever her temper flared, and it was something her mother endlessly chastised her about. No English lord would want a wife who spoke with such a provincial rustic brogue, her mother had always claimed. She would need to be as cultured and elegant as any of the fine English ladies she would undoubtedly encounter in London or Edinburgh when she became Lady Malvern. "Any daughter of mine will bring honour to Clan Maclaren," her mother had intoned so often that it popped into Sorcha's mind without warning whenever she lost her temper, and the pretty manners and rounded vowels she'd been bred to possess. "My mother is from Cumbria," she replied, noticing with growing unease that Brandt's strong hand was still on her arm. "She insisted her daughters break from the Scots tongue whenever we went to London, but since I was the one chosen for an English marquess, she concentrated her efforts on me." Brandt's fingers tightened around her elbow. "They chose you for Malvern, not your sisters. Why was that?" The question brought with it the same slow, gouging sensation of some invisible injury that Sorcha had suffered for years. Annis and McKenna were beauties, and as such they were the Maclaren daughters who could secure those important alliances with the Brodys and the Campbells. Malvern was not an alliance. He was an unfortunate and unavoidable attachment. Her father would have never considered giving Annis or McKenna to him. "My sisters had their own matches already." Brandt's eyes narrowed by a fraction. It was enough to indicate that he didn't believe her. She wriggled her elbow, wanting freedom from the closed-up space behind the dressing screen and from his knowing stare. Brandt held on firmly. "And neither of them feigned scandal in order to avoid those matches?" he asked, a muscle in his jaw twitching. Ever since waking up in that lumpy chair he'd been conversing easily with her, joking even. Sorcha had started to hope that perhaps he was no longer furious, that his plan to leave her at the Brodie keep and then return to his home with one of the most valuable horses in the Highlands as payment would be a balm. But here his anger was, yet again, bubbling to the surface. Hers notched in response. She pressed her lips together and twisted her arm more forcibly. "Graham Brodie and Malcolm Campbell are fine men. My sisters didn't need to worry about marrying them." Finally, Sorcha successfully pried her elbow from Brandt's grip. She pushed past him, into the open part of the room, and took a deep breath. The air was no longer filled with his scent, a heady mix of sun-warmed leather, spice, and clean soap, and her body instantly felt steadier, her mind sharper. She found her boots and sat upon the edge of the bed to pull them on, ignoring the press of Brandt's eyes. She didn't have to look up to know he was watching her slide the snug leather over each foot. "Will your sister's husband agree to keep you on Brodie lands?" Her hands slowed, and her heart pumped out an extra few beats. Well, why shouldn't he already be thinking about possible obstacles for his plan to leave her there? "I am kin." "Yes, and so far what has your kin done for you? Other than throw you into a betrothal you wanted no part of, and then force you down the aisle to wed a complete stranger?" Sorcha finished with her boots, yanking indignantly on each lace, and shot to her feet. "You chose to marry me, in case you've already forgotten, and you don't know anything about my family." Except that they were brutes, and intolerably rude, and tied down by harsh tradition and loyalty. All these things her brothers had laid bare to Brandt yesterday, and clearly his Sassenach mind held it all in contempt. He came to stand within inches of her, so close her breasts would have brushed against his chest had she taken a deep breath right then. "I know enough to understand we have two very different views of what good kin is," he replied. "Don't insult my family. You defend them, even after how they've treated you?" Brandt asked, his brows furrowing in confusion. The expression cut small lines around his eyes. It was skin that had seen sunshine and wind, harsh elements and a rugged life. It was stunning how clear and perceptive his eyes were. "Of course I do. They're my brothers," she said, her throat constricted. They were untamed jackanapes most of the time, but they were still her blood. They defended her as much as they bullied her. They teased her as much as they protected her feelings. But with Malvern they'd had no choice. Neither had her father. A part of her hoped, at least, that Finlay and Evan had been relieved to find her kissing a stranger at the festival, if only because it allowed them to order her to marry someone other than Malvern. She heard the riot of clomping footsteps in the upstairs corridor and twisted away from Brandt's judgmental glare as a heavy fist came down on the locked door to their room. "Mr. Pierce!" It was Gavin, and by the loud voices joining his in the background, she assumed her brothers had come to fetch them as well. Someone pounded again, and then the doorknob jiggled. "Open the door," Evan said. Brandt rolled each of his shoulders as he opened it and stood within the frame. Evan and Finlay looked ready to push inside, while Gavin stayed in the centre of the corridor. But Brandt didn't give an inch. He wouldn't let them pass. "Is it done?" Finlay bellowed. It took Sorcha a moment to understand what exactly he was asking, and then a blush rushed to her cheeks. Brandt said nothing, but turned, and with his mouth set in a grim slash, went to the bed and pulled the bottom sheet from the mattress. He balled up the linen and lobbed it at Finlay. Her brother caught the sheet, and Sorcha watched with mounting humiliation as he and Gavin inspected it for the telltale sign of innocence lost. She thought she might be ill, not just because it was brash and barbaric, but because it was yet another lie. Finlay lowered the sheet and dropped it onto the floor. He entered the room and picked up her portmanteau. "We leave for Maclaren immediately." And with that Sorcha's brothers and her cousin departed. She and Brandt stood, motionless, for a few seconds. The room seemed to deflate around them. Their ruse had worked. She had the notion she should have felt more relieved than she did. "Are you ready?" he asked, without looking at her. She nodded and followed Brandt out of the room, trying not to look at the bundled-up sheet on the floor. Her brother had accepted Brandt's blood as her own. If they knew the truth, what would they do? Force him to commit coitus, while standing over them with forbidding glares and sharpened claymores? Sorcha bit back a crazed giggle at the image. Those intense hazel eyes met hers, tinder to her ribald thoughts, and the laughter died on her lips. Neither she nor Brandt spoke a word as they descended into the inn's main room, where a handful of revellers were still drinking and dozing. The conscious ones raised their tankards in acknowledgment, and made sputtering comments that Sorcha pretended not to hear or understand, as Brandt stopped to speak to the innkeeper. He asked for pen and paper, and after jotting something down quickly, folded the parchment and handed it to the innkeeper with hushed directions. Sorcha strained to hear, but couldn't make anything out under the sudden and off-tune rendition of Johnny Scot now making its way round the room. Brandt then took her by the arm and led the way outside, to the inn's stables. Her brothers and their men were busy saddling their mounts. They loaded the wagons with the goods they'd purchased and traded for at the festival, including a few fat hogs, several bolts of woven wool, cotton and linen, a crate of pipe tobacco, small casks of gunpowder, and several more of barrelled mead. Sorcha had ridden to Selkirk on Lockie, and as she approached her beloved grey stallion standing beside a Maclaren groom, she saw he'd been saddled and readied for her. With a stroke of sorrow, she reached for him, her eyes skipping to the enormous, scarred horse closed into the next stall over. With its ragged coat of scar-torn midnight jet, the animal looked like a beast born of nightmares. Brandt went to him, clicking softly and whispering words Sorcha could not decipher. The animal nickered a brief hello to its master, its great nostrils expelling misty clouds into the cool spring morning air. "Rest well, Harris," he murmured to the horse, taking an admiring and entirely too possessive glance at Lockie. "Make a friend?" Sorcha's chest constricted, but there was nothing to be done for it. Lockie was now his as well. "Harris?" she asked, running a hand up Lockie's velvet snout and scratching him behind the ear. "He certainly looks like a warrior." She wondered how he'd come by his scars. "He is," Brandt said as he saddled him. "Brave enough to carry my backside into any manner of hellish situations, at least." Like the one he'd found himself in the day before. She was certain it was what he was thinking too. "I'm sure he and Lockie will get along fine," she said, drawing him to the stable entrance and feeling another pang of regret. "He's magnificent," Brandt replied, taking the time to look at Lockie and even run his hands along the grey's flanks and neck. "Even though he's young, he seems rather good-tempered, easy to command." He slid his gaze to Sorcha and with a salty grin added, "Nothing at all like his mistress." She parted her lips to let loose with a biting retort when a shrill whistle parted the inn's stable-yard. "Finlay!" One of the Maclaren men, Bogan, shouted as he entered the yard. Mud splattered up his ankles and onto the hem of his tartan. "'Tis Malvern!" The ground beneath Sorcha's feet turned to sand. She gripped Lockie's traces and felt the horse stiffen with alarm, reflecting her own sudden panic. "Malvern?" she repeated, her throat closing. "He's here?" Bogan continued to address Finlay. "He arrived last night, and must have heard news of the wedding. He's coming with his men now." "Shite," Evan growled as he and Finlay went to their horses and swung up into the saddles. Gavin crossed himself and closed his eyes, muttering a prayer before doing the same. The tension in the stable-yard snapped tight as the rest of the men mounted fast. Behind her, Sorcha felt the ground tremble with Ares's hoof-falls. Brandt appeared beside her, his shoulder brushing hers. "Stay close to me," he said, his tone composed. She wanted to feel the same level of quiet dignity, but her body rebelled. What was bloody wrong with her? Hadn't she bested Craig in a sword fight the day before? And he certainly hadn't curbed his blows. When it came to battle, Sorcha was skilled and able, though the impotent rage she felt now was debilitating. Malvern held the power and the means to destroy her family, and his despicable man Coxley was more than happy to carry out his orders. At that moment a handful of armed men on horseback turned into the stable-yard. They were dressed for war, it seemed. Sorcha held her breath as Lord Malvern turned in, pushing through his men and coming to the fore. He had not changed since the last she'd seen him, months ago. The marquess was straight-backed and tall, thickly built and fox-faced. His mouth was constantly drawn, as though perpetually disappointed in something, as it was right then. Malvern's glare cut around the stable-yard until it landed upon Sorcha. His watery blue eyes froze her with a pointed look of ownership that made her flesh crawl. His thin nostrils flared, and then his eyes shot to the man standing at her side. Brandt was unnaturally quiet, as every last sound in the courtyard perished. None of the Maclaren men moved. Not one horse nickered. Until the marquess drew his sword from a saddle sheath and pointed it straight at Brandt. "I demand satisfaction. Raise your sword, upstart, and prepare to pay for your presumptuous mistake." Chapter 5. A ripple of agitation shivered through Ares, and Brandt hushed him with a soft sound. His horse could sense the threat hanging in the air just as keenly as every other man and animal present. And woman. Beside him he could feel Sorcha bristling, her jaw fused shut and her eyes sparkling with frustration. Lord Malvern was not a man to be taken lightly, not with several of his men surrounding him and a dozen more out front of the inn. They outnumbered the Maclaren men 2-1, and there was something else present. Some sense of forced obeisance surrounding not just Sorcha, but her brothers as well. Malvern commanded this stable yard and all those within it. That much was clear. Even as he struggled to understand why her dauntless brothers would bow down to someone like Malvern, Brandt stepped forward, Ares's reins still in hand. "You'll have to seek satisfaction elsewhere, Lord Malvern, for I've made no mistake and I've no wish to fight," he said to him. Malvern's eyes narrowed. "You know me?" "I know of you." He could read men the same way he could horses, and Brandt had known from the first time he'd encountered Malvern in London at White's years back that he was a master of deceit. A man like Malvern didn't play fair at anything, and he wouldn't fight fair either. The marquess shifted his sword, pointing it at Sorcha. The fact that he would ever align the tip of his sword with a woman infuriated Brandt. That it was Sorcha he'd taken aim at enraged him. "Then perhaps you do not know that this woman is to be my wife, as dictated by the king himself." "You'll do well to lower your sword," Brandt said, reining in a flash of irritation. "And she is no longer a maiden, but a married woman." "Aye, Lord Malvern, 'tis so," Gavin said from his saddle, his hand clasped around the cross resting against his chest. "Lady Pierce's reputation was at stake. 'Twas nothing to be done but see them wed." The sombre words hung thickly in the air between them like a cloud. "Lady Pierce?" An animalistic growl ripped from Malvern's throat as he sliced the sword through the air before returning it to its sheath. "You inbred fools! Do you have any idea what punishment Maclaren will suffer for such a betrayal?" Sorcha sucked in an audible breath and lurched forward. "It wasn't his fault." "Silence!" the marquess seethed. "I will not listen to the words of a maimed harlot." Sorcha drew back as if she'd been slapped, and the desire to tear Malvern limb from limb shook Brandt to his core. Finlay and Evan directed their horses between him and Malvern before Brandt could charge forward. "Calm yourself, Malvern," Finlay said in a bizarrely placating voice. "You'll be compensated. Avow it." To this Finlay received a contemptuous scoff from the marquess. "Compensation," he repeated. "What I want is the alliance I was bequeathed by the bloody King of England, you cock-brained idiot." A collective hush fell over the stable-yard. Maclaren men eyed one another as Sorcha's brother tightened his posture in his saddle. Brandt expected him to reach for his sword and swing at Malvern's head for the insult. But, other than the slight hitch of his blocky chin, Finlay remained motionless. He said nothing in his own defence, though his jaw clenched tight with anger and his fingers whitened against the reins. Brandt frowned as a peculiar sense of dread trickled into him. "The marriage will be annulled," Malvern announced. "Immediately. Coxley, fetch the magistrate." A hulking soldier behind Malvern turned to follow the order. Coxley. A chime of recognition strummed at the back of Brandt's mind. Coxley had been Malvern's colonel during the war, and his deeds on the battlefield had chilled Brandt to the bone when he'd first heard of them. Coxley had slain many a soldier, but it was his penchant for disemboweling his enemies with perverse fervour that other Englishmen had remembered. Brandt pushed the sickening images away. He would not be intimidated by Malvin's man, nor would he pay attention to the unnatural cowardice the Maclaren men were displaying. An annulment is no longer an option. Coxley stopped his horse, and Malvin's livid glare came back to rest on Brandt. "Well then, Pierce, as you've already done your duty as a husband, I will take pleasure in making my future bride a widow." He paused, a slick grin thinning his lips, and then he repeated what he'd ordered earlier. "Take up a weapon." The man was tenacious. Brandt would give him that. "Lord Malvern," Gavin shouted from his saddle, "there will be no bloodshed upon sacred ground." Malvin's men eyed one another, then roared with laughter. "It's an inn, not a church," one of them shouted back. Gavin extended his arm, an adamant finger pointing to the grey stone exterior of the building that flanked the other side of the stable yard. Brandt felt like clapping Gavin on the shoulder. "That is a house of the Lord, sir, and you're standing upon consecrated ground," Sorcha's cousin said, while Brandt's eyes shot to the narrow opening between the stables and the corner of the church. Quickly, while Malvin's men shouted foul objections to Gavin's claim, Brandt determined the layout of Selkirk's village, its proximity to the nearest copse of trees, and the forested hills beyond. He had a brace of pistols, his boot dirk, and a sword sheathed in the harness of his saddle, along with a quiver and 24 arrows. He could stay and fight Malvin, but his senses warned that there was absolutely no way for him to win. Not here. Not on Malvin's terms. If Brandt knew anything, it was to trust his instincts. "You heathen bastards wouldn't know God if he kicked you in the arse," Malvin muttered, but he turned up his nose at Gavin's pious claims and speared Brandt with a venomous glare. "Follow me to the paddock opposite the smithy." His eyes flicked to Sorcha. "Leave the beast here." Brandt held Malvin's stare another moment, and nearly gave in to the desire to ignore instinct and stay and fight. He wanted to break every single tooth inside the man's arrogant mouth. The marquess and his men turned and rode out of the stable-yard. No doubt he was currently instructing his soldiers to circle the village, to cut Brandt off should he cower and run. Sorcha gripped Brandt's elbow, and he could feel the tremor in her hand. Glancing back at her, he saw her eyes had rounded into alarmed orbs. Before, she had merely appeared paralyzed by frustration and disgust for Malvin. But now she suddenly seemed wary and afraid. "For me," Brandt realized. "What are you going to do?" she asked. "You can't mean to duel him." He shook his head. No, he didn't plan on being so agreeable. He wouldn't be surprised if one of Malvin's men loosed an arrow straight to the middle of his back. His gaze slipped to the muscled grey stallion at her side, and he didn't plan on losing his hard-won gains either. He needed a way out of this stable-yard, and he needed to take Sorcha and Lockie with him. "Get on your horse," he said as softly as possible. "Be ready." Obeying his command, Sorcha climbed into her saddle and wrapped her fists around the reins. He pulled himself up onto Ares's back and met Sorcha's wide, intense eyes. "I'll need you to trust me, Sorcha," he said, but before he could explain, Finlay rode to his side. Evan was busy riding between the other men, giving terse orders. "He will not let you live, Pierce. You ken," Finlay said. "He'll cheat you." "I know." Finlay jerked his chin at Sorcha. "The lass will stay with me." "Like hell." Brandt wrapped his hands around one of Sorcha's reins. "I don't know what Malvin did to crush your bollocks and your spine, but it's clear he owns you. She stays with me." Finlay grit his teeth, his jaw muscles jumping, but Brandt didn't have time to argue. "I'll ride for the northern woods. If you want to keep your sister safe, we'll need a distraction, a big one, now." Brandt tugged on Sorcha's reins and dug his heels into Ares's ribs. His horse leaped in response, and with a yelp of surprise from Sorcha, they rode toward the narrow opening between the stables and the church. Once they cleared it, Brandt saw the side street was packed with market vendors for the festival. Aries and Lockie weren't the only horses in the crowd, but they both stood out, Aries especially. "What are we doing?" Sorcha asked, her voice rising. Brandt hushed her before he darted his eyes up and down the street, searching for Malvern's armed men. The paddock Malvern had indicated wasn't far on the western side of the village, and well within view of the copse of trees into which Brandt was aiming to escape. As they picked their way up the street toward a knoll of green grass, and beyond that a thick cluster of white beams, Sorcha tugged the rein he still had in his grip. "I can direct my own mount." "He's mine, remember?" he replied, with a sideways curl of his lips that made Sorcha growl under her breath. "Yes, of course I remember," she snapped. "We're both your property now." "I'm a man who always protects his investments." Her eyes snapped with affront and turned the hue of a thundercloud. But he was saved from the bite of her tongue as a sharp whistle sounded from behind them, followed by a bellow of alarm. Brandt didn't look back. "Ride, Sorcha," he shouted, pushing Aries into a full gallop. Lockie came along, fast and powerful, and Brandt forced Aries to slow until the grey had surpassed him, Sorcha leaning forward over his mane. Clods of dirt and grass kicked up in their wake as they drove toward the knoll, Brandt's heart thudding, wind screaming in his ears. Behind them, a commotion began to break out, and then a heavy explosion swallowed it whole. Brandt twisted in his saddle to see a black cloud billowing into the air above the village, with shrieks and cries echoing from the streets. The smoke cloud appeared to be just above the inn. "What was that?" Sorcha shouted as they crested the knoll and kept on, toward the forested hills a few leagues away. "I suspect it was the distraction I had hoped for," he said with an unreasonable surge of affection for her stubborn brothers. It lasted for a handful of moments as they kept on toward the trees, Brandt checking over his shoulder every few seconds. There was another explosion, followed by a resurgence of screams and the tolling of a bell, but so far as Brandt could see, they weren't being followed. The cool spring morning air dropped in temperature as they entered the woods. There was no path, no trail, but Lockie took a gallant and decisive lead onward through the trees and up the incline. With Aries chomping at the bit, they travelled deeper into the wood. Rocks and scrub brush littered the forest floor, and Brandt worried for the integrity of their mounts' strides. But then they came upon a thin trail, likely used by goats or sheep, and he and Sorcha picked up speed. Within the hour the distant drumbeats from the festival could no longer be heard, and Brandt, now certain Malvern and his men had not followed, slowed Aries. The forest had opened into valleys in spots, and then closed again into hilly woodland, and when looking south toward Selkirk, he had not seen riders on their trail. Neither he nor Sorcha spoke when they stopped to fill their water-skins and let their mounts drink from passing streams. They didn't speak when Sorcha dismounted Lockie and dipped into the woods to relieve herself, nor when Brandt did the same. They didn't speak when they heard the hollow bells of a herd of sheep as they crossed another verdant valley, and the sound of a shepherd lounging somewhere in the tall grasses, singing a ballad. The noon hour came and went, and still Sorcha didn't utter a word. A part of him didn't care, and yet her silence gnawed at him. He could suss out what a man or horse was feeling without trying, but this woman? He couldn't make heads nor tails of her. She'd fought Craig like a banshee, yet she had seemed rattled when faced with the marquess, much like her brothers had. Brandt wondered at the unusual sway the man held over the Maclarens. When they finally saw a small stone cottage tucked in the bowl of one valley, he cleared his throat. "It looks deserted." She granted an "aye," and directed her horse in the cottage's direction. It was more a ruin than a home, but their horses needed rest, and Brandt didn't want to push them too far. They closed Aries and Lockie in the dilapidated paddock attached to one side, with water from a nearby creek and some grass for grazing. Once they were settled, Brandt took Sorcha by the elbow and swivelled her to finally look at him. "Your brothers were cowards with Malvern." Sorcha set her jaw and began to pull away, but Brandt held her firmly. "They forced the man they found kissing you into marriage, but another man insults you and they let him walk away, still breathing. What kind of kin are they?" "They don't have a choice," she said, her arm writhing for freedom. The tumble of her dark hair, unkempt from the hard ride into the country, made her appear ferocious. Inexplicably, it made his blood thunder in his veins. "Explain," he snapped, irked at his body's carnal response to her. Fury glinted in her eyes at the order for a scant second before it was dulled by resigned submission. He much preferred the fire of the former, but for now he wanted her to speak. "The Maclarens are oath-bound not to raise arms against Malvern," she replied in a wooden voice. "It was part of the terms of the king's settlement upon his father. When he received Maclaren lands because of my uncle's deception with the Jacobites, he became the English lord of Tarban Castle, and was charged with keeping an eye on the rest of the Maclarens. My father retained his title and his portion of the holdings, and when Malvern's father died, he petitioned the English crown for the lands to be returned. Malvern refused. He lied, claiming that he was fearful for his life in a keep that was full of Clan Maclaren rebels, and my father was sworn never to bring arms against him, or any effort to reclaim my uncle's lands." She kept attempting to break free of his grip, and, not wanting to bruise her skin, Brandt released her arm. He frowned. Though her explanation made logical sense, it did not explain why Malvern was allowed such insulting freedom. "And yet they broke another oath to him, the one that said you were to be his bride." He took a step away from the moss-covered paddock rails and raked a hand through his hair. "Malvern was right about one thing. Your brothers are fools." Sorcha struck him in the chest with such alacrity and force, Brandt nearly stumbled backward. "My brothers are not fools. Malvern is wrong, and you're wrong," she cried, lashing out at him again. This time he caught her fists and wrapped his hands around her slim wrists. "They'd murder Maclaren if it didn't mean the dozens of Maclarens living on Tarban Castle lands would pay in blood for it." He dragged her against him as she continued to struggle, and with her hands restrained she resorted to kicking. She connected with his shin before he swept her legs out from under her and took her to the ground, bracing her back with his arms to cushion her fall. "You ken nothing of my family, or me," she yelled, as he pinned her hands above her head and held himself aside of her thrashing legs. "Get off me, you dunderhead!" "Stop, Sorcha, stop," he said, her knees coming up, her hips wriggling. Finally he pressed the full weight of his body against hers and flattened her to the ground. She writhed once more, and then, with a frustrated grunt, lay motionless. Brandt knew he'd made a mistake the second he felt the press of her breasts against his chest, her hips flush against his, and the wisps of her hot breath on his neck. Her body was soft, but he could still feel toned muscle beneath her curves. Jesus, he was already getting hard. As if sensing his hesitation, her hips bucked up off the grass in an attempt to lever him off her, and Brandt's instinct took control. He ground his lower half into hers in response. Sorcha made a half-desperate sound in her throat, and hell if it didn't sound like a moan. "Enough," he muttered, though not to her. Not entirely. No, he was the one who had to stop. He had to get control of himself. She shifted and took small breaths, each pant a shot tormenting his growing erection. There was something entirely dangerous in knowing he had every right, in the eyes of both the law and God, to push up Sorcha's skirts and bury himself in her. But he'd promised her, and himself, that she'd still be a virgin when he left her on Brodie lands. Giving in to his lust would only create more problems. As if they weren't already swimming in them. "My brothers protected us," she said, Those were the gunpowder casks they blew to distract Malvern and his men.
The least they could do, he muttered.
Malvern's retaliation will be swift, she said, and bloody. My family will pay for what you asked of them.
Something in her tone made Brandt lift himself, releasing her and sitting back on his heels. "You'll defend them no matter what I say, won't you?" he asked. The woman was a stubborn mule. Sorcha sat up, pushing her tangled hair out of her flushed face. "A provocative, stubborn mule."
"Don't you have brothers, sisters?" she asked, her temper receding. He could tell by the way her brogue had lessened. Brandt stood up and held out his hand, but she ignored it and got to her feet on her own. Monty had married Brandt's stepmother Anne when Brandt was 2 years old, but they'd never given him any siblings. It hadn't been a loss for Brandt, really. He'd had Archer growing up. "Bradburn is the closest thing I have to a brother," he replied. "Your employer?"
she asked, her quizzical expression giving away her surprise. He nodded, supposing it was a bit odd for a duke to count his stable-master among his closest friends, but Archer had never been typical in anything. Sorcha's raised brow settled.
"Well then, wouldn't you defend him no matter what?"
A smile lit upon his mouth. "I would take a bullet for him." She blinked, clearly not ready for such a declaration.
"You would?"
"Actually, I already have," he said with a short laugh. "So I suppose it's his turn to take a bullet for me now." He hadn't felt any tenderness in his thigh lately, where a bullet had ripped through 4 years before. Brandt had saved Archer's life during his stint as the notorious masked marauder, a gentlemanly highwayman who stole from the Ton and gave anonymously to the poor. The fact that Brandt had both warned him that particular heist would be perilous and had been the one to be arrested after being shot had provided plenty of opportunities for Brandt to tease Archer, and guilt him enough to cover more than a few tabs at the village tavern.
"You've been shot?"
Sorcha asked, her eyes going round with disbelief, and Brandt fought back a laugh at her reluctantly impressed expression. "Ages ago, a superficial wound," he replied, patting his thigh. "Don't worry, it wasn't a permanent maiming." She lowered her lashes and bit her lips, and Brandt wondered what he'd said to dim the light from her eyes. Then it hit him. "I will not listen to a maimed harlot." Malvern's words, vicious and cruel. He felt the renewed urge to pulverize the man's face. He opened his mouth and closed it. Sorcha wouldn't want his pity, and he shouldn't be feeling any inclination to offer it in the first place. Letting himself care would be a slippery slope. She shrugged.
"So then you know, in a way, what it is to love a sibling."
He supposed she had a point. Sorcha moved past Brandt toward the cottage. He took a breath and looked up, away from the sway of her hips as she walked. He was reminded of her lightness of step in the paddock with Craig and the ease with which she'd moved, though that fighting spirit seemed diminished by the shadows in her eyes. Brandt loosed a breath as they climbed the rickety stairs to the rotting stoop. It was little more than a shack, but the skies to the south had clouded and would bring rain. The sorry thatched roof topping the cottage would not offer much, but it would have to do. "I do understand," he finally answered her. Capitulating to her felt easier than he thought it would, and the brief smile she flashed at him over her shoulder made him want to agree with her again, about anything. Idiot. He moved in front of her, stopping her hand before he could open the door. No one was likely inside, but he didn't want Sorcha entering first, just in case. The chit had the audacity to roll her eyes at him, before throwing one arm wide and sketching a sarcastic bow. He pushed it wide, and the musty, dank air of an unused hovel was the only thing to greet him. Dirt floors, a blackened hearth, and foggy glass windows. What was left of them, that was. But for some empty barrels there wasn't a scrap of furniture.
"I'll start a fire,"
Sorcha said, immediately setting for the hearth.
There were some sticks and some old charred logs. Brandt found more kindling in a box beside the cottage, and soon they'd worked to build a small flame in the grate. They sipped from their water-skins as the first drops of rain pattered the ground outside. "Do you think Malvern and Coxley will track us?" Her voice was calm, too calm. She had heard the marquess's threats about making her a widow, and the man was well known for his reputation in battle. Coxley, too. They were both military men of sadistic persuasions, a dangerous combination. Brandt couldn't tell her not to worry, that Malvern couldn't find them or would abandon the hunt. She was far too intelligent to believe such rubbish. "He'll try," Brandt answered. "We won't stay here long. We'll go north." "We're not going to Maclaren," she stated, understanding lighting her eyes. Brandt shook his head. "Too risky. We'll head straight to your sister, and Malvern might also expect us to head south to England. I've sent word to Bradburn, just in case." Before going to the stable-yard that morning, he'd tasked the innkeeper with sending a hastily written note to Hadley Gardens in London, where Archer and Brianna and their young daughters were currently spending the season. Going to Brodie would also mean not having the chance to face the Duke of Dunrannoch at Maclaren and inform him that he'd not only obtained the steed he'd been refused time and time again, but that he'd also taken his precious daughter to wed. Brandt couldn't say it didn't give him a bit of gratification. Dunrannoch was an irascible old man who deserved the title of beast more than his daughter. "You're not afraid of Malvern," Sorcha said, crouching to warm her hands over the meagre flames. Again it was a statement rather than a question. "Are you?" "I'm wary of him," she said. "There's a difference. He's a terrible person to have as an enemy." "Yes," he agreed. "He is not one to be underestimated. He has a ruthless reputation, particularly with Coxley at his beck and call." Brandt stooped beside her in an effort to generate more warmth between them. "Why does Malvern want you so badly?" She pursed her lips. "My dowry. Land rich in Cairngorm topaz. My father offered to give it to him and release me from the betrothal, but Malvern wants to make sure no one else lays claim to the land. An heir would guarantee that." Sorcha shuddered as if the thought was an unbearable one. "Your brothers seem fearful of him," Brandt said quietly. "Why?" "It's not fear. Any one of us would kill him if we could, but he has the ear and favour of the king." Her throat worked convulsively, and for a moment it seemed as if she wasn't going to continue. Sorcha's fingers curled into fists as she looked up at him, pain blooming in her blue eyes. "Finlay is a hothead," she began. "Evan, too." Brandt didn't dispute the statement. He'd experienced it firsthand. They were young and wanted our lands back and the threat of an English lord gone. Malvern hadn't shown an interest in Maclaren after the death of his own father, and Finlay hoped to make him stay away for good. He set fire to one of the unattended fields, but the winds were fierce that day, and the fire spread. She drew a ragged breath. It was contained, but not before it destroyed part of the keep, and Malvern's steward was badly burnt. Malvern somehow found out it was a plot by Finlay and Evan, and demanded recompense. She swallowed, her lip trembling. "In flesh." Brandt's frown deepened. "Flesh?" "For his wounded steward. The man lived, but lost the use of his arm. As payment, Malvern took Niall's hand." "Niall?" "My brother," she whispered. "The youngest and most innocent of us all. He was only 10. The king gave Malvern carte blanche to take his pound of flesh as he saw fit. My father pleaded, begged to give his own limb instead, but Malvern did not bend. The black-hearted bastard had Coxley do it in the courtyard, with all of Maclaren present to bear witness. He smiled the entire time." A guttural sob escaped her lips. "Niall was so brave, so courageous. He fainted from the pain before he let himself utter a sound. Malvern swore that the next time we lifted arms against him, he would take his life. Brandt reached out a hand, but she shied away from him, the suppressed fury in her eyes like a demented living thing. "Oh, I should not have brought you into this madness," she said. "Who knows what he will do to you as punishment? He is a powerful man with powerful friends."
Brandt set his jaw. "I have powerful friends too."
"You don't know what he's capable of," she said.
He felt something unfamiliar in his chest clench. The desire to safeguard any woman was new to him, but the fear in her eyes was real. Fear for herself, fear for her family. She had used him with her plot to thwart Malvern, but he sensed no deceit in her now. "Why did you choose me that day, Sorcha? You could have kissed 100 men in the square. Why me?" Defiance flashed in her eyes, and she ducked her head briefly.
"Because of the way you looked at me, as though you saw me."
She gestured at her face.
"Like you saw beyond what everyone else usually does. The dreadful beast of Maclaren."
Her answer was halting, but Brandt knew what she meant. She wanted to be seen beyond her disfiguring scars.
"No one had ever looked at me like that. I felt a flicker of what it was to be truly desired."
She faltered, her cheeks aflame.
"It was foolish, but I'd meant it to be only a kiss."
A kiss that had sealed their fates. Embarrassed, Sorcha kept her eyes averted, and Brandt lifted his fingers to graze her rosy cheek. His thumb stroked gently. She was so guarded that it was hard to tell if she was playing coy or whether she was truly that innocent. Despite her blush, her soft skin was cold in the paltry heat. Her body shivered. "You need to get warm," he said. "We should get you out of this damp dress before you catch a chill." She gaped at him.
"That isn't proper."
"We're married, remember? And we have the sheet to prove it." Sorcha's lips formed a wry smirk at his attempt to lighten the moment.
"How's your wound?"
she asked, her eyes glancing to his forearm. His mouth twitched with mischief. "I think my arm might be with child." A shocked laugh broke from her as she turned around to let him loosen the fasteners.
"On the first try?"
she asked. "It only takes one time, you know," he said from behind her. "And I have it on good authority that I am a very virile man."
"Is that so? Then you and your forearm should be very happy."
Sorcha eyed him over her shoulder, eyes crinkling with amusement, and Brandt had the sudden desire to enfold her in his arms and kiss that saucy mouth. He balked at the thought. She would not welcome it, nor should he even be encouraging such a thing. But then he pulled the gown over her head, leaving her standing in only her stays and chemise, and any rational thought deserted him. His breath stuck in his throat as the flames from the fire outlined the silhouette of her long, slender legs. All amusement disappeared in a trice, replaced by a brutish ache in his loins. Christ! Mumbling a hasty excuse, he stepped outside to retrieve his cloak from his saddlebags and gulped in the chilly night air before making sure that Aries and Lockie were dry in the stable. The brisk air did nothing to calm the fire racing through his blood, though by the time he returned to place the woolen cloak over Sorcha, he was shivering too. Brandt rubbed his hands briskly together.
"What about you?" she asked. "Won't you be cold?"
"I'm accustomed to the cold," he lied.
"In Essex?"
She arched a dark eyebrow, a smile playing about her lips. Her eyes were warm, glowing with gratitude, amusement, and approval. His pulse resumed an unsteady cadence. Brandt did not want or need her approval, and he most certainly did not expect to like how it made him feel. "Focus on the goal, you idiot. Get her to her sister, claim the horse, go home." His future did not include a wife. Wives would eventually want children, and he had no interest in being a father. His misbegotten, sorry line would die with him.
just as his heartless mother had intended when she'd tossed him out with the slop. "It can get quite cold during the winters there," he said, keeping the rise of bitterness at bay and his tone neutral. "Nothing like your Highland winters, but I'm fine, trust me. Suit yourself." Sorcha reached back to adjust the thick cloak around her shoulders, and her shift stretched tight over the rise of a pair of pert, round breasts. She was not buxom, but her curves were more than enough to catch his attention. Damnation! Brandt cast his eyes up away from her charms, and pretended to inspect the condition of the sagging thatched roof. "Tell me about Maclaren," he said in a strained voice. "And your brothers, especially Finlay and Evan." Sorcha shot him a doubtful look, but Brandt nodded enthusiastically. He let out a pent-up breath when she began. Stories about Finlay and Evan were the perfect solution, a solid metaphorical kick to the bollocks. Irritation was far preferable to half a cock-stand in a deserted cottage, with his baggage of a wife wearing nothing but a snug chemise and a smile that could melt the strongest inhibitions. He would keep his distance if it killed him, even if it meant listening to the head-splitting tales of Evan and Finlay Maclaren. Chapter 6. It had been a long while since Sorcha had thought about all the trouble Finlay and Evan had wreaked upon Maclaren lands when they'd been younger, but over the next few hours she recounted a number of stories to Brandt. Like the time they had set all the horses loose and a few of their father's valuable foals had gone missing for days, or the time they had dared her to climb the tallest tree in the glen, and then left her up there until the Duke found her hours later, nearly frozen from cold. They were barely a year apart, and egged each other on abominably. When Sorcha was old enough to want to prove herself as capable as they were, they became the bane of her existence, and the source of most of her near-death scrapes. Her sisters, McKenna and Annis, had been older by 5 and 7 years, and they'd never so much as gone against the grain. So her stories revolved mostly around Finlay and Evan, and their father's meagre attempts to take them in hand. Ronan and Niall were the end caps of her siblings. Ronan had always been serious, the weight of being laird one day resting on his shoulders from the time he drew his first breath, and Niall was the baby, though he was by no means spoiled or coddled. Sorcha had a sneaking suspicion Brandt was trying to distract her, but she was grateful for the attempt. "Niall turned 15 last winter," she said. "Of all my siblings, he and I are the closest. He likes to play tricks, especially on Evan and Finlay. He sewed all the cuffs of their shirts closed once. With one hand. You'd be amazed at the things that boy can do." Sorcha smiled softly. "He never ceases to amaze me." Brandt stoked the fire, listening as she spoke, his eyes tracking the play of the flames in the hearth. He smiled and shook his head at all the right moments, and every now and again glanced her way to see if she'd stopped shivering. She could see the concern in his eyes before averting his gaze again. It was because of how she was dressed, she knew, or rather her lack of dress. Sorcha had seen the brief but definite burn of arousal in his eyes when she'd been standing before him in nothing but a shift. His lips had gone soft with surprise in the moments before he'd stalked out of the decaying cottage, gotten his cloak and covered her with it. Now, every time he looked to see if she was still cold, a shot of heat lit through her. He'd distracted her from their situation, not only by asking her to tell him stories about her home and family, but simply by being there, seated on the worn floor across from her. Though being this close to him, to any man, was foolish, even if he was her husband. Sorcha sighed. Once they parted ways, it was unlikely she would ever marry again, even if her maidenhead remained intact. Too many men feared the look of her, or feared her father and brothers. The arrangement with Malvern had been a matter of duty, until she'd seen the disgust in his eyes when he'd come face to face with her years ago. A maimed harlot was his latest insult, but she'd heard them all. She was unfit to be anyone's wife. Simply looking in a mirror while unclothed told her that. Eric had the right of it. She bit down on the inside of her cheek, his voice invading her mind. "I'll not look at such a beast again." The rain had tapered, though the leaky roof still dripped in multiple spots around the one-room cottage. Dusk had settled over the valley, and as Sorcha finished with another tale, this one about Evan wrapping their cousin Gavin in bed-sheets and hanging him out one of the castle windows until Gavin apologized for calling him a hell-bound heathen, she fell quiet. Brandt held his hands to the flames, which she'd built time and again with more wood scavenged from around the property. She'd dried out and warmed up long before, and now her limbs had that satiated, loose feeling that reminded her of lazy summer afternoons in the fields near home, or after hours of rugged training with her sword and bow and arrow. She drew his cloak closer around her and inhaled, yet again, the oddly comforting combination of soap, leather, and horses. "Thank you," she murmured. Brandt allowed his eyes to meet hers. "What for?" "For calming me," she answered. "My brothers infuriate me to no end, but they also remind me of home." It was a place where she knew she would not be able to return any time soon, and it saddened her. She prayed if she stayed away it would also keep Malvern away. It was a foolish hope, though, and she knew it. "What if he goes to Maclaren?" she asked. Brandt didn't need to ask to whom she referred. "He won't kill Niall," he said. "Your father, your brothers and people, they won't stand for it." Sorcha didn't believe they would either, but she'd seen how intimidated they were by Malvern. People called her the Beast of Maclaren, and she'd spent years honing her skill with a sword and bow, determined to live up to the name in a way no one had ever intended. But how could she have possibly found anything but pain and degradation as Malvern's wife? He loathed her, saw her as little more than an animal. The wolf had stolen more than her flesh. It had stolen her dignity. "We could go there," Sorcha heard herself saying, her stomach tight with the same burden of ugly shame she'd borne for much of her life. "To Maclaren. We could warn them that Malvern has been wronged." "No, it's too much of a risk." "But I can't leave them to—" "Your presence won't save anyone. They can fend for themselves, Sorcha. Your father is a chieftain, and your brothers are trained Highland warriors. They'll protect their own. You're my responsibility now, and I'm bringing you north to your sister." Brandt stood and dusted off the seat of his trousers. "I'm going to take Ares and retrace our last few miles. Make sure no one has discovered our tracks." But just as he rose, the sound of hoofbeats, a small army of them, rent through the air. Sorcha jumped to her feet, her heart hammering as she tugged her dry dress over her head. Without Brandt's help to redo the fastenings, she looped his cloak around her shoulders and hurried to where he stood, peering out through the dirty window into the darkness. "Who is it?" she asked. "Can you see?" "They haven't yet come over the rise, but it will prove difficult to see anything without moonlight. The clouds are still thick." Sorcha tried to push past him to get a clearer look, but he restrained her with a rigid, powerful arm. She'd forgotten how deceptively lean he was. The man was as strong as an ox. "Stay put," he told her, crouching to douse the flames with ash. "And stay out of sight. Whoever it is may ride straight past. Or come banging on the door." Anyone heading out this way to an old goat-herder's hut wasn't going to be riding past, especially when they scented wood smoke on the air. And if it was Malvern's men, she wanted to be prepared, not cowering without a weapon in hand. She ducked out of his reach and grabbed hold of one of his pistols that he'd brought in from his saddlebag. There was no way she was going down without a hell of a fight. Pressing a finger to his lips, Brandt met her eyes and nodded. She'd expected him to demand the weapon back and tell her to go hide in a corner, but he only palmed the second pistol and gripped his sword hilt in its scabbard. Sorcha wished she had her own sword, but she had left it behind in the wagon in Selkirk. She hefted the gun. "Do you know how to use that?" Brandt asked in a low voice. Sorcha set her jaw grimly. Yes. She was an excellent shot. Ever since she'd been betrothed to the man who had cruelly maimed her brother, she'd practiced with single-minded purpose. For so many years she'd bided her time, training herself. If the chance arose to kill Malvern in a way that would not implicate the Maclarens, she would take it without hesitation. I always hoped one day Malvern would be vulnerable, and I planned to be there with a weapon in hand. You're a bloodthirsty lass. She grinned, pleased at the compliment. The pounding of the hooves drew nearer. The noise was thunderous, and Sorcha's heart banged in time with the rhythmic sounds as she and Brandt took up places behind a large overturned barrel. His face was calm, but his body seemed bunched and ready. It struck her again that her taciturn husband was far more than he seemed. The look on his face was one that she had seen many a time on the faces of Maclaren soldiers, the look of a man not afraid of death. "How good of a shot are you?" she whispered. "Decent." "Then if it's Malvern, let me take it," she said. "I'm better than decent." His sudden smile was unexpected, breathtaking. It made his hazel eyes gleam and a shallow dimple appear in his left cheek. He looked almost boyishly handsome. Pinpricks of awareness flickered all over her skin, and the rest of her words seized on her tongue. "Humble, aren't we?" Sorcha coloured. "I know my skill." "I don't doubt your skill in the least," he said. "But the minute you fire, you will be a target for his men, and I've made you a promise to see you to safety. I'll deal with Malvern." "How? You're going to talk him to death. He won't listen." "Trust in me, Sorcha. I'm not a complete imbecile." "I didn't—" But the rest of her words were snatched from her lips as the door slammed open. The breath left her lungs with a terrified exhale as a massive, hulking form filled the doorway. And as recognition set in, a different kind of dread took hold of her body. "Not him!" Her heart sank. She was relieved it wasn't Malvern, but she would have preferred nearly anyone else to the man who stood before them. Her eldest brother, Ronan. Nearly 10 years her senior, she'd always viewed her unsmiling giant of a brother as an extension of their father, and he was. He was relentless and commanding, and everything a great Scottish laird would have to be. Sorcha had always been a little in awe of her oldest brother, though he had only ever been gentle with her on the occasions that their paths did intersect. Now his lips were a hard, flat line, and every muscle in his body was braced for a fight. With a quelling glance to the silent man at her side, she rose. "Ronan," she began, as his glacial blue gaze swept the darkened room. Sorcha felt it flick over her and then rest for a hard moment on Brandt. A torch was brought into the room by one of his men, and the small dusty space was instantly illuminated. "What have you done?" her brother bellowed. "You were spoken for, Sorcha. You've broken the terms of the alliance and insulted the marquess." She felt Brandt stiffen at her side at Ronan's gruff tone, and she hastened forward, despite her quailing heart. Ronan would never hurt her, but she'd seen grown men piss their pants in the face of his anger. "I know how it looks, but I can explain. How could she explain that she'd seduced a stranger in an attempt to save her own skin? That she'd run from her duty to marry Malvern like a frightened hare? That she'd betrayed Maclaren for the sum of a horse? She swallowed hard. But before she could speak, her husband was moving to her side. Her brother's eyes narrowed at his advance. Though Brandt was of a height, Ronan was twice as wide and twice as fierce. She put out a hand to stop Brandt's approach, but he clasped her numb fingers within his and laced them together. A show of solidarity, she assumed with a jolt of surprise. His skin was warm, engulfing her cold fingers with heat and strength. Ronan's gaze dipped to their joined hands, and his hard lips flattened. "Don't speak to her like that. Brandt said. "Insult me if you must." Ronan folded his massive arms across his chest. "She's promised to another." Brandt stepped forward until they were nearly nose to nose. "That's too damned bad. She belongs to me now." Though Sorcha knew his possessive words were an act, he was more likely thinking of the horse that had been promised to him. She still felt something small and delicate unfold in the pit of her stomach. But then her eyes flicked to the shadowed yard beyond his wide shoulders, and she swallowed a nervous gasp. A dozen of his best Maclaren men were armed and grim-faced. They stood silent, deadly and dangerous, waiting for their leader's command. She felt the blood drain from her face. Did they mean to drag her back to Maclaren, to Malvern, make her a widow? Could Ronan be that cruel? Her brother was not prone to displays of emotion. He'd been there in the courtyard when Niall's hand had been severed, but he had not reacted as violently as his siblings. His face had been devoid of anything, his eyes dead and cold, much like they were now. "Are you prepared to die, Sassenach?" Sorcha gasped. "Ronan!" "Stay out of it." The ominous rasp of steel against leather broke the silence. "Are you prepared to pay the price for defiling my sister, for scorning an agreement signed in blood?" Brandt smiled, though it was not like the one earlier. This one was no more than a stretching of lips over his teeth. "If you truly cared for your sister, you would want for her happiness and safety. What the hell do you think Malvern will do to her now if you do manage to hand her over, which you won't?" Ronan's face hardened, something glinting precariously in his eye. A muscle flexed in his cheek. When he spoke, her brother's voice was little more than a snarl. "And you think you can provide safety for her, Sassenach?" Brandt did not react to the underlying threat. "A damn sight better than you can, and the name is Pierce. It would serve you well to remember it." The growl came from deep within her brother's chest, and from the corner of her eye she saw his gathered men draw closer. Sorcha moved to throw herself between the two of them, but quickly found herself restrained by Duncan, Ronan's first man, who had been standing beside Ronan. He was 2 heads shorter than her brother, but no less lethal. Brandt dropped a murderous look to Duncan's hands on her arm and clenched his jaw. "Cut out your tongue, Sassenach," Duncan laughed. Sorcha could have sworn she didn't see Brandt move, but suddenly she was in his arms and his pistol was pointed at Duncan's temple. Shouts filled the room as every man outside rushed the doorway, and only Ronan's raised fist stopped the ensuing melee. "The fact that you're still alive is your warning, Scot," Brandt hissed to Duncan. "Put your hands on her again, and she will be the last thing you ever touch." "Stand back," Ronan said to his men, keeping an alert gaze on Brandt. The man had surprised her brother, which was nearly impossible to do. Hell, Brandt had surprised her. She didn't know anyone could move so quickly. Clearly neither Ronan nor Duncan had expected it either. They both studied him with a measure of grudging respect. Duncan seemed undaunted by a muzzle in his face, but then again he'd faced death and won more times than he could count. Brandt moved her gently and firmly behind him, keeping the pistol cocked and ready. Did he mean to protect her from her own brother? From Duncan? She'd known the man since she was in swaddling. He would never lay a finger on her without say-so from Ronan. But Brandt didn't know that. Her heart felt encased in butterflies' wings, and her chest suddenly shrank 2 sizes. "Good God, you ninny, get a hold of your wits," she told herself sternly. "All this is for the blasted horse, not you." She knew it was all a bloody act for her brother's sake. Brandt was protecting his investment, as he'd said. But for the space of an indulgent breath, she let herself wonder what it would be like to be cared for by a man such as Brandt. One would never have to fear for anything. A wretched tremor shook her. If she were fit, perhaps such a dream could be possible. But men like him deserved women who were sound in body, and she was not. Furious with her stupidity, she shoved past Brandt and glared viciously at Duncan. Get out!"
He obeyed after a look from his commander.
"Enough, Ronan," she said through her teeth. "I was the one to marry Pierce at Finley's and Gavin's insistence. What's done is done, and either you deal with that or you take your men and trot back to Maclaren. Blustering your weight about is not going to help anyone."
Her voice broke, her tongue shortening vowels and falling back to her brogue.
"I didn't want to marry Malvern, and Mr. Pierce agreed to help me."
To her everlasting surprise, Ronan's scowl relaxed slightly. His stare panned to Brandt. "Why are you doing this? You don't owe her anything. You don't even ken anything about her." Sorcha's gaze shot to Brandt as well. Would he expose what was truly motivating him? That he was doing all this for Lockie? "Because she sought my help. And you give it, just like that, even if your own neck is on the end of the rope." Brandt nodded. "It was the way I was raised." Sorcha stifled a snort. The way he was raised, her ass. He was an enterprising horse breeder who had taken advantage of a windfall. Now that Ronan was here, Brandt could take Lockie and go without a backward glance. Technically she was safe, and safely married. An annulment could come later. The tug of disappointment took her by surprise. "Strange ways for the English." Ronan's tone was disparaging. "They care not for anyone, not even their own." "I'm not English." Ronan grinned and cuffed him on the shoulder. "You sound like one." Sorcha could feel Brandt relax at her side and knew the worst had passed. Something had changed between the two men, an acceptance, an understanding perhaps. The tension disappeared like a receding wave. Ronan hadn't given any signal, but suddenly the men in the yard were unpacking and preparing to settle down for the night, without any bloodshed. "Who's your clan, then?" Ronan asked. A muscle rippled along his jaw. "My Scottish mother abandoned me at birth, so your guess is as good as mine." Sorcha flinched at the stony, sharp-edged coldness of the words. It was clear he held his mother in little esteem, and rightly so. Any woman who would abandon her own baby suffered from a complete lack of moral decency. "I'm sorry." His gaze pivoted to her. "You needn't be. She means nothing to me." Though he sounded indifferent, Sorcha saw a spark of anger in his eyes before he turned away. Or was it pain? "It doesn't matter anyhow," she reminded herself, and was relieved when her brother signalled to one of the men, who then brought in a sack containing bread, cheese, and a whole roasted chicken. Sorcha's stomach rumbled. The last time she'd eaten a full meal had been supper the night before, and only an apple earlier that morning. They used a standing barrel in one corner and divided the food between them. "The marquess will not be far behind," Ronan said, after chewing and taking a long draught from a flask. He offered it to Brandt, who took a deep swallow. "We were riding to meet Finlay and Evan on their way back to Maclaren when we intercepted one of their men, travelling fast with a message for Don Ranach. We shifted direction to find you. Malvern is rabid with bloodlust, Pierce. He willna stop until you're dead, and he's taken the last wife." Brandt handed the flask to Sorcha next, and she felt a hollow thrill at the fact that her lips had touched the exact spot his had. Brandt's eyes met hers as if he could see right through her, and Sorcha choked on the mouthful of wine. She gulped, coughing until her eyes burned, as Ronan pounded her helpfully on the back. She didn't know which was worse, expiring of mortification by a lungful of wine, or the pressure of her brother's fist. "Why are you heading up this way?" Ronan asked. "You should go back to England." "We're going north to the Brodie," Sorcha said. "The keep is deep in the mountains. Malvern wouldn't dare attack there." "'Tis a smart plan," Ronan said. "I will hold him off for as long as I can to buy you enough time. McKenna and the Brodie will protect the both of you." Sorcha didn't see the need to add that Brandt's plan had been to leave her there all along. Whether he left now or later made little difference. They were clearly unsuited. He belonged in England. She belonged in Scotland. He would never survive in the Highlands. She could never survive out of it. He wanted a quiet life with his horses.
She had never been a quiet lass in her life. He did not want a wife. She did not want a husband. "Liar," a voice said. She shook her head. Brandt had never been hers to begin with. Yes, he was clever and capable. He'd stood up to Malvern and Ronan, and his kisses were, in a word, sublime. But what she wanted and what she was able to offer in return were two different things. Brandt's next question made her forget all about her inner debate. "Would you have let her marry Malvern?" To her shock, Ronan shook his head. "Nay, I would have found a way." He smiled wryly. "'Tis truth I'd planned to fake her death and send her off to the Brodie in secret. It was near arranged already, but Malvern's arrival in Selkirk took me by surprise, though it seems my brothers stumbled upon a solution of their own, with your help, of course." "What?" Sorcha fairly screeched as blood rushed to her ears. "You let me ken all this time that I would go to that slithering bastard?" Ronan's voice was gentler than she'd ever heard it. "I would not have let anyone hurt you. Finlay or Evan wouldna either. But I didna want to give you false hope until 'twas sorted." Sorcha threw herself into her brother's arms, feeling them wrap around her to hold her close. She was not a crier, but several fat tears rolled down her cheek. "'Twill be best if you left at dawn," Ronan said gruffly when she managed to compose herself. "The rain washed away most of your tracks, but that doesn't mean Malvern's men won't be able to track you." He stood and patted her head, his large frame dominating the small room. His blue eyes swept from her to Brandt. "If any harm comes to her, I'll not hesitate to tear you limb from limb." "You won't have to," Brandt said. "I won't be going north. She'll be safer with you." Sorcha froze, her lungs tightening painfully. Here it was, the moment he would take his leave. A frown drew Ronan's brows together. "With me? You have warriors aplenty to get her north to your sister." "And where will you go, Sassenach?" Ronan's tone had cooled. "Back to England." "But you married her." Brandt tented a slow eyebrow. "I offered her the use of my name to avoid marriage to Malvern. Nothing more. She's welcome to it for as long as she needs, as I do not intend to marry again." Gulping a breath, Sorcha met her brother's questing gaze. "'Tis all right, Ronan," she said. "What he says is true. The marriage was an agreement to protect me from Malvern." She hesitated to reveal all, but did so anyway. "He wanted Lockie in exchange." "Lockie?" Ronan asked incredulously, his face darkening as he glowered at the man he'd just broken bread with. "You took my sister's virtue for a damned horse?" Disaster was about to strike if she didn't do something. "Ronan, please understand, I kissed him in the square. I was the one who dragged him into this. If someone should be blamed, 'tis me. He gave me his name, and the marriage had to be incontestable." She placed her hand placatingly on his arm. Ronan's eyes were still spitting fury and brimstone, but he was listening. "You said yourself you wanted a way out for me. Brandt, Mr. Pierce, offered it. Lockie is a small price to pay for my freedom. It was my choice, Ronan. Mine." Ronan exhaled without looking at Brandt, who also stood rigid a foot away. He looked like he wanted to smash something with his big hands. Probably Brandt, though she'd seen him fight too, and he wasn't exactly a milksop. Sorcha held her breath, waiting. "Fine. We leave at dawn for Brodie." Ronan stood and left the hut without another word. She didn't dare look up at Brandt, though she felt the weight of his gaze. "I need some air," she said after a few scattered heartbeats, and rushed from the shack. Once she was alone and past her brother's soldiers, Sorcha slumped against a tree in a small clearing. She wasn't surprised that it had come to this. Brandt had been a means to an end, and now that Ronan was here, Brandt's part was over. He would leave for good. Glancing down, she twisted off the ring on her finger with its faded crest. She wanted to hurl it away, but instead she clutched it to her chest, cursing fate and the future she could never have. Chapter 7. The sky was a bruised purple when Brandt finally gave up his night's watch. Not against Malvern's men, but on the off chance Sorcha's brother would come into the derelict cottage seeking revenge for his sister's honour. Brandt had spent the hours reclined on the floor, his back pressed against the crumbling wall of horsehair plaster and stone, his eyes fixed on Sorcha's sleeping figure. She'd curled up before the hearth, his cloak thrown over her like a blanket, one arm propped under her head acting as a pillow. Every now and again his eyelids would droop. The dreams that set in first, the kind that always felt more like hallucinations before deeper sleep could claim him, had shown a young, faceless boy with his arm on a chopping block, Malvern's twisted face maniacally laughing above him. He'd heard Sorcha's screams and seen her fighting off an attacker, one that transformed into the face of a massive, snarling wolf. Brandt had forced himself awake countless times, getting up to stretch his legs, stoke the fire, and sober his exhausted mind. Soon he would be back in Essex, where he belonged, and all the madness of the last 2 days would be in the past. Well and truly in the past, if he had his say. He had overheard Duncan explaining to the men that Finlay and Evan had set a false trail south, toward Maclaren, hoping to draw Malvern and his men in that direction. The ploy would not last for long, though, and Ronan had instructed his men to rise at first light in order to move north. The men had nodded, and their wordless, unflinching loyalty to their future laird had been yet one more thing about Sorcha's eldest brother that Brandt had admired. In other circumstances, Ronan was a man Brandt could have easily called friend. He was nothing like Finlay or Evan, who not only wore their pride but flaunted it like a pair of peacocks. Ronan had the muted dignity his brothers lacked. Though Brandt knew that was a factor of age, the two men were barely 1 or 2 years older than Sorcha, whom he would put at no more than 20, whereas Ronan was a seasoned man. He knew his power and led with confidence, not bluster or emotion. It also helped that Ronan had admitted to his plan to fake Sorcha's death in order to save her from marrying Malvern. As Brandt stood up and felt the blood begin to course back into his legs, he thought of how unfortunate it had been for Ronan to keep his plan a secret from Sorcha. Had she known to what lengths her brother would go in order to protect her, she would not have been tempted to take matters into her own hands, as she'd done at the Common Lands festival. He would not have kissed her. He would not have struck a deal to marry her. Malvern would not be on the rampage now for Brandt's blood and the wife from whom he'd been cheated. In short, Ronan's plan had been shot to hell. It wasn't any one person's fault, but a collection of errors. They mattered little now, though. Brandt crouched before the hearth and glanced at Sorcha. Her pink lips were parted enough to emit her soft, rhythmic breathing. Her lashes, like the black wings of a raven, touched down on ivory cheeks, flushed from the fire he'd kept going all night. He took the opportunity to view her scars up close. The 3 stripes weren't thick or raised. Her brow and cheek had been neatly scored by the she-wolf's paw. It could have been far worse. The animal could have taken her eye or gouged out chunks of flesh. "So fierce," he murmured. "Such singular beauty." And Sorcha was beautiful, scars and all. Without them she would not be her. They were part of her, like her tart humour and her brazen courage. She reminded him of a wild creature in a jungle somewhere, all sleek limbs and savage beauty. He could truly get close only when she was sleeping. Despite the doused flames in the hearth, Brandt's body grew warm as he stayed, crouched beside his wife. Without the shadows of worry in her eyes and the mask of fearlessness she wore during the day, she appeared so innocent. Because she is. He hadn't taken that from her, even though her brothers, and Malvern, believed the contrary. Even though the touch of her body pressed against the length of his the afternoon before had woken him to just how warm and pleasurable she would be. More than pleasurable. She'd make love as she fought, with lust and passion. Brandt expelled a ragged breath, allowing himself the dangerous thought, because soon it would be goodbye. He would never see her again after today. A coil of her hair hung low, nearly covering her brow, and he gently pushed the strands back. She slept on, undisturbed by his touch. Good, she'd be rested for the day's hard ride north. He brushed his fingers over her forehead again, then drew the tip of his index finger down her silken cheek and along her jaw. She'd yet to part her lashes when he followed the urge to drag the pad of his thumb over the plump curve of her lower lip. Her breath gusted over his skin. Brandt recalled the taste of her lips at the Common Lands Festival and the brazen response of her tongue, as if she had been pulling him into her, wanting to possess him. Or, he thought with an unwelcome dose of reality, as if wanting to trap him. And she had, though in all honesty he hadn't yet stopped to think about where he would have been right then had she not kissed him. Well, on his way to Essex, he supposed. But thinking about anything other than claiming his due and departing would be unwise, especially if his mind kept circling back to his wife's exceptional lips or her long-limbed figure. He jerked his hand back and stood quickly. He needed air, cold air, and a place to empty his full bladder and restrain ravenous parts of his body that kept forming other ideas. Dawn was still a half-hour or more away when he went outside, closing the door to the cottage quietly behind him. Why he felt a prick of conscience as he walked farther from the cottage, into the deep blue remnants of night, he didn't wish to think about. Sorcha had agreed to his terms. She didn't expect him to stay, and he'd never promised any such thing. As he relieved himself far from the cottage, he focused on what needed to be done before he took his leave. He'd need to refill his water skins and find something to eat before beginning the long journey back with Aries and Lockie. Brandt had just buttoned the fall of his trousers and turned to retrace his steps to the cottage when a boulder slammed into him. He landed hard on the grass, his brain catching up from the shock to relate that it wasn't a boulder at all. It was a man, and as a fist buried in Brandt's stomach, his instincts took over. It didn't matter that it was still dark. He intercepted his attacker's next fist, and swiftly calculating his height, jabbed out with his own. He heard the crunch of bone, and when Brandt ducked, anticipating his attacker's revenge jab, he angled his next blow for the kidney. He heard the man grunt in pain, but the brute didn't go down, not until Brandt kicked his kneecaps. In the darkness he could not discern the size of his attacker, though he was marginally faster, and as thoughts of who it could be, one of Malvern's men, surged through his brain, he absorbed another fist to the chin and doled out 2 rapid jabs to the throat and temple. "Who are you?" he shouted before his feet went out from underneath him. Again he landed like a sack of bricks on the grass, and this time a heavy arm pressed down across his chest. He grappled for the hilt of his knife he kept tucked in his boot. "Who do you think, you sack of pig shite?" Damn. Ronan. A spitting mad Ronan. Brandt rolled to his side and stumbled to his feet. He should have expected the attack. Brandt could see the dark stamp of Ronan's outline now that he wasn't frantically defending his life. He didn't want to hurt the man, but he wouldn't take a beating willingly either. He felt brief satisfaction that Ronan was also breathing with difficulty. "Is this how Scots settle their differences?" he asked. "Ambushing a man in the dark while taking a piss. Are you satisfied?" "Not by a long shot," Ronan grunted. "What else did you promise her, Sassenach? Sweet nothings while you seduced an innocent, gentle-bred lass?" "She told you it was her choice," Brandt answered, his jaw smarting from where Ronan's knuckles had nearly taken off his head. "I offered nothing that wasn't accepted." Silence reigned in the dark clearing. The only sound disturbing the peace was their discordant breaths. And so that's it. You'll just take your prize and leave without nary a care for her at all.
Brandt wasn't going to answer the question, but the accusatory tone in the man's words struck him. He didn't much care for it. I do care. Your sister is brave and fearless and deserves better than either Malvern or I can give her.
What if she's with child?
Brandt didn't expect the notion to spear him with such force, though of course there was no possibility that she could be. Then again, Ronan didn't know that.
She's not. And her heart?
It was never part of the bargain, he said quietly. I am not your enemy, Ronan. We both want the same thing, her safety from the marquess.
No, you just want her horse.
I'm not that callous, but yes, he admitted. That too. The silence stretched interminably between them until Ronan shifted in the darkness. Brandt braced himself uneasily for a renewed attack, but it never came. Ronan cleared his throat, sighing heavily several times, and when he spoke, there was no anger in his voice.
Next time be more vigilant, he said. Malvern has a habit of sending scouts forward. He doesn't care about how many men he loses, only that he wins. Before he inherited his father's title, he was like that on the battlefield in France, too. Putting his own men at risk to safeguard his worthless hide, you ken. He's not but a coward, and a ruthless one.
Ronan spit out a mouthful of blood.
Christ, you've got a decent throw. I think you loosed a tooth.
Brandt didn't admit that one of his ribs felt painfully tender as they began walking back toward the cottage. A thin line of orange and purple now trimmed the horizon of trees.
Thank you for what you did for Sorcha,
Ronan said after they'd gone a few strides in silence, each of them nursing their aches. The guilt sluicing through his veins was not unfamiliar.
Of course.
Ronan grunted fiercely.
Malvern's men will be on your trail. You're welcome to travel with us until the crossroads south of Sinclair lands. 'Twill be safer than on your own. About a day's ride west, then you can journey on south from there.
Thank you.
I am in your debt.
Brandt shook his head, uncertain if he wanted any lingering connections to the Maclarens.
The price for my help has already been agreed, as you know.
Grimly Ronan met his eyes.
My debt, Pierce, not my sister's. I will not forget that you saved her from that monster.
Sorcha glanced over her shoulder at the man following on horseback. Riding atop his scarred stallion, Brandt was deep in conversation with her brother. She squashed the burst of pleasure that flared through her at the sight of him. It was no use letting herself feel anything. He'd be gone in a day. She was surprised that he hadn't departed south at dawn, but supposed it made sense for him to travel with the protection of Maclaren soldiers, especially in unfriendly territory. And she couldn't deny it had been an unexpected gift to be able to ride Lockie once more. Tomorrow she'd have to turn him over into Brandt's hands and truly say goodbye. He'd take care of the stallion at least. For all his hard edges, she knew Brandt would be gentle with any horse. A vague memory of fingers caressing her face crossed her mind, and a man's voice telling her she was beautiful. Sorcha shook herself roughly. Dreams were impetuous, unruly things, giving voice to one's deepest, most hidden desires. She was not beautiful in the least, and it would do her no good hoping to be so, even while she slept. And even if it had been him, she'd already spent half the night convincing herself that Brandt's departure would be for the best. That morning, when they'd readied the horses, she couldn't help noticing the bruising Brandt had on his cheek, or the fact that he'd clutched at his ribs a few times while saddling Ares. She'd also noticed that Ronan cradled a sore, equally bruised jaw. She frowned. They'd come to blows in the middle of the night, but neither of them was amenable to talking about it. At least, not to her. She urged Lockie into a faster run, pulling abreast of Duncan, who led the line of rapidly moving horses. She arched an eyebrow and hooked a thumb to the two men at the rear. Ronan didn't have that mark on his chin yesterday. Neither did Brandt.
'Twas a misunderstanding. They couldna see each other in the dark, ye ken. Sorcha frowned. What were they doing out there in the middle of the night? Brawling?
Ask Ronan, Duncan replied gruffly. He'll tell you, if you ask nicely.
And where are we heading? She asked. Brodie's to the northeast.
Duncan shot her an aggrieved look.
Sorcha scowled. They'd been riding hard for a few hours through lush valleys speckled with fragrant heather, staying close to the tree line in case they needed to take cover. But there'd been no sign of pursuit or more than passing interest from any of the farming villages they'd come upon. We just went through Dunbar lands to the west. Is he expecting trouble from the Sinclairs?
Lassie, ask your brother.
Duncan spurred his mount ahead, indicating that the conversation was over. Sorcha slowed her pace, resuming her position at the middle of the small company. Ronan would tell her when he was ready, though she suspected that he was concerned about the Sinclairs. There was no love lost between the Maclarens and the Sinclairs, ever since Ronan had refused to marry the daughter of the laird for the sake of an alliance 5 years before. It wasn't that the girl wasn't comely. She was, but Lady Mary had only feathers instead of brains in her head. Rumours of her ignorance reached far and wide. Her brother valued alliances, though clearly he valued intelligence more. They rode hard through the afternoon, after stopping to water the horses and eat a light meal of bread and cheese. They would hunt when they stopped for the night. Growing up in the Highlands, Sorcha was more than accustomed to hard riding. She kept glancing back at Brandt, but he seemed to be as comfortable in the saddle as he was on the ground. His beastly mount, too, showed no signs of tiring. Both horse and rider seemed as comfortable as hardened Scottish warriors. Though she'd felt the weight of his gaze upon her from time to time, Sorcha preferred to keep her distance. It did not make sense to endear herself to the man, not when they intended to part in a few hours. It was the safest, smartest course of action, if only because of her own ungoverned reactions whenever he was near. After a while, Ronan called out to his men, pulling his horse into a shaded glade at the foothills of a thickly forested mountain.
We rest here.
Sorcha reined in her mount beside his. A small stream ran through the trees at its base, and the thirsty horses took to the water eagerly. You should have married Mary, she told her brother with a sour glance. Then we could have had food, beds, and protection on the way to Brodie, and it would have been half the distance paying respects to the Sinclair, instead of going around through the hill pass. Ronan started to scowl, then schooled his features into a calmer mask.
'Twas a long time ago, and that's not the reason we're not going that way.
Then what is it? He shot her a resigned look as if knowing she wouldn't let it go.
There's been some looting in the village, the Sinclairs feuding with the Buchanans.
Highland Scots were always feuding with other clans. It was the way of things. She wrinkled her nose. Isn't the Sinclair's son married to a Buchanan?
That's part of it,
he said, unrolling a pallet from his saddle and handing it to her.
She's had a bairn, and the laird wants to introduce his grandson to the rest of the Buchanans.
She watched as Brandt settled arrows and gathered a bow from Duncan, while a few of the men made camp and built a small fire. His stare touched on her, and then he nodded to Ronan before disappearing into the woods with 2 other men armed with bows and arrows.
You like him. Admit it,
Ronan said, following her gaze with a thoughtful look. What happened last night? She asked, bluntly ignoring the comment that seared a hole in her chest. Did you pick a fight with him?
Nay, 'twas a misunderstanding, and your lover has a powerful fist.
Sorcha went red and froze at her brother's teasing words. He's not my anything. That should be clear, since he is leaving, with my horse I might add. She turned on her heel and grabbed the bow and quiver of arrows that was hooked on her pommel.
We've enough hunters, Sorcha.
Ronan goaded her with a knowing smile.
Unless you're going into the woods for some other reason.
Go to the devil, Ronan. To prove her point that she was not following Brandt, she entered the woods at the opposite end of the copse. She could hear Ronan's laughter behind her, and swore under her breath. Sorcha stomped through the thick undergrowth, making no attempt to be silent so as not to scare away the game. She was too unnerved by the ragged direction of her thoughts. Brandt wasn't her lover, unless one counted a deflowered arm as such. But Ronan was right. She did like Brandt. She liked his sly humour and the way he looked at her. And she liked his touch. Too much. It irritated her how much she wanted him to kiss her again. If she was being truthful, she craved even more than that. She craved his hands upon her in a way that was not ladylike in the least. "Blast it!" she muttered and knocked one of her arrows. She'd be lucky if she hadn't already frightened away all the game in the vicinity. Sorcha continued on, this time creeping through the woods, following the bubbling brook that fattened to a wide pool and then narrowed again. The thick cloak of the forest swallowed the sounds around her, until she sensed rather than heard movement to her left. A small doe drank at the river-bank, though she was not the only one who had set sights upon it. She watched quietly as Brandt took aim from across the river, his strong arm pulling back on the string. The fletching of the arrow caught against his cheekbone, and Sorcha inhaled with him, exhaling as he released his shot. The twanging sound reverberated through her body as if she were tethered to him. The arrow caught the doe in the hind leg, and Sorcha was quick to release her own arrow before the deer took flight. Her aim was true. She and Brandt reached the fallen animal at the same time. Her breath caught in her throat as they stooped together. "Good shot," Brandt said. "Yours brought it down." She felt like blushing and kicking herself in the same breath. She had shot dozens of deer, but the approving look in Brandt's eyes made it seem as if this was her first. All she wanted to do was bask in the warmth of his praise like an utter imbecile. She clenched her jaw instead. "Ronan will be pleased that the men have fresh meat for sup." Deftly she gutted and cleaned the animal, burying the inedible entrails so as not to attract predators. Then she and Brandt carried the small doe back to the camp. The men were indeed pleased, as the other two had returned with only a rabbit and a rangy-looking fowl that would not have been enough to fill the bellies of a dozen robust Scotsmen. They set in, skinning the deer and then spitting it to roast above the fire. It wouldn't be long before the meal was ready, so Sorcha gathered a cloth and scooped some soap from her saddlebag, with the intent of making use of the pool she'd spotted before. Her skin felt gritty, and she wanted to wash the layers of dust from her body. Unlike while she was hunting, she knew Ronan would not let her bathe alone, not in open territory. As she searched through the men, Brandt met her eyes, but she looked away. "Duncan," she said as she reached him, "I need you to accompany me to the river for a moment to stand watch." Duncan's lips parted to reply, but then shut again as his eyes settled on something just beyond her. She hadn't heard Brandt approach. "I will go." "I wish for Duncan to go," she said. "He is not your husband." Duncan snorted a laugh before walking away. She shot Brandt a glare, her voice a cutting whisper. "Neither are you." Irritated, Sorcha did not wait for him to follow. She glanced over her shoulder a few times as she stalked into the woods toward the pool. Brandt followed at a distance. When she finally reached the water, she turned to see he'd stopped some ways back. He stood rooted to the spot, staring at her. Men. They were so obtuse. Without bothering to shout at him to turn around, as Duncan would have already done, unbidden, she pulled her dress over her head and waded into the water in her shift, gasping at its biting chill on her bare legs. She soaked her cloth and wiped the grime from her face and arms, before moving to her legs and torso. The brisk scrubbing and cold water were exactly what she'd needed. Sorcha longed to go for a swim, but it would not be wise to tarry with Ronan's men so close. She knew most of them, and trusted them. However, she was not naive to their unscrupulous urges. She'd seen many a drunken Maclaren grasping the arses of the giggling serving girls at the keep, and she knew exactly what bedding entailed, thanks to the loose lips of her maid Kira at Maclaren. The air suddenly turned heavy with tension, and Sorcha knew Brandt had approached the pool. She felt his gaze settle on her back. Awareness, and not the cold, made chill bumps rise all over her body. She was grateful for her shift, though it clung damply to her skin. Horrified, she realized how revealing the drenched fabric would be. Would it show the hideous map of scars that traversed her body underneath? Would he gape in disgust? She peered over her shoulder, but his gaze was politely averted. "What did you mean when you said I wasn't your husband?" he asked as she hurriedly climbed the bank and shook out her clothing. She would have preferred something clean, but it could not be helped. There would be more grueling riding the next day. Keeping an eye on him, she stripped off the sodden shift and dragged her dress over her head too quickly, managing to get tangled in the yards of fabric. Thank God she'd foregone stays. They were a nuisance on the road. He stepped closer to her. "Sorcha?" "I meant nothing," she said in a low voice as she lined up the openings and tugged her skirts into place. "You're leaving, so what does it matter?" "We both knew I would. You're safe now, with Ronan." She fastened the front-facing hooks just as he turned to look at her. "So why are you still here pretending?" "It's not all a pretense." "Isn't it?" "No." His gaze swept her, and the desire burning in his eyes made her weak, made her bold. She stepped forward until her breasts almost grazed his chest. "Sorcha," he began as if to stall her approach, but she silenced him with her fingers, holding them against his lips. Perhaps it was the fact that he was leaving, but she couldn't help herself. She needed more to remember him by. She craved his touch, his kiss, one more time. Boldly she explored the contours of his mouth with her fingertips. Brandt's eyes widened, and he opened his mouth to speak, most likely to protest. Before he could utter a word, she rose to her toes and pressed her lips to his. His entire body went ramrod still, but she did not let that stop her. Bravely, foolishly, desperately, she traced his mouth with hers, delighting in the smooth feel and the heady scent of him. When she darted out her tongue to taste him more fully, with a defeated sound, he gathered her into his arms. The tentative kiss exploded as Brandt parted her lips with his fingers sinking into her hair to cup her nape. Sorcha couldn't string two thoughts together when his tongue found hers, licking the insides of her lips and exploring all she offered. Greedily he devoured her, and Sorcha gave no quarter, biting and sucking and stroking. She was lost in a furor of lust, her entire body made of heat and flame, stoked by his mouth and his hands. Her limbs were useless, but she was braced so tightly to him that she knew she wouldn't fall. The kiss gentled as he brushed her bruised lips with soothing grazes, sending feathery ripples of sensation down to the tips of her breasts and between her thighs. Sorcha sighed as Brandt's lips traced a hot, wet path down her jaw to her throat. He bit gently at her flesh, and, heaven above, she almost swooned at the erotic pressure of his teeth. She clutched at him, pressing her full length against his, and feeling his arousal grind against her hips in the most thrilling way, the most scandalous way. Moaning, she closed her eyes, and was startled when he detached his mouth from her skin and set her firmly away from him. His eyes, splashed with green and gold, were the vibrant colour of the forest around them, his lips delicious and swollen. "Enough, Sorcha. I cannot do this." It was as if he dunked her in the icy river water. She blinked and sucked in a harsh breath. Hurt pushed through the layers of passion still clouding her senses. His gaze was unreadable, and Sorcha couldn't stop herself. "Why do you not want me? Is it because of the scarring?" The pathetic words echoed between them, making her cringe and wish she could take them back. Brandt opened his mouth and closed it, his face growing pinched. Mortified, she spun on her heel and ran back toward the camp. She didn't look over her shoulder this time to see if he followed. She couldn't imagine meeting his eyes ever again. Chapter 8. Brandt's body woke like clockwork as dawn was breaking across a pinkening sky, just visible from beyond the seam of the tent. It had been late when he'd finally joined Sorcha the night before, and she had already been fast asleep, as he had planned. It was still dark, but he never failed to wake at the same time each morning. Not surprisingly, his entire body ached, though it was not just from being in the saddle for hours on end. His limbs felt restless and coiled with tension. Tight, his body was painfully erect. He adjusted himself on the hard ground, and then registered the delectably warm female body beside him. Sometime during the night, she had tucked herself into the crook of his arm and shoulder. He froze mid-motion. Now he understood his body's stiff, frustrated condition. The soft press of breasts against his ribs and legs twined with his would tempt a monk. He'd never been a man led by physical impulses. No woman had ever driven him to such an ungoverned state. And yet, she seemed to do so without any effort whatsoever. She was the most dangerous female he'd ever encountered, and he'd met a few. Sorcha shifted against him in sleep, one long arm reaching out over the expanse of his chest. Brandt's breath seized. The smell of lavender and heather from her wash in the river would forever be imprinted on his brain, as would the sinuous outline of her body he'd glimpsed under her damp shift. If it were even possible, he grew harder, his mind gripped by coarse thoughts of burying himself to the hilt into her slick, wet depths. Brandt groaned. He was so sodding hard it was painful. In the privacy and solitude of his own home, he would have found no shame in a few quick strokes to relieve his engorged discomfort. But here, the very thought seemed vulgar, barbaric. Hell. Swiftly he shifted out of her half-embrace and rolled into a crouch. The sooner he put some distance between them, the better. He started to pack up his belongings. Though his body was lost to lust, his mind was clear, reminding him of what women like her were capable of, high-born women who took what they wanted when they wanted, as she had done in that Selkirk square. Granted, he'd gotten something out of the deal, but even the prize of Lockie couldn't erase the fact that he had been manipulated from the start. Perhaps he was unfairly holding on to ancient hurts, but he could never completely trust a woman, not even one who seemed as guileless as Sorcha. She wasn't guileless, he reminded himself harshly. No woman was. A man could be made a fool only if he allowed himself to be one. And while Brandt could accept that Sorcha had had desperate intentions with her kiss, trust was something he guarded fiercely. It had started with his mother, he knew. In all his life, he had trusted only two people, Monty and Archer, and only Archer remained alive and well. Even with the two of them, Brandt had never opened himself fully. He had never let them see his true heart, or the self-doubt he kept at bay on a daily basis, the fact that he belonged nowhere. Brandt had given up on the idea of ever finding his mother. A jeweller in London had told him that the ring he possessed appeared to be the colours of one of several possible Scottish Highland clans, but given the faded crest of the ring, it had been impossible to narrow it down further. He could not summon the enthusiasm to travel to the Highlands in search of family that hadn't wanted him in the first place. After Monty died, and he became the head stablemaster at Worthington Abbey, life had taken on a pleasant and consistent turn. He'd been content, his existence peaceful and predictable. Until that kiss. And now his own body conspired against him. Sorcha made him feel things that he did not want to feel, made him have thoughts that awakened the voices within him that clamoured he was nothing, could never offer anything of worth to anyone. For that reason alone, he was glad this whole marriage was a ruse. Only, at times like these, it didn't feel like one. His gaze swept his wife, who had awakened and followed his lead to stand in silence, wrapping herself in a Maclaren plaid. Sorcha did not meet his eyes, her face inscrutable. The glimpse of vulnerability he'd seen the night before was gone. Now the warrior stood in her place. When she left the tent to see to her needs after a guarded look at him, Brandt expelled a pained breath. Though part of him recognized her innocence, he had never been able to tell with women. The courtesans in London he'd encountered with Archer in their wilder years had been masters in the art of seduction and manipulation. He'd even fancied himself in love with one who had convinced him of her undying devotion. That devotion had disintegrated the moment she'd learned he wasn't a titled lord like his friend, the Duke of Bradburn. She, a glorified prostitute for all intents and purposes, had laughed at his true vocation. It had only compounded the little he knew of women, that they weren't to be trusted. Ever since he'd barricaded his unwanted heart and relieved himself from time to time with women of a lower persuasion. Not like Sorcha, the daughter of a duke. He was a bastard with nothing to offer her. If their marriage were real, the scandal it would cause in drawing-rooms across Scotland and London combined would be unavoidable. The daughter of a duke marrying a low-born man of uncertain origins? She'd be shunned from society. Even Malvern was a better choice than him. At least she would have been a marchioness. Marrying her was a sodding mistake, he growled. Brandt swore coarsely and heard a gasp from behind him. He turned to see Sorcha had returned. Her eyes were wide, agonized. Hurt swam in them, before a practiced expressionless look consumed her features. He opened his mouth, but then shut it. Better for her to think the worst of him than to glorify a few kisses and a shameless bid to win a horse into something more than it could ever be. A shout from outside had them both pushing past the tent flaps. Ronan's men were gathering their belongings in haste as they broke camp. Brandt searched for the big man, but he was nowhere in sight. His gaze landed on Duncan, who was directing two of the younger men. "Where's Ronan?" he asked. "What's happening?" "Malvern," Duncan growled, his mouth a hard line. "His trackers followed us from Doncaster, even when we rode through the river for 4 miles and cut through the hills. Ronan knows these lands like the back of his hand. It should have been impossible to find us so quickly." Brandt frowned as something occurred to him, but Sorcha beat him to it. "Who was it, the traitor?" "Your brother's questioning the lad now." "Was he a Maclaren?" Sorcha snarled. Duncan shook his head. "Nay, a Cleland. Make haste, lass. Our scouts report that there's a contingent of Malvern's men that rode through the night and are nearly upon us. Quickly now, arm yourselves." He nodded at Brandt before marching off toward where one of the men was dismantling their tent from the night before. Sorcha stood rigid, her arms flexing at her sides. She'd abandoned her dress in favor of riding trousers today, he noticed, though she wore the Maclaren plaid draped above it for modesty. Brandt tried not to notice how well the breeches framed her hips through the pleated folds of the navy and red plaid, nor the way the white linen shirt accentuated her chest. Her glare was frosty enough to freeze a loch. "Why are you just standing there staring, you lummox?" she hissed. "Move!" Those terse words, spoken in a lilting brogue, gave away her anger, if in fact the look in her eyes and the rigid set of her shoulders already had not. Ares had already been fed, and Brandt saddled him quickly just as Ronan thundered into the clearing. He was covered in blood, his sword raised high. The battle roar made every man take up arms. "They're upon us, lads." He directed the horse toward Brandt, his eyes darting to where Sorcha stood. "I know you're set upon leaving, but I need you, Pierce. I need you to protect my sister with your life." She scowled her displeasure. "I don't need protecting." Brandt ignored her, drawing himself atop Ares. "How many?" 24, maybe more," Ronan said. "And the turncoat?" The Scot's mouth twisted in distaste. "Slit his own throat. I should have known when he kept asking about the clans in these parts." "How did he do it?" Sorcha asked. "Left behind bits of Maclaren plaid," he said, whirling his horse around. "Breadcrumbs that led them right to us." "Will you break your oath not to raise arms against Malvern?" Brandt asked. Ronan's steely blue gaze met his. "If our lives are threatened, we have no choice but to defend ourselves." He didn't seem to be too worried about the oncoming attack. One Highland warrior was the equivalent of 10 English ones, but Brandt knew Malvern. The man was deviously clever. He'd earned his dubious rank in the British Army by trickery and misdirection. And Coxley was 100 times worse. He opened his mouth to warn Ronan when shouting, and the sounds of battle distracted him. Loud noises of steel crashing upon steel reached them from the other side of the clearing, when suddenly a band of armed men broke through the tree line behind them. "They're attacking from both sides!" Duncan rushed toward them, his sword raised, followed by 3 other men. They were quickly surrounded and outnumbered, but lived up to their fierce reputation. The first wave of men was easily dealt with, but more kept coming. "Take her into the forest," Ronan shouted to Brandt before delving into the fray. Brandt gritted his teeth. He did not want to run from the fight, but at the moment Sorcha's safety was his only concern. "Come," he said to her. "You heard what he said." Angry flames flared in her blue eyes. "Are you insane, and leave my brother to die? You're ape drunk if you think I'm leaving Sassenach. We Scots never run from a fight." He ignored the bite of her address. "Ronan is a trained soldier, and I too am a Maclaren." Her ferocious gaze flashed daggers at him, as if daring him to contradict her. "You may run if you like, but I am staying." Brandt did not have time to argue, as 2 men on horseback burst through the forest, riding hard toward them with guns raised. He didn't think. Bracing his thighs on Ares's flanks, he pulled the pistols from their holsters and fired. Both men toppled off their horses, but they weren't out of danger yet. More men followed, and Brandt drew his sword at the same moment that Sorcha reached for the bow tied to her saddle. Instinct took over as he swung and parried, cleaving another man clean off his horse and disarming another with a ferocious upward swipe. Blood spattered onto his clothing, but he was too busy trying to locate Sorcha to notice. Wheeling Ares around, he searched through the dueling bodies. With relief he found her at the edge of the glade. She was standing in the stirrups, her arrows departing her bow with lethal precision. Enemies fell one by one, and Brandt felt an odd sense of pride in her skill. When she ran out of arrows, she leaped off Lockie and swung her sword with as much finesse as he'd seen that first time in the Selkirk paddock. Fearless and savage, she was indeed every inch the Maclaren warrior she'd claimed to be. For a charged moment her blue gaze met his across the clearing, and she scowled, her lips pulling back from her teeth as if he were to be her next target. God, she was magnificent. Exhilaration churned in his blood, and Brandt realized with a start that he was half aroused. He almost laughed. Only one woman could provoke him so indecently in the midst of a turbulent battle. Kicking Ares into a canter, he ran through 2 more of Malvern's men, and, intent on reaching her side, he did not see the horse charging toward him from the back. He did see the warning shout freeze on Sorcha's face as he tumbled face forward over Ares's neck. The fall knocked the wind out of him, though he had crashed into another soldier who had cushioned his landing. The man who had knocked him off his horse was a brute almost as large as Ronan, his face beneath the dented helm scarred and ugly. "Mr. Pierce," he greeted him in a guttural voice, "'twill be my pleasure to deliver your head to his lordship and collect the reward of 100 guineas. "That's all?" Brandt scoffed, retrieving a fallen sword from a dead soldier. "My good man, I'll have you know I'm worth much more than that. You've been cheated. No matter. The marquess will pay in gold, and you will pay in blood." Brandt swung the sword in a slow circle as the man wheeled his mount around to charge him again. Though it agonized him to do it, at the last minute he fell to his knees and swung the blade backward and upward into the rump of the horse. It was not a killing stroke, but enough for the animal to rear up wildly and toss the rider from his back. For a man of his size, The soldier vaulted into a fighting stance with unusual grace. He and Goliath circled each other. Out of the corner of his eye he saw Sorcha slashing her way toward him. He wanted to shout for her to stay away. She would only be a distraction, and he sensed he would need all his wits to not be killed at the hands of this monster. The man was not hired muscle like most of the corpses littering the glade, but a trained assassin. It was evident in the way he moved, in the glint of his eye. Here was a man who had delivered death, lived in rivers of blood, and would not hesitate to split him in two if he was distracted even for a moment. Brandt drew a breath and lifted his sword. He danced out of the way of Goliath's strikes and fended off a third that reverberated down the length of his arms. Sparks flew from the edges of the steel as they met again. The man was strong and skilled, and it took all of Brandt's concentration to read his body language. It was the only way he could stay ahead of him. Suddenly a feminine shout diverted his attention, and the next thing he knew a fist hit him square in the chest, and he was flying through the air. He crashed down to the ground in a tangle of arms and legs, his brain rattling around in his skull at the impact. It took him 2 seconds to collect himself before the giant was upon him. He rolled out of the way as the sword came down in a glinting silver arc. Brandt didn't care. His attention was behind the man, on Sorcha. Driven only by instinct, Brandt sidestepped Goliath's blows, weaving and ducking as fast as he was able. He managed to get in a few strikes and drew blood at the man's torso, back, and legs. It wasn't enough. The behemoth kept coming like an angry bull. Brandt needed to change his strategy. "I told you I was worth more than 100 quid, he said. "Your head is still going to be at the edge of my sword." The man's eyes flashed in anger, and he rushed forward. It was the opening Brandt needed. He too charged forward, but at the last minute he threw his body flat and jerked up with his blade. Blood fountained over him as Goliath teetered and spun around, his eyes wide. Then he clutched at his stomach and stared at the bright gaping swatch of red that blossomed on the waistband of his breeches, spilling out his innards. With a disbelieving groan, he staggered to his knees and fell face first into the dirt. Another strangled scream rent the air, and Brandt felt all the breath leave his lungs in a whoosh at the sight of Sorcha being dragged toward a horse by her hair. He had no time to savour his victory, and hopping over the fallen giant he ran toward his bride. Covered in blood, he was like a berserker streaking across the field of battle, his only objective to reach her. He got there at the same time that Ronan did, and right as Sorcha drew a dagger from her boot and plunged it into the man's neck. She kicked him for good measure. "You need to get to safety," Ronan said, breathless. He too was drenched in blood, and from the easy way he was moving, Brandt guessed that most of it wasn't his. "Malvern sent an army from the south and from the north, at least 100 men. They glanced around at the bodies strewn on the field, noticing the plaids of some of the dead men. "Aye, and some of them are Scots." Ronan spat in disgust to the blood-soaked ground. "Craven, gutless traitors, bought by a pouch of gold." "How many men did we lose?" Sorcha asked, her chest heaving. 7, Ronan replied. 5 left, including Duncan and me. There are more of them hiding in the woods. We can take them, but you need to run." Sorcha's brows slammed together, her voice low and angry. "I won't leave you, Ronan." "You didn't have a choice, lass," he said gently. "It's you Malvern wants, and the death of your husband. He intends to make you a widow." He turned to Brandt and grasped him by the forearm. "I'll hold him off for as long as I can. Get my sister to the Brodie. 'Tis the only place she'll be safe. You fought well. Take care of her. You can? You have my word." As Ronan mounted his horse and rode back the way he'd come, Brandt wondered if he'd see him again. He could see the same thoughts reflected in Sorcha's face and in the sadness that shimmered in her eyes. She bit her lip hard, her nostrils flaring. Brandt wanted to comfort her, but he sensed it would not be welcomed. Not after how he'd left things between them in the tent. Perhaps it was for the best. Distance would serve them better than any kind of familiarity. He watched as she retrieved Lockie, and then whistled for Ares, who trotted up within moments. Leading their horses together, with weapons drawn, they melted quietly into the woods toward the river, until the noise started to fade in the distance behind them. Brandt was relieved to see both stallions seemed no worse for wear, and suffered no fresh wounds, Ares particularly. Every new scar made him ache for the brave beast. Ares had endured more than his share of pain over the years, and the horse's loyalty was enough to rival most men's. Sorcha groaned and leaned against Lockie after leading him to water, where he drank thirstily. Brandt frowned. "You're hurt," he said, noticing the strip of red across the side of her shirt beneath the plaid. "It's nothing. A flesh wound." "Let me see," he said, and lifted the edges. She snatched at the plaid, but Brandt had already caught sight of the weeping incision that traversed the span of 2 lower ribs. It was a shallow cut, though it seemed to be bleeding profusely, making the scarlet-hued linen stick to her flesh. Sorcha grimaced as his fingers snagged on the cloth. "We should clean it." "I'll be fine, I told you." "Not if you invite infection. Don't be stubborn, Sorcha." The look she sent him spoke volumes. "Stubborn," she hissed. "Perhaps you should have considered that before you stayed and took me to wife, instead of running like I told you to. Then you wouldn't have the burden of regret on your shoulders." Brandt did not respond to the anger in her voice, if only because of the sheen of tears in her eyes. "I'll regret if you die on my watch, when I've just given my word to your brother to keep you safe. Now let me see that wound." Grudgingly she let him examine her, and though he was gentle, she still flinched away from his touch. He took a piece of linen from his saddlebags and soaked it in the icy river before applying it to her split skin. Sorcha winced, but bore the pain in silence as he cleaned the wound and bandaged it with another wide strip of clean linen. She eyed him quietly the whole time, not saying a word until he had finished the wrapping. Brandt couldn't help noticing she kept both forearms banded tightly over her breasts, allowing him only a limited view of her torso. Not that she had need to worry. Open, ragged wounds had a way of deterring carnal urges. "There," he said. "Good as new." "Shouldn't you be on your way to England by now?" Her brogue was gone, he realized. Brandt met her blazing blue gaze. "That can wait," he said. "We need to leave before we're discovered. We aren't far enough away for my liking." "Why do you even care?" she asked. "It's exceedingly obvious you don't wish to be saddled with a wife, or me. You should leave while you can. I can look after myself." "I don't doubt that, but I gave your brother my vow." "You seem to hand out vows rather easily, Mr. Pierce." Her nostrils flared. "Your word is not worth the breath that expelled it." "Sorcha!" She spun on her heel and moved toward the grazing horses, but froze at a crashing sound from the nearby bushes. "She went this way, I tell you," a man's voice said. "I saw her and the Englishman with that grey horse of hers. Are you sure, Coxley?" Brandt frowned. Damn. Malvern's dog, the twisted, belly-slitting ex-colonel who had been at his liege's side in the Selkirk stable-yard. If Coxley was here, it meant Malvern was close. Brandt met Sorcha's eyes and placed a finger to his lips, wishing that the horses were closer and not at the river's edge. But it was too late to make a run for it, or to whistle for Ares. The approaching sounds grew closer, and then Coxley and his guard emerged from the other side of a large tree, his expression triumphant as it fell on the two of them. "Well, well, what have we here?" he crowed, pointing 2 pistols right at them. Chapter 9. Sorcha couldn't breathe. She couldn't move. They were standing in the wide open with nowhere to hide, nowhere to run, and blast it all to hell, she'd left her sword and bow with her horse. Brandt had planted himself directly in front of her, obscuring her view of Malvern's 2 men a split second after each of them aimed their pistols right at Brandt. A spike of fear took hold inside of her, a lick of fire racing up the back of her neck and sending out a frenzied beat of panic.
"Send the beast over here,"
Coxley said, beckoning with his free hand. The words did not bother her, but the sight of the man, as always, made her feel nauseated. She loathed Malvern, but Coxley made Malvern seem like an angel in comparison.
"We've instructions to deliver her unharmed."
"She isn't going anywhere with you," Brandt replied, his tone flat and obstinate and so bloody certain. Was the man addled? He sounded far too confident, as if there weren't a brace of pistols a crack away from ending his life.
"You're not very bright, are you?"
Coxley's man asked with a bark of mean laughter. "I just have a better view," Brandt replied. Sorcha peered up at her husband's profile, trying to understand his words, when a shot rang out. She startled and yelped as the man beside Coxley crumpled to the ground, gunpowder smoke clouding the air directly behind him. With a war cry, Ronan leaped from the woods the 2 men had just come through and collided with Coxley, taking the man to the ground.
"Go!"
her brother roared to them as he used his spent weapon to crack the man across the temple. Sorcha felt a hand wrench her arm, and then she was being dragged back toward the dense forest, Brandt shouting at her to run.
"Ronan!"
she cried, half turning as they stumbled toward the woods to view her brother facing off against Coxley, who'd somehow found his feet. The brutish soldier attacked Ronan with a fist to the ribs, but she didn't get to see what happened next. Her feet tripped over themselves and she spun forward, nearly falling on the uneven ground. Ronan could handle himself, but she'd seen Coxley's cruelty before, when the marquess had visited Maclaren. He'd pummeled one of his own men bloody just for looking at a wench he'd been lusting after. The man fought dirty, and without any shred of honour.
"Faster, Sorcha,"
Brandt ordered, wringing her arm practically from its socket to keep her from falling. But she couldn't. Her legs were jelly, her heartbeat thrashing. Her brother was the most powerful and capable warrior she knew, but he had just come through battle and was tired. What if he faltered? What if he lost? Her eyes stung, and the tree trunks and thick canopy were blurred as she and Brandt entered on foot, their horses left behind at the river's edge.
"We must go back, we must help him,"
she said as they veered around a giant boulder, Brandt still gripping her arm and pulling her, as if he knew she would stop and turn back otherwise. And he was right. She would have. She should. What had she done? 7 of Ronan's men had died that morning. 7! And now her brother— She squeezed her lids shut to clear the haze of tears. No, Ronan would not fall. He was the future Laird of Maclaren, and he would survive. But those other men— their blood had been spilled, their lives extinguished, because of her and her foolish and selfish desire to avoid marriage to Malvern. Her feet turned to lead. Brandt stopped running then and stooped to wrap his arms around her waist. With an easy toss he flipped her over his shoulder and took off again, running through the forest's undergrowth. Her furious shriek snagged in her throat, the blood swamping her head at the ungainly position.
"Put me down, you wretched Amadan!"
"You're too slow," he huffed, "and too damned mulish." Sorcha pounded him on the back, insisting he let her down, that she could run just as fast as him. But with every pounding step he took, she felt the sharp press from the shallow slice in her ribs. The tip of an enemy's sword had sliced into her during the several moments of pure terror she'd spent, distracted by the sight of Brandt being tossed from his horse and set upon by that hulking warrior. She'd quickly skewered the man who'd injured her, but the cut hurt like the devil, and now, folded over her husband's shoulder, she felt the brunt of it.
"Brandt!"
she protested again. "Put me down!" She wasn't by any means light, what with her long legs and the muscle she'd built over the years spent in the keep's training grounds. And yet here this lunatic was, running with her with as much ease as if she'd been a sack of feathers instead of a full-grown woman. His strength astounded her. If she weren't so fuming angry and worried, she might have appreciated his brawn and determination. She might have even spent more time viewing the hard, muscled backside and powerful legs that were fully in her view. Even upside down, she felt her pulse quicken. Gia! She was more of an Amadan than he was. Sorcha hissed through clenched teeth. She'd call herself a fool in Gaelic, English, and every other language if she had to. She was no damsel to be rescued, to be scooped into a man's arms, no matter how sinewy they were, and whisked to safety. She could bloody well take care of herself. Ignoring the burn in her side, she resumed her pounding. "How dare you manhandle me? Who do you think you are?" The chill air coming off the river hit her back, and she knew they had come to a crossing. Brandt splashed through the shallow fjord. "Your husband." She wriggled, flinching at the sting in her ribs. "Husband or not, you don't have the right." "Oh, I do," he replied, huffing. "Even in this God-forsaken place there is law, and by law you are my property. I can do with you as I like." Brandt emerged from the river, the splashes of water having soaked Sorcha's hair, tumbling down over her face. He kept moving, holding her firm even as she struggled for release. How dare he? She was no one's property. "You brute!" "Give up," he grunted. "Never." Blood rushed into her head and through her ears, but within a few minutes the noises surrounding them suddenly muffled. The bright, dappled sunlight darkened, and when Brandt finally crouched and slid Sorcha from the prison of his shoulder, she realized he'd taken them into the shelter of a rocky outcropping. Her vision spun from the sudden shift of blood flow, draining now from her head, and Sorcha stumbled. Brandt's arms came up and locked her in a steadying embrace. He was breathing heavily from his exertion, his skin ruddy and misted with sweat from carrying her. Perspiration had dampened the curls of his hair, turning them to burnt copper as they clung to his brow. She shoved at him, even with her head feeling faint and black speckles swimming in her vision. "Roland's my family, and you made me run like a coward. You'd have been nothing but a distraction, and you likely would have gotten him killed." A spear of guilt lanced through her chest. Like the others. She'd gotten the other men killed, good men, husbands and sons, brothers and fathers. Back home at Maclaren their families would mourn them, and they would know their loved one had died trying to protect a selfish woman. She felt her body sag, the anger swirling inside of her, snuffing out like a doused wick. "Sorcha," Brandt murmured, trying to gather her close. She wanted to let him wrap her in an embrace, wanted to drink in the comfort his arms and strong body offered. But she shook her head and pulled away. This time, Brandt released her. "Don't," he said as she turned from the mouth of the outcropping and sank into a crouch. "Don't what?" she asked. "Don't blame yourself." She stiffened, uncertain if she liked or was annoyed by the fact that he could read her so well. "Easy for you to say," she said. "It isn't easy." The stone cavern reverberated his voice, making it seem louder, closer. "A part of me is angry with you, furious even that I'm here, caught in this mess and running for my life. Even to gain a horse I've wanted for years. That's now likely lost for good. It's more than any sane man should be expected to bear. That part of me longs to cast blame on you." Sorcha hadn't expected such a brutally honest reply. It made her twist and stare up at him, and there was no denying that it gutted her. She exhaled a ragged breath. "Then why shouldn't I blame myself, if you do?" "I said I longed to, but Sorcha, I can't." Brandt dropped into a crouch too, coming face to face with her. The gold-flecked autumn-coloured eyes that held hers glowed in the muted light. A bevy of emotion, sorrow, compassion, understanding, chased through them. Her chest hollowed with a sudden sharp ache, one that left her confused. If for some reason I woke up and found myself back at the festival that day, I'd let you kiss me all over again. More heat saturated her, but this time it wasn't guilt or temper. It swam low in her stomach and snaked out to her thighs. She stared at him, her lips parting in surprise. Why? Because no woman should ever be made to marry a man such as Malvern. Because I want you to fight, he answered, his hand reaching for her face. His fingers, the ones that made her skin tingle and flare with every random touch, tenderly stroked her cheek. Because you wouldn't be the woman your brothers know you to be, the woman I'm beginning to know, if you'd just lain down and given up. She watched his lips moving and heard the words falling through her ears, into her aching, needy soul. They filled her and immediately pushed the tears she'd been holding at bay over the rims of her eyes. He swiped the first few teardrops as they fell, before tugging her close. Sorcha didn't fight him. She was tired of resisting, and his hands weren't the enemy. This time, she let him fold her in his arms, both of them sitting on the hard-packed dirt of the cavern. I don't like crying. She sniffled into his shirt and felt a rumble of laughter echo in his chest. And I don't like losing my temper, he said. So we're both at 6s and 7s. She peered up at him with a wry look, slanting her brows. You wouldn't know what temper is, Sassenach. Trust me with brothers like mine. I'm an expert. He matched her expression with one of his own. I'm learning. My father Monty was quite even-keeled. He was English, wasn't he? No, Scottish. A Scot? She replied. If your birth mother was Scot as well as your father, then that makes you a bastard. They weren't married, Sorcha. And, considering I was raised in England, I don't consider myself Scottish. I have no ties here, no family that I know of, nor that I want to know of. I know where I belong. She sealed her lips, swallowing a ready reply about a person needing to know where they come from, who they come from. Blood ties mattered, even if a man was born on the wrong side of the blanket. A pained look shuttered his features, tugging at her insides. Sorcha knew she should pull away. The harsh way he'd admitted his regret about marrying her that morning had hurt something fierce. But resting against him now, sensing his vulnerability and hearing the steady, soothing rhythm of his heartbeat, made everything outside the cavern seem to disappear. It almost made her want to forget what he'd said. But words could scar just as deeply as a pair of claws, or a sword. She shifted slightly and winced. Your wound? He asked. A scratch, she said, eyeing the grimy linen. I'll have to clean it properly and find some packing herbs to ward off infection. She grunted, feeling a renewed wave of self-disgust. I was careless. Without you, Sorcha, more men would have died, Brandt said quietly. You acted bravely, and you're one hell of a warrior. You're a competent fighter yourself, she said. It felt like a truce, like they were starting afresh. She offered him a slight smile. Only competent? He asked, amusement lightening his tone and drawing up the corner of his mouth. For a stable master. I have my skills, he said. Indeed he did. Her gaze dropped to his sensuous mouth and darted away. Unconsciously she shivered, recalling one of his skills in particular in devastating detail. Their eyes met, and she fought to conceal her thoughts from him. It was a losing battle. That stare of his could unmask the secrets of a saint, let alone her too transparent desires. Her cheeks flamed and she licked her lips. His eyes fastened to her mouth, and the inadvertent motion of her tongue wiped the humour from both his face and hers. It had to be the shortest-lived truce in existence. "Sorcha," he began, and knowing what he was going to say, she wriggled from his grasp.
"There's no need to speak of it," she said. "It was a mistake, like you said." Sorcha knew he'd growled the declaration to what he'd believed to be an empty tent. His conscience, perhaps, had been his only intended audience, which made it even more painfully honest and impossible to ignore. When this was over, she would gladly give him Lockie and a dozen of her father's horses for his trouble. It was the least he deserved. Brandt scrubbed a palm over his face. "I was upset at the situation, and I was frustrated." "Why?"
A sudden smile made his eyes crinkle. "Waking up in the arms of a half-naked woman can do that to a man."
"Oh."
Her mouth went dry. He meant sexual frustration. Every nerve in her body came scorchingly alive. Sorcha couldn't think, couldn't formulate any response that required more than one syllable. "Clearly I've shocked the speech from you." He made it sound like he'd won a badge of honor. Bristling, Sorcha opened her mouth, closed it, and opened it again when a noise outside the cavern startled them both. "Thank God," was her first thought, and then, "Oh God, Ronan!" Brandt rocked to his feet, a hand in the air to signal her to wait. She heard the distinct sound of horse tack and an irritated nicker, probably 10 yards away, closer to the river. Had Coxley followed them, found them? Sorcha's stomach collapsed. Brandt moved slowly to the cavern entrance, and then the tension along his shoulders fell away. He gave a short, sharp whistle, and a few moments later, Aries and Lockie appeared through the short ridge of trees. Sorcha got up on wobbly feet, gaping at the horses.
"How?"
she started to say. "Aries," Brandt answered, taking his horse by the traces and rubbing his nose. "He can always find me." And he'd brought Lockie along on the hunt, she figured, smiling with no small amount of relief as she stepped out from under the outcropping and reached for her mount's intact saddlebags. Inside she found one of several tins and glass vials, all of which contained salves and ointments, herbs and tinctures. Exclaiming her delight, she pulled a thin tube from the satchel. Brandt eyed her. "What is that?"
"It's a salve my mother made. She's a healer. I've picked up a few of her skills here and there, though I'm no means as good as she is. This liniment will accelerate the healing."
Gathering more supplies, she sat on the ledge and drew a deep breath. She tucked the hem of her shirt high, exposing a pale swatch of her torso. She didn't miss the way Brandt's gaze scoured the display of skin before he angled his head away. Blushing, she stifled the burst of modesty. She was careful not to raise the hem too high, to keep the grotesque web of scars above it hidden from view. She'd sooner die than let anyone, much less him, see her ugliest secret. Gingerly, she unwrapped the dirty bandage, recoiling at the sting as the dried, hardened linen tore at her exposed flesh. It was not a bad cut, but she knew more than anyone how injuries could fester if not properly cared for. One speck of dirt left in a wound could undo everything. The reason the ones on her face hadn't succumbed to infection and left ugly, puckered scarring was because of this very balm. The ones on her body, sadly, had become septic, and though the salve had been applied, the mangled skin, even after the stitches had been removed, had left behind a grisly patchwork. Brandt watched her as she poured some clear liquid from another bottle onto a cloth and gently dabbed at the incision. She bit her lip hard and tasted blood. It stung, but pain now meant less of it later. "Let me," Brandt said, crouching and taking the cloth from her. She didn't protest, but as before, when he'd first cleaned the wound, she gripped her forearms tightly over her breasts. He skimmed softly along the cut, and she winced again. He bent to blow gently on it, his breath feathering against her skin. The unexpected combination of his warm exhalation and the icy sting of the liquid made her gasp. But it was when he gripped her right hip to steady her that a different kind of sensation radiated through her veins, a crude, frantic sort of sensation that both thrilled and terrified. Sweet St. Andrew! The press of his fingers left a scorching imprint upon her flesh, burning through her clothes and making infernal urges take flight as desire spun into a storm inside of her. She'd never been more acutely aware of a man in her life, his big hand clutching her, his mouth gusting on her exposed stomach. Every feminine part of her throbbed. Sorcha nearly levered her body upward, if only to make contact with the parted lips that hung inches away from her skin, expelling that stream of cool air. She wanted him to press his lips to her skin, to kiss her everywhere, scars and fears be damned. The span of his hot palm, together with the sight of his head bent over her torso, caused her inner muscles to clench almost violently. Christ, if he did put his lips on her, she might very well faint from the pleasure. Her body alternated between acute pain and intense arousal as he ministered to her wound, and by the time he was finished, Sorcha was strung as tightly as a bow. Brandt lifted his palm, and she could swear that the shape of his hand remained imprinted on her hip. Blushing fiercely, she reached for the salve, but was too slow. "Do I just swipe it on like this?" he asked, smearing some ointment onto the pad of his finger. His voice was husky, his eyes heavy-lidded, which made her feel like she had not been the only one affected. Incapable of speech, she nodded, and nearly died when his hot fingertip grazed her skin. Gooseflesh erupted everywhere, on her ribs, her torso, her breasts. With infinite care he rubbed in the balm, while Sorcha clung to reason by a slim thread, unravelling by the second, as every greedy inch of her burned and begged for more. One more stroke, and she would splinter into 1,000 pieces right there and then. God, it was torture. Exquisite, hideous, excruciating torture. His thumb grazed the linen gathered beneath her forearm, covering the underside of her breast, and she stifled a shriek, a desperate sound born of longing and a healthy fear of discovery. "That's enough," she gasped, rising and tugging her shirt down. Putting a few healthy steps between them, she drew a ragged breath at the sting from the balm and fetched some more strips of linen from her bags. Without looking at him, she deftly wrapped the bandage and tucked the shirt into her trousers before rewrapping her plaid. His eyes met her, smouldered across the space, and Sorcha resisted the urge to strip herself bare and leap at him. Gulping a lungful of air, she backed farther away and added another thing to her list of dislikes. She hated feeling trapped. She hated crying. And she bloody well hated this brain-melting, wit-consuming, God-damned wanting. It had even somehow been powerful enough to steal away the sensation of pain. Surely that wasn't natural. "We should go," Brandt said, his voice huskier than normal. "Put some space between us and Malvin's men." "Yes," she agreed. A hell-for-leather bracing ride on Lockie wouldn't be unwelcome either, to put herself to rights. She was truly shameless. Her brother could be dead, and all she could think about was dragging the man standing 2 feet away to the ground and having her wicked way with him. Sorcha hesitated, guilt returning in force as she thought of Ronan. Brandt eyed her, correctly interpreting her expression. "Your brother's only wish was for your safety, Sorcha. Even before you met me, he planned to get you away. Don't let whatever you hope to do by going back there get in the way of what he wanted." His words flowed over her like the salve on her skin, calming, soothing. "Ronan will find you." "If he isn't dead." "He's not, Sorcha," Brandt said, reading her. "He would move mountains to see you safe. Death is a paltry enemy for a warrior like him." Huffing a shallow breath, Sorcha stared at the stranger she had married, at the conviction on his face. No man, outside of her father and brothers, had ever been so mindful. He had no reason to be here but for a promise made to her brother to see her safe. He'd already won Lockie. There was nothing in it for him to comfort her, though he did it anyway. Once more, the slightest intuition of danger settled over her, as if she were standing in the shallows of a loch and about to step into precariously deep waters. It wasn't because of Coxley or Ronan. It wasn't because they were alone in the woods on the run from a mad marquess, or because she'd sustained an injury. It was because of this man. Brandt was more dangerous to her than any of them combined. Chapter 10. Brandt scanned the surroundings as their horses carefully picked their way along the rough gravel path of the mountain pass. They had ridden through the night, stopping to sleep for a scant hour before heading deeper into the hills once dawn crested. The pass was far too dangerous to ride by night, and a challenge even during daylight. Sorcha rode ahead of him, and he could see her also, alertly looking around, every so often throwing a glance over her shoulder to him. He liked their unspoken communication, a nod here and there to make sure each of them was faring well as they covered more and more ground. Sorcha was leading the way, given her familiarity with the terrain, although the gentleman in him did not like the idea of her being so open to any oncoming attacks. She had scoffed, of course, at his concern. Brandt smiled at the memory of her indignant expression, as if he had called her very honour into question by suggesting she ride behind him. "I'm a Highlander," she'd said, affronted. "How do you think 'twould appear if anyone were to see me riding behind a Sassenach? I'd never hear the end of it." Brandt had resorted to logic. "How would anyone know who you are?" She jabbed at her face with a finger. "Don't forget everyone knows the Beast of Maclaren, even old Coxley back there." "I don't like that name." Sorcha had stared at him then. "Why?" "It's cruel, it's untrue, and it's no name for someone like you." Her eyes had sparked with affront. "Someone like me?" "A lady." She had clamped her lips together, as if to stop herself from saying something she would regret before turning her back and galloping off. It was true, she was the furthest thing from a beast, and Brandt disliked the cruel moniker. He couldn't imagine her without her scars. Her beauty and strength were interwoven with them. But even so, she was still the daughter of a duke and a high-born lady. In London he'd encountered his share of well-bred English society ladies. A vision of Sorcha's savage expression as she stood like an avenging warrior goddess upon her horse in that thicket came to him. She was so much more viscerally appealing than any of those women. Now Brandt could see why none of them had ever caught his fancy. It was like comparing a gentle sun-shower to a lightning storm. "We'll stop soon," she called over her shoulder. "There's a valley around this bend where we might find water and a cool place to rest. From what I recall, it's below this rise, and there's a village nearby." She squinted. "We should be entering Dunwoody lands. We're not feuding with them." "That sounds like a good idea. Ares is tiring." The horse wasn't really tired. He was bred of sturdy Arabian stock and could go on for miles, but every so often Brandt noticed the drooping slope of Sorcha's shoulders and the rigid tension in her left side. Her wound had to be paining her, and yet she soldiered on. The rocky ground did not make it easier, and even with his full physical strength, Brandt found it difficult to keep his balance at the brutal pace they were maintaining. The vegetation and cover was sparse, unlike the rest of the highlands they'd travelled through with Ronan. At the thought of the Maclaren air, he sobered. He'd said what he had to in order to convince Sorcha to stay the path and not go back. Though he had seen and heard enough of Ronan's skill to know that he was more than capable in a fight, in a one-on-one match against Coxley, it would likely take a miracle to bring him down. Brandt shook his head furiously. Malvern was bad enough, but thinking of Sorcha anywhere in the same space with someone like Coxley made his stomach sour. If the man ever got his hands on her, she would not make it back to Maclaren unviolated. His tone, when he'd called her the beast, suggested his intentions as such. No one, especially not Coxley, would put their filthy hands on her. Not while Brandt drew an ounce of breath. His anger returning in smouldering force, Brandt gritted his teeth as he followed Sorcha down the hill. Ares whinnied, as if sensing his master's ire, and Brandt gave his mount's sweaty flank a reassuring pat, forcing himself to calm. Ares had always been aware of his moods. There was a reason he didn't want anyone to touch Sorcha. Envy, he was beginning to realize, was a terrible companion. He was even envious of Loki, and how Sorcha's slender thighs were wrapped so lovingly around the horse's sides. Her body rocked rhythmically in the saddle, the provocative flare of her hips the precursor to a punishing erection on his part. It couldn't possibly be healthy to remain in such an engorged state for hours on end. Jesus! Brandt swore under his breath. Fury and fear, tangled with unrelieved sexual frustration, tended to make a man slightly insane. He wanted her with a desire that made him breathless. She wanted him, too. He remembered her excited breaths as he'd soothed her wound in the cave. It had taken all of his control to not press his lips to her dewy skin, to push those trousers down and seek out the delectable heaven he knew the taste of her would be. He'd been hard as Scottish steel the entire time. Brandt had felt her thighs quiver, seen the seam of her legs pressed together, and only the sobering sight of her torn flesh had saved him from tearing her clothes off and thrusting into her. Brandt expelled a sigh. This journey would be the sodding death of him. He dragged his eyes away from Sorcha's delicious rump and focused on the sheep dotting the rolling hills in the distance. In his childhood he used to count them to put himself to sleep. Perhaps now he could count them to deflate the brute in his pants. Some 200 sheep later, the gravel turned to grass beneath Ares's hooves as they left the path, and sprigs of purple heather brightened the landscape. They rode past more sheep grazing in the lush meadows, but Brandt had no more need of them, at least for the moment. Now that there was more space, Sorcha slowed her mount to ride beside him. The hills were open enough to see if anyone was in pursuit, and the slackened pace gave the horses a chance to cool down after the grueling trek in the mountains. "How's your wound?" he asked her. "The dressing needs to be changed, but it's bearable." From her wan face he could see that she was minimizing the pain. "There's a farmhouse over yonder that may spare us some food and water for the horses." "Fine." She eyed him sideways, her expression hidden behind a bland but clearly false facade. "Why did you say you didn't like that name, the Beast of Maclaren?" "Because you're not a beast." Sorcha shrugged. "I used to hate it, cried myself to sleep when the children in the keep sang it to my face and ran away hiding. Finlay and Evan used to beat them silly on my behalf, until I learned how to defend myself." She pursed her lips. "After that it became like armor, like it was a badge. People knew who I was." "It's not a name for a lady," Brandt said staunchly. "For a duke's daughter." "I never wanted to be a lady." He sent her a look. "What we want and who we are sometimes do not coincide. Life is funny like that." He paused, his heart giving a painful kick. "You deserve the life you were meant to lead, to marry a man of influence." "A man like Malvern, I'd rather drown in manure." Brandt shook his head. "No, not like Malvern, but a titled man, one who can offer you your rightful place in society. Not someone like me." "But what if that's not what I want?" she shot back. "I can't fathom wearing dresses and primping and playing coy all day, having tea, singing and playing the pianoforte or any other infernal instrument. Wasn't there something you wished to be? More, less, just not what you were?" "To have a mother, to know who I truly am." "No." Brandt stopped his horse so suddenly that Sorcha had to pull sharply on Loki's reins to see what had stopped him. Her face grew alarmed when she took in the horrified expression on his. "Lady Sorcha Maclaren, did I just hear you confess that you don't sing or play any instrument? Nor primp or flirt? And what, pray tell, do you have against tea? Sacrilege to the English." She compressed twitching lips. "You're not English. Honestly, what kind of pagan have I married?" She was valiantly attempting to swallow her snickers by that point. He rolled his eyes skyward, clapping a dramatic hand to his chest. "What, dear lord, did I do to deserve such an abominable punishment?" Laughing out loud, she punched him in the arm. "It's Lady Pierce, I'll have you know." Something inside of him warmed, but Brandt squashed it brutally. He'd jested only to turn the conversation away from his empty childhood wishes and the cruel voices she'd inadvertently awakened, the ones that clamoured that he was undeserving of her smile or any part of her. His amusement evaporated. He needed to quash this, and he needed to quash it now. "You're a Maclaren," he said. "Trust me, you wouldn't want to be a Pierce anyway. We're a tedious, pissant lot." He kept his gaze straight ahead, his tone even. "An annulment is for the best. No reason for you to be the wife of a bastard when you can be a lady with the life you were born for." The humour drained from her lovely blue eyes, hurt shining there for a minute before it was replaced by sparks of anger. "You're an arse, Brandt Pierce. You and your precious name. Precious as dirt." "I've changed my mind. Amadan is too good for you. Haven't you heard a word I've said? I never wanted to be a lady." "And I never wanted to be a bastard." The words slipped out from some hollow, cavernously painful space within him, and the minute he said them he regretted it. He regretted being so vulnerable, and he hated the sudden, pitying look in her eyes. His temper boiled and exploded. "You're not the only one who ever wanted another life. You're not the only one who wished on every star and every halfpenny to be someone else. But we've all had to grow up and smell the horse shite. So stop whining about not wanting your life of privilege when many are born to far less." Sorcha recoiled at the last few words, and as his rage receded, Brandt felt a pang of bitter remorse. Angry, hurt tears shone in her eyes. Once more he'd lost control of his temper. "I'm sorry." He reached for her, but she flinched away. Shaking, she opened her mouth and closed it, and then kicked Lockie into a wild gallop. Bloody hell. Brandt stared at her disappearing shape and nudged Aries into a canter. By the time he got to a rambling cottage in the direction she'd ridden, Lockie was tied in the nearby stable, munching happily on a bucket of oats. A small boy, who looked to be no more than 10, standing beside Lockie, gave him a friendly wave. "Oh, the lass said you'd be along soon." His brogue was thick as he eyed Aries. "What happened to your horse?" "He got tangled into some wire." The boy's eyes widened to huge round orbs. "Are you Sassenach?" "No, but I was raised in England." "You talk funny." Brandt shrugged. "I suppose I do." He leaned conspiratorially down to the boy. "What does Amadan mean?" The lad gave him a delighted grin. "It means idiot." Indeed, he was that, and more. Brandt gave Aries a brief rub-down and settled the horse beside Lockie. Running his fingers along the horse's grey flanks, he stroked down its nose. The horse nickered and turned its head into his shoulder. "At least I'll have you," he murmured. "Even if I can't have her, no matter what your mistress thinks, she deserves better than me." Sorcha was nowhere in sight, but he expected she was already inside. He thanked the boy and made his way to the cottage. It was a tiny, well-kept place, though he could see that recent repairs had been made to the wooden planking. He knocked on the front door, and it was opened by a pleasant, plump-cheeked lady who all but dragged him to the kitchen, where his wife was face-deep into a bowl of stew. "Your man is a fine-looking one," she remarked, pointing out a chair for him. Sorcha scowled into her stew. Cherub-faced children peeped at him from behind a nearby door and scampered back when they saw him staring. They had the look of the boy from the barn. "I'm Mrs. Maxwell," she said, and placed a hearty bowl of stew on the table. "Sit and eat up, lad, afore it gets cold." He offered her a clipped bow and took the seat. "Thank you, madam." "Oh, lad, so proper," she said, fanning herself. "We dinna get many visitors around here. Your wife said you were travelling to Inverness. That's where Mr. Maxwell is, ye ken, for the wool." She bustled around the small but cheery space, shooing 2 children from underfoot. "If you're looking for a place to bed down, you can sleep in the barn, but 'tis not any place for a lord and his lady. Sorry that we've not got the room." She grew embarrassed. "The nearest monastery is a full day's ride west." Brandt had no desire to put this kind family in any danger, and the shorter the amount of time they tarried here, the better it would be for all concerned, especially with Coxley on their heels. No, they would camp in the woods. "We'll be on our way. You've been very generous, Mrs. Maxwell," he said as he tucked into the savoury stew. After eating nothing but venison, salted meat, and beech nuts during the endless journey north, it was delicious. "Thank you for your kindness and the wonderful meal." She blushed. "Dinna fuss yourself, lad. 'Tis a right pleasure." Sorcha said something in Gaelic that had the children bursting into laughter. Brandt knew it was likely about him, though he was grateful he hadn't heard the word Amadan thrown in there. Clearly she was still furious. She wouldn't even look at him. A cold silence continued long after they'd eaten and been packed up with victuals for the road. Brandt noticed the odd looks Mrs. Maxwell was giving them, and she pulled him aside at the door when they were leaving. "A bit icy lately, eh, lad?" she whispered. "Your lass is wanting for your affection. Dinna wait too long, ye ken." She winked, her meaning evident, and Brandt found himself flushing dully. Good God, since when did he require advice on sexual congress from a sheep farmer's wife? Was the tension between Sorcha and him that obvious? To his consternation, Mrs. Maxwell gave him a hearty pat on his behind and winked again. "Get the wee lassie with a bairn, and she'll settle right down." For the briefest of seconds, Sorcha met his eyes, as if she had heard what Mrs. Maxwell had whispered in parting, and the ensuing image of Sorcha pregnant with his child stole every rational thought from his head. She would be radiant. But Brandt knew it would snow in hell before he'd let that happen, no matter how much he desired her. He had no intention of spreading his bastard seed about, not for all the horses in Scotland. Heading west in the direction of the monastery, they did not speak for the first few hours. Brandt busied himself with the counting of sheep again, then cattle, and then boulders. In all that time, Sorcha had not so much as glanced in his direction. He was beginning to long for Malvern's men to come along, so he at least would have a diversion. Soon he grew weary of his own company and pretending to be a human abacus. It was an odd turn of affairs. Normally he was a man who loved his solitude, valued it even. Now the abundance of it was driving him mad. Kicking Aries into a canter, he pulled alongside Sorcha. Her face was stony. "You know, most men would long for a wife who doesn't speak," he began conversationally. "You don't want a wife. You've made that abundantly clear." Success, the first words that had left her mouth in hours. "I'm becoming quite partial to the way you fall back into your Scots brogue when you're angry." She looked like she wanted to jump from her horse and pummel him into the ground. Her lips flattened into a line as she increased Lockie's pace. Aries kept up easily. "Can't you see I wish to be alone?" she snapped. Her emphasis on you and her rounded vowels were not lost on him. Brandt smiled. He preferred her temper to the cold silence she'd subjected him to for the better part of the day, and he couldn't help goading her. Young ladies tend not to know their own minds. He could practically see the flames coming out of her ears. You, conceited, arrogant," she broke off in suffocated rage. "I very well ken my own mind." Ken means no, correct? She snarled at him, and Brandt laughed. Her face turned the colour of a ripe apple, but he did not heed the warning. The sight of her impassioned, ferocious glower made him ache all over, particularly in his nether regions as he succumbed to the most erotic arousal of his life. Brandt reached for her reins, and her eyes widened. He pulled them to a stop, and before she could make a sound he set his mouth to hers. Their lips met in a tangle of lust and heat and simmering mutual hunger. Her tongue circled his, drawing it into her mouth. He gave it to her, and she sucked it deep, eliciting a strained groan from his throat. Sorcha tasted like honeyed ale and sunlight, fire and ice, and everything in between. She made him see entire constellations and feel like his body was no longer his own. Brandt clutched her closer, losing himself in the heady sensation. Without breaking their kiss, he plucked her from the saddle into his lap. Her pliant thighs, the sight of which he'd gorged himself on for days, pressed delectably against his stiff groin. Sorcha moaned into his mouth, her hips wriggling as if she too sought the satisfaction that only the merging of those two parts could bring. She experienced pleasure in the same way she expelled anger, with unabashed fervour. Panting softly, her lips parted wider as they sipped and stole from each other. Brandt wanted her mouth, her heart, her soul. His hand cupped her breast, and his greedy fingers sought the taut nipple beneath the linen of her shirt. God, he loved the shape of her, the soft round weight of her in his palm. Plucking the ruched tip between his fingers, she arched hungrily into him. He needed that pebbling peak in his mouth, but he did not want to release the sweet cling of her lips or the marauding, bold tongue of hers that set him aflame. Lockie whinnied softly, and reason pierced through his lust. "Sorcha," he gasped, pulling apart. "We must stop." "Who says?" she asked, banked blue flames simmering in her eyes. Her mouth was so deliciously pink that he had to kiss her again. It was a mistake. It only made him want more. With reluctance he dragged his mouth away. "We can't. We shouldn't." "You want this as much as I do." She wriggled her bottom atop his jutting length, making his head spin. "It's just kissing, Brandt." Her words made him want things, impossible things, things that were out of reach for someone like him. With her it could never be just kissing. He understood that as well as he knew his horses. She was as lethal as opium. One taste and he would be lost, willingly and forever. And he would drag her down with him. Brandt reached for the restraint that had never failed him until lately. "I know," he said hoarsely, "but I also know where this leads, and we have to do what's best for you." "What's best for me, or what's best for you?" "They're the same thing." He drew a shuddering breath. "And not just so you can have the chance to marry a man of your station. I'm not the man for you." Sorcha's body went still. "Why?" He did not speak for a prolonged minute, the demons of his past choking him. "I shouldn't have kissed you. I'm not worthy of you." "Because you're illegitimate." He went still, though he was unsurprised by her candour. He'd come to learn that she was not a woman who played word games. "That's the least of it. I never wanted a wife. I'm not fit for marriage, Sorcha, not a true marriage." "And there is nothing true about any of this?" There was no hurt in her question, simply quiet curiosity. "Our deal was real," he said, avoiding her question. "You had something I wanted." "Lockie?" Brandt nodded. "Yes. At the time I thought it an acceptable trade." A shallow breath lifted her shoulders. "And now?" Now it was dangerous, more than dangerous. In the beginning it had been a neat, quick transaction, a name for a horse. The spark between them had been there from the start. Stupidly he'd hoped to throttle his desires as he'd done countless times in the past with other females, but then he'd never met a woman quite like her. Even now, his body's tension against her soft thighs hadn't abated in the least. Passion had a way of blinding people to reality. And the reality was, He should never have married her. Now, everything has changed, he replied softly. Something indecipherable flickered in her expression before she hid it. You told me earlier that what we want and who we are sometimes do not coincide. But sometimes they do. Sometimes things make sense. She put a hand on his arm, and his pulse leaped beneath it. What I feel now makes more sense than anything has in days, and I know you feel it too. That's lust, nothing more. He felt a flinch at the vulgarity of his words, but he closed his eyes, knowing she would not let the matter rest. This is not what you're imagining it to be, Sorcha, he said. I am not your saviour, and the emotions you're feeling are misleading, brought upon by recent events. Trust me, your gratitude and your misplaced esteem will fade. Sorcha didn't answer for a long time, only sat pondering him in deep thought. Without a word, she slid from his lap to the ground. I may not be as worldly as some of the women you have known, Mr. Pierce, but I think your life has jaded you to the point that simple things have become unrecognizable. What two people feel for each other can be more than the sum of its parts. He watched as she led Lockie to a clearing and started to set up a place to camp for the night. Every time he thought he'd gained the measure of her, he realized how much he didn't know. She continued to surprise him at every turn, whether it was with her courage or her wit or her intelligence. Brandt knew he should say something, but words seemed to have deserted him. Perhaps she was right. Maybe he truly was that jaded. It did not matter. She, and no other woman, could not change who he was. After a while he descended from his saddle. I'll keep watch. Chapter 11. By the following afternoon, Sorcha's wound had finally ceased hurting. Though the dried blood on the bandage had clung to the incision, that morning when she'd changed it again, this time without Brandt's help, the sharp pain was gone, replaced by a bruised ache. She had no complaints over small aches, and had learned in the past not to voice them. After seeing Niall's hand taken, and the pain he'd endured, even after the bandaged stump had slowly healed, Sorcha had known she would never again complain about cuts, scratches, or any sort of ailment. His wrist and arm, he'd explained, would light up in pain every now and again, as if reliving the brutal separation of his hand. The agonizing sensations had finally gone away, though it had taken well over a year. Sorcha pictured Niall now, a strong, capable Maclaren warrior. If Malvern sent a contingency of his men from Tarban Castle to the Maclaren Keep with orders for retribution, Niall was powerful enough to fight this time. He and the rest of the Maclaren men and women would put up with only so much oppression. Once they learned Malvern had attacked and killed Maclaren men, they would raise arms. She closed her eyes against the images of her home being attacked, of her people fighting for their lives. Stop whining about not wanting your life of privilege when many are born to far less. Brandt's admonishment the day before kept coming back to haunt her, and each time it did, what felt like a piece of her soul ripped apart. Her healing wound was nothing in comparison, and no salve like the one she'd been applying to heal and keep out infection would ever be able to extinguish it. He was right. She'd been more than selfish. The afternoon sun had risen through the canopy of trees, which had been starting to spread out, making it a bit easier for her to direct Lockie through the mossy and rocky undergrowth. It would be several days' journey to Brodie, and stopping at the monastery would be a welcome respite after their punishing pace. She heard Ares moving close behind her, his low huffs and snorts more noise than Brandt himself had been making all morning. He'd said more than enough yesterday, after he'd pulled her into his lap and kissed her with unmistakable longing. He'd wanted her, badly. I'm not worthy of you. As much as she shunned being a lady, Sorcha wasn't naive. She knew what her rank demanded. She was the daughter of a duke, and would be expected to make marriage alliances as her sisters had for the good of the clan. She would be required to marry according to her station, as Brandt had said. But if marrying a nobleman meant marrying someone like Malvern, she'd rather elope with the pauper son of a pig farmer. She'd come close, though Brandt wasn't a pauper, and he raised horses. The fact that he was illegitimate had no bearing on his worth as a man, but Sorcha knew many others, including her father, might not see it that way. What Brandt felt, and why, was an old injury, one as old as the scars the she-wolf left upon Sorcha's body, and just as deeply rooted. It had to do with his mother, and the callous way she'd abandoned him, Sorcha supposed. He did not trust easily, and for good reason. If only Brandt knew the truth, that she did not intend to marry either. There was no man she'd trusted enough to get that close. What she did want, however, was to experience what it would be like to be thoroughly seduced by a man. What woman wouldn't? Just because people called her the Beast of Maclaren didn't mean she didn't dream of having someone look at her the way Brandt did, with thirst and desire in his eyes. Lust, he'd called it. She blushed, her insides clenching. Sorcha knew exactly what he expected their kissing would lead to. Copulation, consummation of their false marriage vows. But what he didn't know was that she'd gladly surrender her precious virtue for one night with him. One night of unstoppable pleasure. Lord knew she'd never have it with anyone else. Sorcha shifted in the saddle and winced at the pull of her healing skin. Her mother's balm had indeed done its job. The cut was no longer weeping and had lost its angry red colour. It had been a stroke of luck, no, a miracle, that Lockie had turned up, saddlebags intact, with Aries. When she'd asked Brandt if that was normal behaviour, he had smiled. Horses are like humans. Aries and Lockie respect and like each other. But they're both males. He chuckled. Not all relationships are about mating. It had taken every ounce of her self-control not to blush at his matter-of-fact statement, though she had failed miserably. "I only meant," she said, thankful that he was busy murmuring to Aries and not looking at her, "that as a pair of males, I expected them to butt heads the way most men do." Brandt smiled. "Like your brothers?" Sorcha answered with a roll of her eyes. "No, like humans, horses just seek connection. Some do it by colour, by breed, by instinct." Fascinated by the unexpected change in his demeanour at the turn of the conversation, Sorcha had gestured for him to go on. "Different breeds gravitate toward each other. Certain breeds like to be with other equines of a similar temperament. They eat together and graze together. A gentle mare can find it quite stressful to be with a high-strung stallion." His expression had grown fond when he'd stroked his horse lovingly from mane to hindquarters, and the envy she'd felt had been surprising. What would it be like to have such devotion directed at her? "Horses have a wonderful ability to bond. They're amazing creatures. We can learn a lot from them." When he'd spoken about his beloved horses, Brandt's face had relaxed, along with every corded muscle in his body, and his chameleon eyes had warmed several notches. His voice had warmed, too, making her skin tighten and her body achingly attuned to his every word. Crooning to Aries and stroking the stallion's withers, Brandt's voice had taken on dulcet tones that had made her want to rub against his palm. It had been puzzling, such an indecent reaction to his whisperings. She was not a horse, though she had not been able to help imagining how it would feel to have those large, calloused palms running the entire, unclothed length of her body. "Enough, Sorcha," she murmured, focusing on the widening path. She eased a breath into tight lungs as the edge of the forest thinned, a stretch of heather-topped field on the horizon, and grew anxious. With every change in the landscape, it reminded her that they drew closer and closer to their destination, and when they arrived, it would be the end. None of this would matter, not her unfulfilled desires, nor his. Brandt would leave, and she would stay. She came through the trees and into a field, and moments later spotted the spire of a monastery, just like Mrs. Maxwell had said. Her chest throbbed, her ribs feeling constricted. It wasn't the wound, but another ache, one of blessed relief shot through with deep-reaching desolation. God's teeth! She felt as if she were being sundered in two. They were nearly upon the ancient stone monastery, and she did not want Brandt to see her transparent feelings when they stopped to dismount and he finally looked at her. Not one to miss a thing as they drew near, his eyes narrowed on her face and dipped to her ribs. "What is it? Are you well? Is it your wound?" She shook her head, her body humming at his nearness. "It's fine and healing." Sorcha steeled herself as Brandt continued to regard her with a doubtful look. She pushed a smile to her lips to reassure him, but it only made him frown. "You Scots like to insist you're not in pain when you are." "I am not in any pain." Brandt went on as if she hadn't spoken. "And while that is admirable for some, I know from experience that ignoring signs of pain can lead to greater injury." She scowled. "I am not one of your animals, Brandt." "You misunderstand," he said mildly. Monty broke his ankle when he fell from a horse. Instead of tending to the break, he ignored it. The break worsened, and he ended up walking with a limp for the rest of his life. "It's a cut, not a break." His gaze swept her. "And yes, you are most certainly not an animal." Something in his eyes and the faintly suggestive tenor of his words made her temperature spike. The knowledge that men at their basest were animals crept into her brain. Sweet Lord above, her entire body went molten at the prurient thought of their bodies entwined in the most primitive and bestial of mating rituals. Their gazes collided, and sensation upon sensation scoured every hot inch of her. "I am well," she croaked. "I promise you." Gia, the man had an unholy way of making her lose her wits. Last night she'd barely been able to sleep for the way she'd longed for him to abandon his post, guarding their camp, and come ravish her where she lay on the mossy ground. And earlier that morning, when she'd woken to find her water-skin filled and a pile of beech-nuts he'd gathered for her on the ground at her side, together with the remaining leftovers from Mrs. Maxwell's basket, she'd sighed at the unexpected thoughtfulness. How many times had he put her own comfort and safety before his own? Her body and mind were equally susceptible to the force that was Brandt Pierce. She would have to be especially careful with her heart. Banishing her thoughts, she dragged her eyes away from him, and instead focused on the monastery itself. Paddocks surrounded the monastery's collection of small stone buildings, enclosing sheep, pigs, and a few cows. The main structure, with its moss-covered, crumbling stone architecture, looked much like an abandoned monastery bordering Maclaren and Kincannon lands, where she often used to go as a child to pray to a very busy god to take her scars. He'd never answered her frantic pleas, and eventually Sorcha had stopped asking. A quintet of matching curved archways dotted the stone on the lower levels, rising to a square upper story with a pointed stone slate turret. This monastery seemed to be in good repair. Sorcha wondered, blasphemously, if the god who resided here was as deaf as the one near Maclaren. Though, in hindsight, she'd since come to terms with her scars, which was perhaps what he had intended all along. She'd give him the benefit of the doubt. Chickens wandered helter-skelter, and as they cantered toward the main chapel, a man in plain brown robes carrying buckets of water upon a shoulder yoke stopped to greet them. "Matinva," he called, showing no fear at all at the two armed strangers riding up to his place of worship. But why should he? Sorcha reasoned. Being hunted by Malvern, with a savage such as Coxley on their heels, seemed to have coloured her own perception. This was a man of the cloth, who believed in the inherent good of people. She had, too, once upon a time, until the devil had showed his face at Maclaren. "Matin va," she replied in Gaelic, and then with a glance at Brandt. "Good morning." "Good day," Brandt said as he reined in Ares beside Lockie. Sorcha kept her eyes on the Franciscan monk, who had stooped to remove the shoulder yoke. "I'm Brandt Pierce of Essex, England, and this is my wife, Lady Pierce of Maclaren. We're journeying north, toward Brodie lands, but our provisions are low. Could we implore for your aid?" The monk brought his palms together before his chest, showing no surprise at Brandt's clipped English. "We will aid any traveller in need of it. Please come, let us see to your horses." They thanked the monk and dismounted, Sorcha sliding from her saddle and landing on her feet with less steadiness than she usually would have. Despite her avowals to the contrary, her wound and the hours she'd spent in the saddle over the last handful of days had taken their toll. It was not her shameless thirst for her husband's hands and mouth leaving her light-headed. She wouldn't let it be. The monk took her hand, bowing over it and pressing his lips lightly to her knuckles. "Lady Pierce of Maclaren, I am Abbot Lewis. You're the daughter of Lord Donranach." She expelled a breath before nodding. What she'd told Brandt was indeed the truth. It didn't matter how far they travelled in any direction in Scotland. Her facial scars were all that were needed to announce who she was. "He will thank you for your kindness," she replied. The abbot started to straighten, but paused. She saw his eyes were fastened to the ring she wore, the one Brandt had slipped onto her finger what seemed like ages ago. After a few beats of silence, the abbot stood and showed them into the monastery. The modest chapel at Maclaren Keep had always soothed her, even though she had never paid much heed to the vicar when he would drone on and on. Instead, Sorcha would look at the stained glass windows and try to piece together the meaning in the depicted scenes of holy bloodshed, grace, and beauty. She would imagine stories for them all, only half listening to the sermons. But the chapel was a place of peace, she knew, and she felt it settle over her as she and Brandt were led through a series of cloisters. They entered a large room where the abbot directed them to a circular stone basin, water bubbling down from a small fountain in the centre. A few other monks appeared and left folded lengths of toweling upon the stone rim. Sorcha and Brandt washed their hands and faces and necks in silence, while the abbot directed the monks to prepare some food for their guests. "Come," the abbot said after. "The refectory is this way. You must be hungry and weary if you have travelled from Maclaren lands." They followed the abbot through another cloister and into a high-ceilinged dining room. "We travel from Selkirk," Brandt said, before taking a seat at a long table. The room was cold, and the bench lining the table hard. But as Sorcha sat across from Brandt, she felt her legs throb with relief. "Selkirk?" The monk's eyes widened. "'Tis more than 3 days' ride from here, and 2 days more from Maclaren. You have been travelling some time, then?" "Yes," Sorcha said. She was well aware of the distance and how much ground they'd covered. She'd learned to ride a horse before she could walk, and Scottish horses were bred for their endurance and distance, but even she was bone-weary from being saddle-bound. "We're being followed by a band of men belonging to the Marquess of Malvern," Brandt said. The abbot's calm expression pinched. "I see," the abbot said, pouring cups of wine from a jug in the centre of the table. His hand shook, and though it could have been from his age, she thought it more likely the palsy was due to knowledge of Malvern. "And your destination is Brodie lands?" The emphasis he made on Brodie made Sorcha pause before she could sip from a cup. "Yes," she answered. "Is there any reason you know of why we should not travel there?" Had there been a conflict? If the Brodie had taken up arms against another clan, she and Brandt could be riding into hostile lands. The abbot poured himself a cup of wine before answering. "I only wonder why you shouldn't travel to Montgomery lands instead. They are much closer." Across the table, Sorcha saw Brandt's eyes snap to the abbot. He swallowed his gulp of wine and slowly lowered the cup, his jaw tensing. "Montgomery?" he asked. The name had come up during her time with Brandt. His father, she remembered. Monty, short for Montgomery. And Brandt's middle name as well, she recalled from the register at the Selkirk village jail. "Aye," the abbot replied, his hand gesturing towards Sorcha's own, currently wrapped around the simple wooden mug. "Your ring's crest. 'Tis the Clan Montgomery's coat of arms." Sorcha looked to her ring and the faded colours of the crest. Brandt's utter stillness was not lost on her, and when he finally spoke, his voice was hard as iron and flint. "Are you certain?" The abbot opened his palm in a silent plea for Sorcha's hand, and when she slipped her fingers into his waiting palm, he nodded. "Aye, quite. I assumed you wore it because of your relation to the Montgomerys." She turned her eyes to Brandt again, her hand still resting in the abbot's grip. "It belonged to my mother," he said, his eyes not on her or the ring, but some spot on the table. His mind was miles away, sinking into a past she knew haunted him. The abbot released Sorcha's hand. "Then you are a Montgomery," he said, as if it were the simplest reckoning in the world. But by the untethered expression upon Brandt's face it was no such thing. From his earlier admissions, he had grown up with absolutely no knowledge of his mother or the circumstances of his birth. And now, with this abbot's confident statement, he had learned. Brandt's gaze again shot to the abbot, the distance his mind had travelled having closed within seconds. "Where are Montgomery lands?" he asked, biting off each word as if it were poison in his mouth. The abbot blinked, surprised at the leashed violence of the question. Sorcha felt the chill of it, and understood the place of pain from whence it had come. Her heart ached for Brandt, but she knew he would not welcome her concern or her pity. She had come to know his private thoughts only by chance because of goading him, not because he had trusted her enough to confide in her. He would not appreciate any outreach. Instead, Sorcha schooled her features into a blank mask. "West," the monk answered. "Perhaps 1 or 2 days' ride, depending on your haste." Her sister and brother-in-law were to the north, many more days than that, and Coxley would not be far behind. Sorcha had heard of the Montgomerys, one of the oldest Scottish clans, though the Maclarens did not have many dealings with them. They were not one of her clan's enemies, but what she did not know was whether they were friend or foe to Malvern. The man had his fingers embedded in every part of Scotland. She thought back to the men who had attacked Ronan. Their plaids had been varied, mostly lowlanders, but a few Highlanders too. Trust was a luxury that neither of them could afford, at least until they got to Brodie. "We are going to the Brodie," she hissed to Brandt through clenched teeth. He considered her for a moment. That was all. The blasted man. What was going through his mind? "We will take the closest sanctuary from Malvern we can find," he replied. "And that is Montgomery." "And are you so certain they will offer it?" she asked softly, even as her thumb touched the underside of the gold band on her finger. Even if he presented the ring and said it had been his mother's, there would be no proof he was telling the truth. The ring could have been got in any number of ways, sold, pawned, stolen. Scottish heirlooms and antiques were traded and sold like common goods to keep families fed, thanks to the clearances. But if it was indeed his mother's, and he was a Montgomery, then the woman who'd birthed him, and hadn't wanted him, could deny him now as well. He already harboured enough hurt. Sorcha didn't want to see him rejected again. Brandt didn't answer her question before a few more monks entered the refectory with plates of food for them. "Eat your fill," the abbot said, "and then we will show you to your room." Brandt shook his head tightly. "It isn't safe. Your monastery is unprotected." "We are protected by the Lord's light and love." "I prefer stone walls, a moat, and plenty of steel," Brandt replied. "Besides, I don't want to put your monks here in danger. We'll rest for a while, but we'll ride before sunset and make camp again." Sorcha was secretly grateful Brandt did not want to stay. When the abbot had mentioned a room, she had thought of the small one at the inn where they had shared their wedding night. Too much had happened between them since then, and sharing the intimacy and luxury of a real bed would have been untenable. The abbot bowed. "Then I insist you take what you need from our kitchen and cellarium. Whatever supplies you require are yours to sustain you." It was a generous offer, but as Brandt thanked him, Sorcha imagined the abbot would have parted with a week's worth of provisions, if only to avoid a skirmish at his monastery involving Malvern's men. She had not missed his look of relief when Brandt had said they would be leaving. She clenched her jaw. Malvern was a monster who needed to be stopped. His reputation for brutality via Coxley's hands ran far and wide. It was no surprise that the monks here feared his name. Sorcha had no idea why the king would condone Malvern's actions, but perhaps he simply did not know his man was committing such atrocities in his name. They finished eating their simple meal of venison, turnips, and bread, made all the more palatable by the ewers of wine brought to replenish their cups. Brandt spoke little, his mind no doubt tumbling over the revelation the abbot had laid down before him. She longed to ask him what he was thinking, longed to touch his cheek and force him to look her in the eye. But the abbot's presence didn't allow it, nor did her own sense of self-preservation. It was both a blessing and a curse, for if she touched him as she wanted to do, the desire to touch him more would catch fire inside of her. It would not surprise her if he was a Montgomery. Though he spoke and dressed like an Englishman, he had the heart and courage of a Highlander. But in truth, it would not have mattered if he were a blue-blooded, English-bred Sassenach. She would have come to respect him anyway. But Sorcha also understood that what she felt could be exaggerated because of their circumstances. After all, people thrown together in impossible situations came to depend on one another out of necessity. Brandt had said as much too. "This is not what you're imagining it to be." Perhaps he was right. She was confusing fondness for respect, or her physical desires for something more, and there was no denying her attraction. She had begun to vibrate like a tuning fork whenever he was near. After the last few days, she couldn't deny the way he made her feel, as if she could take on Malvern with him at her side. For a moment, Sorcha wondered if it were possible to keep one's heart completely detached from the demands of one's body. She could, she supposed, with effort, though it wasn't just his kisses she craved. She delighted in his spare smiles and his sly repartee, his wit and intelligence, the mellow voice that resonated through her worries, calming her in an instant. "Gia!" A small sigh departed her lips. None of it mattered anyway. He was incapable of ever truly trusting anyone, and she had her own demons, real ones that had carved their marks upon her flesh. Best to keep them covered, both her scars and her utterly unwelcome feelings. Chapter 12. When they left the monastery, the afternoon sky had been crisp and clear, but by sunset they were riding into the odd, pale light of a brewing storm. It was far too late to turn back and retrace their steps to the monastery. They would just have to endure the storm when it hit. If it hit. Weather in the Highlands was more capricious than he'd expected. Sunny one moment and stormy the next. Much like how Brandt's life had been the past few days. Brief breaks in the thunderous sky above showed a fiery setting sun, intermittently glazing the vibrant green grass with golden light before the slate clouds shut them out again. They rode west, toward the blocked sunset, squinting when the rays pierced through. Though even then Brandt felt cold and empty, and yet also filled to the brim with restless energy. Odd how he found he had nothing to say to Sorcha, who kept Lockie only a few paces in front of Ares. No, that wasn't entirely true. He had plenty to say, including an admission that she had every right to be angry with him, considering he'd deviated from their plan. However, the looks she kept sending his way were not ones of anger, but of concern. Perhaps it was his silence that worried her. Ever since the abbot had spoken the name Montgomery, it had felt like one stone after another piling onto his chest. Until he felt grounded but breathless. He couldn't seem to open his mouth to utter one bloody word. His mother's ring. His father's name. It could not be a coincidence. Brandt's mother was a Montgomery. He was a Montgomery. He had no idea what to expect as they rode westward, the feeble protection of the monastery sliding behind the hills and valleys in their wake, and uncertainty over whether they would find welcome and shelter with the Montgomerys weighing heavy. But Brandt could not have continued north, not only because Brodylands were still days away, and there was the risk of Malvern having already predicted it was their destination, nor because Sorcha's wound needed more time to heal while she was inside stone walls that had warriors on guard instead of monks with wooden crosses. No, he could not have continued north because of the unassailable driving need to grasp the one vision his mind had clung to for nearly all of his life. He wanted to find her, his mother. He wanted to show her what he had become, and then he wanted to leave her with the knowledge that he would never think of her again. Perhaps it was selfish. Brandt didn't care. It was too close, a few days' ride, and he would have the answers he'd sought for so long, answers his father had never been able to truly explain. He'd had an affair with a married woman, but had he loved her? Had he asked her to run away with him, and had she dismissed him without care, as she had clearly dismissed her own infant? One night, during one of the rare times Monty had been in his cups, Brandt had made the mistake of questioning him and had gotten answers that had cut him to the bone. Loosened by drink, Monty had sobbed, bits and pieces of truth spilling out in incoherent parts. That Brandt's birth mother had been a Scottish high-born lady, that Monty and Brandt had both been sent away from the clan and begged never to return. When Monty sobered, Brandt had confronted him with his ramblings, but he had resumed his staunch refusal to talk about the land of his birth or his clan, only to say that Brandt's mother hadn't wanted either of them to come back, and that Brandt had been a mistake she could never recover from. A mistake. The knowledge had ruined him. After that day, Brandt had stopped asking. He'd finally accepted that Monty would never part with the whole truth, and that perhaps it was for the best. But Anne, even with all the things his stepmother had done to care for him and Monty until she'd died, had still not been Brandt's mother. He hadn't seen the same love and adoration in her eyes, the way he would when the Duchess of Bradburn would look upon Archer. She hadn't hugged Brandt or kissed him good night. She had provided. She had made Monty smile from time to time, and she had never raised her voice or her hand to Brandt. But there had always been something missing. It had settled inside of him, that vacancy. He knew meeting his birth mother would not fill it, but the need to lay eyes upon her was undeniable, especially now that he knew she was so close, or at least her clan, his clan, if the vicar was right. The yearning he'd experienced as a child seemed to return in full force. It boiled down to one thing after all these years. He wanted to know why. He wanted answers. How could any mother abandon her own child? On his own deathbed, Monty had confessed again. His body had been frail with fever, his eyes rheumy, but he'd beckoned Brandt close. "Sorry, lad," he'd wheezed. "I never got the chance to tell the truth." A violent spasm of coughing had rocked through him. "You must ken. Your mother—" "All is well, father," he'd said, tears falling down his cheeks. "I know what she did. I won't go looking, I promise." "Nay, forgive. I'm not... But words had failed Monty then. Words, and then breath. And as the light left his eyes, Brandt didn't care about what he'd been trying to say. Consumed with sadness, he'd simply wept at the loss of the only family he'd ever known. Brandt felt a dull stinging in his eyes as streaks of lightning brightened the sky over some distant hills. He blinked, and they were gone. He hadn't thought of the night he'd lost his father for a long time. Until now. A few moments later, a rumble of thunder made Lockie whinny and rear wildly. Sorcha reached forward to stroke his mane and neck, trying to calm him with some whispered words, but the grey kept tossing his head. Still without a word, Brandt rode to her side. Having Ares canter beside Loki seemed to calm the grey, and the two mounts rode in time, ignoring another flicker of lightning and the answering toll of the heavens. "We should find shelter," Sorcha said when another jagged fork cleaved the sky in two, the white light tearing long fingers into the rapidly condensing fog. Ares reared up onto his hind legs, which was uncharacteristic for him. Brandt frowned, calming the animal with a soothing click of his tongue, but ignored what should have been a clear warning and urged Ares forward. He scanned his surroundings. They seemed to have ridden into a rocky valley, with two mountainous hills rising on either side. The misty clouds had dropped to obscure the tops of the hills, as well as smoke trailing up from any nearby homesteads, and the Highland fog was already starting to thicken. Monty used to tell him stories of men who had gotten lost in the mists over the moors with only a few misplaced steps. Soon they would not be able to see two lengths in front of them. Brandt did not want to put Sorcha in danger, but a different furor kept driving him forward. "A bit farther," he managed to say, kicking up his speed. Ares shot forward, with Loki staying close on his heels. "We aren't going to get there tonight," she shouted. She meant Montgomery lands. Of course she would know what was consuming his thoughts. Brandt kept riding, determined to reach the end of this narrow crevasse between the two sharply angled slopes. There had to be something ahead, some barn or ruin, a place for them to spend the night. And by the look of the sky and the thunder and lightning crawling ever closer, it would likely be a long, wet, and dangerous night. Spitting rain flecked Brandt's cheeks and forehead, and then within seconds, it seemed, the drops fattened, striking his eyes as he rode straight into a wall of rain. It soaked them almost immediately, their mounts galloping at full speed through the quickly muddying ground as more thunder shook the earth. The sound of it echoed off the hills surrounding them, reverberating in Brandt's ears, and was made even more ominous by the suffocating mist that wrapped them in thick, heavy bands. The wind had picked up, too, howling a mournful sound like an animal lost in the wilderness. It made the hackles on the back of his neck rise, and Ares toss unsteadily beneath his seat. They needed shelter. Now. Finally, a curve in the terrain opened up to show a stretch of valley, the mists moving low over the grassland. "There!" Sorcha shouted, and when Brandt followed the direction of her pointed finger, he saw what looked to be a small hut ahead. It was a squat stone lean-to, likely built for sheep or goats wanting shelter from either sun or wind or rain. It would have to do, at least until the worst had passed and the fog had cleared. He and Sorcha rode pell-mell for the shack. He could barely see 3 feet in front of him by the time they dismounted. The shed was not empty. 2 drenched and forlorn-looking sheep stood huddled in one corner, bleating their terror at each cracking peal of thunder. Brandt led Ares and Loki next to them, and he and Sorcha took up refuge in the opposite corner. The hut provided more protection from the rain and wind than he'd expected. The fourth side was not fully open, and though it let in some wind, for the most part it kept the rain out. Brandt stood, his head nearly touching the stone slab of the roof, and inhaled his relief. He nearly gagged. The stench was unbearable, and not just because of the wet sheep. It stank to high heaven of fermented animal excrement. His eyes met Sorcha's, and she wrinkled her nose with a light shrug. "It's not that bad," she said. "You get used to it." "You are the strangest female I've ever known." He arched an eyebrow, surprised at her nonchalant response, though he did not know why. He had known that Sorcha was unlike any other woman of his acquaintance. Any other lady would have shrieked or swooned, but not his fierce Highland bride. A plucky grin rose to her lips, her face illuminated by a bright slash of lightning. Her face was ghostly in the strange gloom left behind from the flash and the undulating mists. Brandt couldn't help thinking that she looked like a woodland fairy, with her wild hair and shimmering eyes. "When we were children, my mamma always used to say no weeping for shed milk." She shrugged. We're here and we have to make the best of it. It could be worse. We could be out there in that, unable to see our heads from our asses." Brandt laughed. Somehow he could not imagine ever losing sight of that particular asset belonging to her. He'd practically memorized it on the way to the monastery. "Speak for yourself, lassie. I have eyes in the back of my head." Bold words for an Englishman. His humour faded. Not English, Scottish, Montgomery Scottish. Sorcha must have seen the expression falter on his face in the eerie pale gloom, because she busied herself with feeding the horses some mash from the abbey. Once they were settled, she moved back to the corner with 2 extra plaids from her saddlebags wrapped over one arm and a bundle of sticks in the other. "Where did you get those?" Brandt asked, eyeing the sticks. "I learned the hard way when I was hunting with my brothers to always keep a stack of firewood wrapped in oilskin with my tack. The rain and the mists can roll in quicker than you can blink, and without heat, the Highlands are a frigid mistress. We can probably start a small fire in that corner," she said, pointing to the unoccupied space. "It's out of the rain and cold, but we're both going to have to get out of our wet clothes or risk the chill setting in." Amazed at her foresight and calm, he nodded, and a few moments later Brandt could hear Sorcha undressing behind him as he set himself to task with the fire. He tried not to pay attention to the intimate rustling sounds, or imagine the glow of her pale skin by stormlight. She would look like a pagan Celtic goddess. It took every ounce of willpower he possessed not to turn around and see for himself. When she moved to settle in beside him, bundled in one of the Maclaren plaids, he saw that she had hooked her damp dress and underthings to a nail that jutted out on the wall. "I've left a plaid for you there," she said, and turned her face away. Brandt noticed the rosy tinge of her cheeks. Clearly she was as potently aware of him as he was of her, and for good reason. She was stark naked beneath that covering. Gritting his teeth, he ignored the dangerous knowledge that made lust simmer to life within him. He removed his own clothes swiftly and found other nails on which to hang them. By the time he was finished, Brandt was shivering, but the warm woven plaid felt like heaven as he squatted beside Sorcha. "How long do you think the storm will last?" "Hard to tell with squalls like these. Sometimes they can last for minutes, other times for hours." She peered through the door opening. "This one looks like it means to stay a while." "We should get some rest then," Brandt said. He rose and went over to the horses, where he unrolled the pallet he had saved from Ronan and spread it on the hard, filthy ground behind them. He was grateful for it, mostly for Sorcha's sake. She might have been accustomed to rough conditions, but that didn't mean she wouldn't appreciate the small comfort. He also grabbed 2 apples and handed her one. "Thank you." Sitting together, they ate the fruit in silence, watching the small flames that fought valiantly against the occasional burst of wind that slivered through the entryway. They threw the 2 cores to the horses. It had become only marginally warmer, even with the body heat of 4 animals and 2 humans, as well as the meagre heat from the fire. And Brandt noticed that Sorcha was still shivering. He drew her toward him. "What are you doing?" she asked, her eyes going wide. "Warming you," he said, "and me." Even through the layers of 2 plaids, her body was like a slab of ice. Her damp hair had already started to dry in tangled curls, but it seemed that the chill had already sunk into her bones. "You're so warm," she breathed, wriggling closer. "I spent many cold nights in the stables as a lad. I suppose my body got used to it." Brandt tried not to react to her closeness and the faint lavender scent of her, vastly preferable to the other smells surrounding them. She sighed contentedly, snuggling against him. The loose plaid pressed between them was not much of a deterrent to his stiffening body, but Brandt steeled himself. He wasn't a beast driven by rutting. She needed warmth, and he was simply providing it so she wouldn't catch a chill. Or so he told himself. "What do you know of the Montgomerys?" he asked, his tone gruffer than he'd intended. Sorcha went slightly rigid beneath his arm. "Not much. My father used to know the prior Duke of Glenross quite well. Ronan said the old Duke used to visit Maclaren on occasion, before I was born, when he was a lad. But when the new Duke, his brother, took his place, things changed. The Montgomerys keep to themselves." She shrugged, her shoulder pushing into his rib-cage. "Much like many other Highland clans, even Brodie. It's normal. Only—" She glanced up at him, something warring in her expression. "Only what?" he asked. "They don't like strangers." His eyes narrowed. "How do you mean?" Sorcha chewed her bottom lip and sighed quietly. "Well, I suppose you should hear it if they are indeed your kin. There were rumours surrounding the death of the old laird, the Duke of Glenross. He died in a suspicious accident. He was thrown by his horse and fell to his death in the quarry on Montgomery lands, and the one to find him was his younger brother, Roderick." Brandt stared at her, and she rushed to continue. "Ronan said he heard from Papa that it was near an old mining trench that they used to play in as children. Robert, the old Duke, knew that land like the back of his hand. He knew all the traps and the dangerous parts, and yet he fell into a sinkhole." "Was it murder?" "It was never proven, but it was strange that Roderick inherited the title and went on to marry his brother's widow." Her voice went quiet. "He's known throughout the Highlands as the Mad Montgomery because of his rages. Ronan used to tease Finlay, Evan, and me when we were little that the Mad Montgomery was going to come and steal us away in the night." She shuddered slightly. "I do not know that we will be welcome there, Brandt, even if they are your kin." "You will be safe, Sorcha, I promise you," he said. "Don't be afraid." She drew a slow breath. "I'm not afraid, but I do fear that you won't find the answers you seek." Brandt wasn't sure he would either, but it was closer than he'd ever gotten to the truth of who he was. He owed it to himself and to Monty to pay his respects, and if he wasn't welcome, then he would leave. After a while they fell into silence, and as her weight slumped into his side, Brandt realized that she had fallen asleep. Gently he lowered her to the pallet and tucked the plaid around her body. The small fire had already burnt out to red embers, so he lay back next to her. Seeking his warmth with a soft sigh, Sorcha turned to fling one arm over him, and his entire body went taut as her forearm draped over the prominent bulge in his groin. He'd sported an inconvenient erection the minute she'd undressed, and now, at her unknowing touch, it swelled further. Christ! Even in sleep she was going to be the death of him. He loosed a shaky breath and angled his hips a quarter turn so that her hand was no longer resting on top of him. And damned if he didn't miss the slight, innocent pressure of it. God, he was bitterly depraved if that was what he had sunk to. Moving quietly, he shifted his body so that he was resting on his side away from her. Instinctively, Sorcha followed the movement and the source of heat, snuggling into his back and tightening her hold against his abdomen. Brandt closed his eyes and tried to ignore the press of a luscious pair of breasts against his back and the spooning cradle of warm female thighs against his buttocks. He groaned as his groin tightened to the point of pain. It was going to be a bloody long night. Brandt moaned softly, awakening to warm, wet lips nibbling on his chin, and to the sound of low laughter. Opening his eyes, he blinked, and a very large horse's head came into view as Ares tried to swallow his nose. He pushed the horse away and propped himself up. Sorcha had already risen and dressed and was grinning at him while munching on an apple, her gaze bright with amusement. "Nice dreams?" "They were quite pleasant until a minute ago, thank you." Brandt pressed the heels of his palms into his eyes and stretched, the plaid falling to his waist. Sorcha's gaze riveted on his bare chest and stomach before she turned hurriedly away toward Lockie. He half wondered what she would have done had he risen upright, His lower half was in no way relieved from the tortures of the night. "He's hungry," she said, and Brandt blinked twice before realizing she was talking about Ares. "But I didn't want to let him graze without checking with you first. Seems he had the same idea." "By eating my face?" "He was simply bidding you good morning with a kiss," she said with an irrepressible wink over her shoulder. He'd have vastly preferred a kiss from her in the vicinity of his lap. Smirking at the bawdy thought, Brandt grabbed the tartan and stood, making no move to disguise the conspicuous tent at his hips. He was rewarded with a smothered gasp as he strode from the shack. "Take that, Highland sprite." Outside, dawn was breaking across the cloudless skies in bright, pinkening touches. The storm had left everything washed and gleaming. Even the grass seemed greener, and the patches of heather more purple. Tucking the plaid around his waist and throwing one end over his shoulder in a loose imitation of what he'd seen on Ronan, Brandt inhaled deeply and moved around to the back of the hut to take care of his morning needs. "The plaid suits you," Sorcha said when he returned. Her voice had taken on a husky quality, no doubt from the eyeful she'd gotten. "It's a bit too free for me," he said, grinning and arching an amused eyebrow. It had the intended effect. Her cheeks went scandalously pink as she caught his meaning that he was bare-assed beneath the fabric. "Most civilized men wear undergarments," she said primly. "And shirts." "Do they?" he said, jutting his hips forward slightly. Her face flamed. "This is unseemly conversation, sir, even for me." "We are married, Sorcha. We have slept together multiple times." He eyed her, enjoying her embarrassment. "Surely you're not going to turn into a proper prissy maiden on me now?" She scowled. "I'll have you know that I was brought up to be a lady." "Sheathe your claws, wife." He chuckled and ducked inside to find his clothing. "'Twas only a bit of teasing. I wouldn't change one wild hair on your head for all the well-behaved ladies in London." Laughing, he ducked as her apple core came sailing at his head. After a light meal of oats and grass for the horses and fruit for him, they mounted their steeds and headed west. The night's rest had done them all a world of good, and their pace was swift. With any luck, even with the delay from the rain, they would make Montgomery lands by the next morning. Sorcha cantered ahead of him, her back straight, her long hair braided into a neat, thick plait. He grinned. Undoubtedly his comment regarding her wild hair had inspired her to be contrary. He had never enjoyed goading a woman more, and provoking the wit and fire of her response. Suddenly something whizzed by Brandt's cheek, tickling the tip of his ear. He glanced at Sorcha, expecting another apple core to come his way, but her back was to him. An arrow lodged itself into the dirt at Ares's hooves. Blinking, he looked over his shoulder to see two men in pursuit. They were mounted on two horses and dressed in brown-striped plaids. Highlanders, then. They couldn't be Montgomery men. They wore the wrong colours for that. Who were they? Another arrow passed perilously close. "Sorcha!" he yelled, drawing his sword. But she had already turned, her own bow nocked. One of the men fell out of his saddle as her shot landed true. The second man released another arrow, and Brandt felt Ares rear up beneath him with a pained whinny. He jumped off the saddle, but there was no sign of an arrow in the horse's hide. With a furious shout he ran toward the man, lifting his sword high above his head and swinging into the man's thigh as he rode past. His attacker toppled to the ground, clutching at his bleeding leg. Brandt stuck the tip of his sword into the man's grimy neck. "Who sent you?" The Scot scowled, his eyes going mutinous. "It will give me great pleasure to carve your worthless head from your body," Brandt said softly. "Don't make me ask again." The man paled as the point of the sword drew a drop of blood. "The Marquess of Malvern." "Malvern?" Sorcha gasped, dismounting. "How? We've been on the road for days. They couldn't have followed us so quickly." "How?" Brandt prodded the man. "There's a bounty on your head. Dead for you, Alive for the lass." Brandt stared at Sorcha. "They must have put the word out the minute we left Selkirk. These men will do anything for coin. We must make haste." "What about him?" she asked. Brandt felt loath to kill the man, even though he had most definitely intended to carry out Malvin's orders and kill him. He looked to be more desperate than he appeared to be a killer, though. His plaid was ratty and threadbare. "Remove whatever weapons you're wearing," he ordered. The man quickly threw down a blade from his waist and one from an ankle sheath. Brandt then reached into the pouch tied at his hip for a few coins and offered them to the man, with the hope that the obviously desperate Scot would take the money and abandon any notion to come after them again. His eyes widened at the sight of the gold. "Go with your life, and remember the kindness I showed you." The man took off, limping on foot since both horses had disappeared. "That was a generous thing you did," Sorcha said. "Though foolish, if there's a price on our heads, more will come. Scots like that one have likely lost their lands and homes, and Malvin's gold will be an easy lure." "We've only half a day's ride to Montgomery," he said. But as he walked toward Ares, the horse shied away. His eyes rolled in his head, and a pained sound emerged from his mouth. A streak of worry speared Brandt. He scanned the animal carefully, noticing the way Ares was favoring his foreleg. "He's been hurt," he said, crouching to examine the leg with care. "There's a shallow cut here. One of the arrows must have nicked him." He sat back on his haunches and looked behind him to make sure the man was gone. They were in a field with little cover, exposed on all sides. "Damn it!" "Can he walk?" Sorcha asked, also alert. "I spotted a thatch of trees a mile or so back near a stream. I could tend to it there." But Brandt did not want to go back, not knowing if the man had more friends. "Where did you see the stream?" She hooked a thumb to the east, and Brandt pointed to a thatch of trees to the northeast. "We go that way and hope to intersect it. I'll walk him." Ares did not complain, but after a short stretch it was obvious that the animal was in pain. "I'll have to bandage it until I can clean it properly," Sorcha said, "or it will only get worse." Brandt kept watch with Sorcha's bow at the ready as she tended to the animal. At first Ares nickered and tried to take a bite out of her shoulder, but the horse calmed at a quiet, though firm, word from her. Sorcha dug in her pack for a few bottles, and then proceeded to mix together a hodgepodge of ingredients, moss, lichens, and bark, to make a poultice for the injury. She worked quietly and quickly, and Brandt couldn't help but be impressed at her knowledge. "What is all that?" he asked, as he traced a citrus-like scent. "Lovage root and bog myrtle," she said, her lower lip caught between her teeth in concentration. "I cannot use my mother's salve until the wound has been washed. It heals so quickly that one speck of dirt can cause sepsis. These herbs will ward away the pain and help with the swelling." "Have you always been a healer?" Brilliant blue eyes met his, startling him for a moment before they flicked back to their task. "I'm not a healer. I've learned bits and pieces over the years, that's all. My mother's the true healer." She was being modest. The deft way she had tended to her own wound, and the care that she was taking with Ares, was remarkable. Brandt was surprised that the horse stood so quietly. Ares was a dependable animal, but his reaction to any type of laceration was to bite and kick. It was perhaps due to the wheals he'd sustained as a colt. Horses had long memories. "There," Sorcha said, tying a linen strip. "That should hold until we get to the stream. I'll ride ahead to make sure." He watched as she rode away, and followed gingerly with Ares, who seemed more confident with each halting step. Though Brandt worried for Sorcha's safety, he knew she could defend herself. He didn't like how it felt to watch her leave, as if a part of his own body was riding away upon Lockie. He scowled. Where had that thought come from? That wasn't it. Her safety was his priority, that was all. And who knew if other bandits would be in hiding, waiting to ambush them? It wasn't long, though it felt like an eternity, until she came back over the rise, her expression triumphant. "It's not far," she said. "Just over this hill." The stream, more of a river now as it turned out, was enough for Sorcha to clean the wound and apply her mother's salve. Once more Ares stood patiently, even rubbing his nose into her face at one point. Jesus, the horse was in danger of turning into as much of a ninny as he was. "We should let him rest," she said, coming toward him. "Montgomery's not far." "It's dangerous out in the open." A level gaze met his. "Ares is your family. We'll keep watch. By the morrow he'll be well enough to ride." Her quiet words shocked him into silence. She knew how much Ares meant to him. Not many did. Ares was a horse, but he was the closest thing to family that Brandt had. "Thank you," he said hoarsely. Her slim hand found his, slipping around his palm and squeezing. "I'm sorry Ares is hurt, Brandt," she whispered. "This is my fault. I'm so sorry." Overcome with emotion, he could only grip back. Brandt knew what she was sorry for, that she felt all of this was on her because of Malvern. But deep down, he felt like a fraud to accept her apology. He'd gone into it with his eyes wide open. It had started with wanting her horse, but over the last tumultuous days it had become so much more. He wanted to help her, and he also wanted to know who he was. The problem was, he didn't know if he could do both. Chapter 13. The night had been long and cold, though Sorcha was thankful that it had at least not been storming. She and Brandt had tucked themselves into a small copse of trees near the river and lit a small fire, the rush and gurgle of the water the only noise throughout the night. She'd barely slept, fearing both another attack from ruthless bounty hunters and an infection settling into Ares's injury. She'd washed the wound the first chance she'd had, applied her mother's salve liberally, and then bandaged it up. None of it, though, was a promise against infection. They needed Ares, Brandt needed him, and not just to transport him from place to place. Ares was Brandt's companion. If something were to befall the horse, it would hurt him deeply. It would also be yet one more bad consequence of her scheming back in Selkirk. She didn't want to think of how Brandt might blame her, so instead she'd looked up at the stars most of the night, the sky clear enough to show off every last twinkling constellation. She'd traced Orion and Gemini with her eyes, the Plough and the Seven Sisters. It had been some while before she realized Brandt was not sleeping either. His breathing was too quiet, his limbs restless as they stirred under his plaid. He might not have been keeping watch outside their encampment, but he remained alert and a few arms' lengths away from her own bedroll. As dawn lit the fields, Sorcha had found her husband already at Ares's side, inspecting the animal's leg, the bandage off. "It looks well," she said. The wound had started to heal instead of fester. "Because of you," he replied, discarding the old strip of linen bandage into the meagre flames of the fire. Sorcha tried not to flush at his praise, but her mind was relentless in the way it sought the pleasure such a thing brought. She got to her feet and stretched, then went to her pack for the salve. "Because he is a strong animal," she rejoined before moving toward Ares and reapplying a new layer. Brandt then bandaged him again. "He'll be fine until we reach Montgomery," he said with a gentle caress of his palm over his mount's knee. "Once there, he can rest in more comfort until he recovers." Sorcha bit her lip against the instant reply springing to her tongue. What if the Montgomerys aren't welcoming? Saying as much would only cast a shadow over what was so far a fine blue-sky Highland morning. The air was crisp, but with the sun and the rare lack of wind, it would soon warm. It might even get hot. Self-consciously, she took stock of herself. They'd washed up at the monastery, but drenching rains and a night spent in a muck-filled field hut had made her feel as if she hadn't bathed in days. Before leaving the monks, she and Brandt had been welcomed to fill their packs with supplies for both themselves and their horses. Among the piles of stores found in the cellarium, there had been a crate of charity clothing and fabric. She'd found a simple green dress with few marks and mendings, a threadbare but clean linen shift, and a shawl that had but one spot of well-done darning. Showing up at the Montgomery keep in her current grime-covered clothing was out of the question. She would already have to withstand the stares and whispers about her face. She would not give them anything else to gossip about. "I'm going down to the river," she announced as she took the dress and shawl from a pack. As her hand reached, she saw how dirty it was. A small amount of her lavender soap remained in her saddlebags, and she palmed the jar now, along with a square of linen. Brandt gave her a small nod. "I'll keep watch." Of course he would, she thought with a smile as she walked out of the trees toward the wide, languid river. It wasn't as loud as it had been the night before. Sunlight did that. It muted things. Sounds, sensations, fears. Though as she stopped at the river's edge, placing her clothes and soap on a flat-topped rock jutting halfway into the clear water, she thought of how little it muted her longing for her husband. At night, yes, it was more pointed, but even now as she pictured him at the camp tending to their mounts and stomping out the fire, she longed for him. It was silly, really, how 30 or so yards felt like miles upon miles. Sorcha shook her head and undressed to her shift. The icy river water bit at her feet as she entered, but she knew the longer she took to get in, the worse the cold would be. So instead she gripped a jar of soap and went straight into the shallows. The riverbed dropped into a pool, the rocks at her feet worn smooth, and the bracing cold sent a rash of goose-flesh all over her skin as she submerged nearly to her shoulders. Sorcha couldn't stop the little yelp of surprise, then a jittery burst of laughter. Quickly she lathered her body with soap, scrubbing at the streaks of dirt on her arms and hands, scouring her neck and chest and legs, concentrating hard on the rims of her nails. She took a breath and dunked her head, the cold water stabbing her cheeks and nose. She pushed back to the surface, another bubble of laughter at the cold releasing. Her hair, it was a mess of knots, and as she lathered it with soap, tried to untangle each one. But it would take far too long, and already she was starting to feel numb from the knees down, her jaw beginning to chatter. The sun would warm her quickly once she was out, and then she could sit on the rock and comb out the tangles. So she gave up, simply dunking her head once more to rinse before turning to go back to shore. Sorcha stopped, a pulse of shock skittering through her at the sight of Brandt sitting on the flat-topped rock next to her pile of discarded clothes. He held a length of clean plaid, one side of his mouth bowed into a mischievous grin. Sorcha felt another shiver through her body, though this one was unrelated to the cold. Instead, a spike of pure heat shot through her, centering low in her abdomen. "How long have you been standing there?" she asked. The grin intensified, encompassing his whole, beautifully formed lips. "Long enough to think you need to pay better attention to your surroundings." "I was distracted," she said, the excuse and the cold making her voice high. "The water is freezing." Brandt's eyes dropped to the twin slopes of her breasts beneath the wet shift just cresting the surface of the water, and Sorcha felt the graze of his stare to her shaking bones. The river water was clear, and she knew that despite the slight distortion the surface may provide, the outline of her body in her sodden garment was plain for him to see. Though her nipples had tightened into hard, pebbled tips from the cold, her breasts still managed to suddenly feel heavy and full, and warm. This man, he was aflame, and she craved his heat. She wanted to throw herself in the very center of it and burn to willful destruction. "I brought you this," he said, holding up the length of plaid. "To dry off." He set it on the rock by her clothes and straightened to leave. "Wait!" Sorcha's feet moved over the smooth riverbed rocks, and her breasts cleared the surface of the water. She didn't know what had made her do it, only that she hadn't wanted him to turn and take his flame away from her. Or maybe because this was the last time they would truly be alone. Brandt came to a halt, his smile fading as he took in the sight of her. Emboldened by the sudden smouldering press of his gaze, Sorcha took another step, the water sluicing down the clinging linen to her waist. She hesitated, her lips numb as well as her feet, and yet every inch of her somehow sparking with life. The drenched shift would leave precious little to the imagination, but it did cover her scars, and that made her bold. That, and the blatant desire flaring in his eyes. She stepped upward again on the angled riverbed and took a shivery breath. The rippling surface dropped drastically to her hips, exposing the tops of her thighs to his view. Though she was chilled, a blush heated the underside of her skin. Brandt took a visibly sharp breath, his chest expanding as he gazed at her, drinking in every newly bared inch of her. Another step, and his stare hitched on her legs, a muscle beating in his cheek. With a stab of shyness she paused, torn between flinging herself back into the freezing depths of the river and making a mad dash for the plaid that lay on the rocks between them. "Don't stop now," Brandt said in a low, husky voice. Sorcha felt the familiar stirring of thrill she had every time someone challenged her. Only this time there was something different about the thrill. It wasn't about winning the challenge. It was about sharing it, reveling in it. She kept toward the shore, unable to stop, knowing that she could not. She didn't want to. Brandt's expression revealed more than simple lust. He looked dazzled, utterly fixated, as water droplets coursed from her hem down her bare knees, then her calves, and finally all the way to her ankles. No man had ever looked at her the way he did, like she was the sun and the moon and everything in between. She wanted more of it. Brandt took up the plaid again, his eyes slamming back into hers as she stepped up onto the rock and let him wrap her shivering body in the length of fabric. And then his mouth took hers, his lips searing hot against her tingling ones. He held her close, his arms folding her against his body, her bare feet treading on his toes. He didn't need to coax her lips to part. She opened for him, seeking the warm thrust of his tongue, needing it more than air. With swift, sweet licks he gave her what she wanted, one hand falling to her plaid-encased hip and another raking up through her damp hair. His fingers caught on a tangle, and the pain only made Sorcha kiss him harder. She nipped his lower lip, and Brandt growled, fisting a handful of the quickly warming plaid at her hips. "You are exquisite," he murmured, as he rounded his free hand over her backside and filled his palm. "No one has ever seen me like you do," she said, her voice cracking over the soft admission. Whether from cold or emotion, she wasn't sure. She knew she didn't want Brandt's hands to pull away, to stop touching her. How could she ever grow tired of his hands or his mouth? Just the weight of his gaze as she'd emerged from the river had made the deepest, most intimate part of her burn for his touch. He pulled her closer, skimming his fingers up and down her back while his teeth found the lobe of her ear and suckled. The combination of his searching fingers and mouth, together with the open air against her lower limbs and the hot sun beating down on them, made Sorcha light-headed. She arched into him as his lips traced the shell of her ear. If possible, more goose flesh prickled over her arms, and she sighed in pleasure. Brandt's beautiful mouth went still, as did his hands, and for a moment she feared his untimely sense of duty had once more caught up to his rampaging desires and had finally convinced him to stop. She opened her mouth to protest, but then he gave a frustrated grunt and swept her straight off her feet, lowering her to the warmed, river-smoothed stone. With a sound of satisfaction, he covered her body with his arms caging her as he kissed her lips, then her chin, and dragged his tongue down the column of her throat. He paused with a sharp exhale at the rounded slope of her right shoulder, and Sorcha knew he'd seen some of the minor scarring there. It wasn't as bad as the ones lower down, but ugly nonetheless. She didn't want to hear him gasp in shock or pull his hands back in horror. She clutched at the fabric, not wanting anything to ruin the moment. "Brandt, no, please." "Every part of you is magnificent," he replied fiercely, staring down at her. "These?" His knuckles brushed the scars on her clavicle and moved to the ones on her cheek. "And these?" His changeling eyes met hers as his lips feathered along the rough, reddened gouges. Sorcha shivered at the tenderness of his touch, but she wasn't ready to expose herself fully. She didn't know if she would ever be, but for now she wanted to enjoy every sensual jolt without feeling unworthy, if only for a moment. "Please," she whispered, "leave the shift." "As you wish," he nodded, his gaze clouded with desire. "This is madness. I can't seem to stop myself from thinking about you, from thinking about touching you. What have you done to me, Sorcha?" "No more than you've done to me," she whispered. His mouth descended to graze her jaw. "Why can't I resist you?" "Because I'm nearly unclothed?" A chuckle broke from his finely moulded lips, making her want them on her skin again. "There is that." "I've heard the women at Maclaren say men can become so inflamed by their desires at the sight of a woman en déshabillé that they can't see reason, that they think with other parts of their anatomy." Brandt's eyes sparkled with mischief and humour. "Is that so?" "Is it working?" He laughed then, a deep-throated sound that made a lightness overtake her chest. "You're in a shift, and I'm at your mercy, so I'd be hard-pressed to say no." "At my mercy?" "Your devoted slave." God, she loved their banter. It was as stimulating as the feel of his powerful body on hers. She wriggled her hips slightly, the motion making her gasp as his lean hips pressed her to the warm stone at her back. She went mute, as did he, their levity transforming into something deeper and darker. The sunlight made golden flecks appear in his eyes, while passion darkened the green to the colour of a stormy loch. A lock of sun-bronzed hair curled into his forehead as he bent his head to her collarbone, nibbling along the edges of her shift. His wide palms roamed her sides and skipped past each rib. His mouth and fingers met at her breasts, and he filled his hands with her linen-clad flesh, kneading and caressing. A moan escaped her as his lips closed over the taut peak of one breast through the fabric. "Brandt," she whispered, tugging at his hair, wanting to push him away and grasp him to her at the same time. "So beautiful," he murmured. His lips scorched her as he drew its rigid tip into his mouth, dampening the linen to wet, near transparency once more. His tongue raked over her nipple before he took it between his teeth with just enough pressure to make her arch her back. Crying out in mindless pleasure, Sorcha gripped his shoulders and tipped back her head, pushing her chest closer to him, only wanting more. The sight of him feasting on her body nearly made her faint. "This is indecent." He lifted his head to grin at her. "The only indecent thing is the depth of my hunger for you. I want to kiss every inch of these." His voice was a rough rasp as he dropped a kiss to the peaks of both aching nipples protruding through her shift. "And touch every last inch of this beautiful body until you scream with bliss." He watched her, the devil in his slumberous eyes, as his erotic words seduced her as effectively as his mouth did. "And you're going to let me?" "Am I?" she gasped. "Yes, you are. I'm your devoted slave, remember?" He flicked her taut, aching nipple with his tongue, the coarse graze of it beneath the dampened linen making her senses dilate. "The question is, what do you want, my lady?" I want... She wanted his kisses where it ached the most, She trailed off, biting her lip in mortification.
"I can't."
He bit gently on the underside of her breast, his fingers pinching its tip. "Yes, you can. Tell me what it is you want." Damp heat gathered between her thighs at the unconscionable images flooding her brain. What she wanted was this man, body and soul. She wanted all the pleasure that was in his power to give her. She wanted him to soothe where the fires blazed the hottest. The heart of her throbbed almost violently as he held her eyes, waiting. Sorcha wanted nothing more than to be honest with him, to be honest with herself, bugger propriety and modesty. Blushing furiously, she gave him her answer.
"I want you to kiss me everywhere."
Brandt grinned and licked his lips like a man about to sit down for a banquet. "Now that I can do." And it was a banquet. He gorged himself on her, leaving every part of her stroked, bitten, and suckled as he inched his way down her quivering abdomen. Sorcha felt like a river nymph lying there in the sun, with her own adoring paramour serving her every need. "May I?" he asked, his fingers reaching down to bunch around the hem of her shift. His knuckles grazed the bare skin of her thigh, and she couldn't breathe. She nodded, her throat tight. What she needed covered was above, not below. Slowly Brandt pulled upward, and she felt the fabric slide until cool air chased through the curls at the junction of her thighs. His tongue dipped into the hollow of her navel, and she nearly came off the rock at the lush feel of his mouth on her bare skin. It almost made her want to tear off her shift, fears be damned. But then she forgot her thoughts as he circled the shallow indent and trailed lower, sending bolts of shivery warmth panning out wide. Reaching for his hard shoulders and tugging his shirt upward, she kneaded his muscles, splaying her hands over the hard, masculine planes of him. Brandt shifted out of the reach of her greedy hands, and she held her breath as his knuckles drifted over her hips, gently brushing the raven thatch between them. His touch was sinful, divine, some tangle between the two. "You're so beautiful, Sorcha," he whispered, his hand grazing her again, this time lower. A wild gasp left her mouth. Her world spun into blinding sensation at the fire his fingers left in their wake, stroking and seeking entry. "Easy," he murmured, when she clenched her thighs together. "You're safe with me." Sorcha knew it was true, and slowly let the rigidity out of her legs. Without hesitation, his fingers slid to the burning heat of her. She made a soft sound of protest, embarrassed to feel how damp she was there, but Brandt only murmured his satisfaction. "You're perfect," he said, watching her intently as she felt the exquisite pressure of his finger glide into her. Her body felt like it was being pulled in different directions as wild currents coursed through her, centering at that one pulsing place where all her nerve endings seemed to gather. Instinctively, Sorcha curled her hips upward, wanting more, needing to be closer to him. With every push of his finger, he stroked deeper into her, his thumb grazing over the small, sensitive pearl at her entrance. The pressure grew deliciously as another finger joined the first, stretching her, making her moan. But then he moved away, taking his clever fingers with him, and Sorcha whimpered her frustration.
"Brandt!"
He laughed quietly, his breath tickling her skin. "Patience, my fierce lass." Levering himself over her body again, his mouth moved down over her overheated legs, finding sensitive spots behind her bared knee and inside the arch of her ankle. The pleasure he had stoked earlier seemed to turn into something more languid as he took his time crawling back up her legs, kissing every inch of her skin. Basking in the sun, she gloried in it, revelled in the sensation of being thoroughly ravished. But when Brandt's fingers slid between her wantonly spread thighs, his wicked tongue travelling in their wake, it made all the lethargy instantly depart her limbs. A burst of intense fervour built as he again parted the sensitive, slick folds of her body. "You're so hot, so wet for me, Sorcha." A deep flush suffused her at the raw need in his voice, and then she lost all capability for thought as he set his mouth to her with a strangled growl. "Wait, what are you doing?" she gasped, pushing up onto her elbows. The lushly erotic vision of him kneeling between her legs was too much. She closed her eyes weakly. "Brandt, that can't be decent." He drew back, though just far enough to speak. "I believe I told you every last inch. You're not going to deny me, are you?" He lifted her ankles to his shoulders, and Sorcha nearly expired on the spot when he bit her inner thigh. "And any shred of decency I possessed left me the moment I saw you splashing in this river like a naughty sprite." He grinned, his eyes turning mischievous. "Suffice it to say, I am thoroughly inflamed at this glorious, luscious display of skin, and as your devoted slave, I endeavour only to please my mistress." Their teasing banter from earlier come back to deliciously torment her. Eyes glittering with purpose, Brandt's mouth descended, and Sorcha fell backward with a soft cry, as sensation after sensation tore through her. The feel of his fingers had been divine. The feel of his mouth was positively sinful. Intolerably aroused, she writhed on the stone as his tongue lapped at her with swift strokes, and she clutched at his hair when it swirled, lashing against her swollen flesh without mercy. Pleasure ran through her, low and deep. He wrung it from her like Poseidon wielding dominion over the sea. One finger slid deep into her aching passage, joined by another, and she arched into the velvet intrusion, her breaths turning into shattered gasps. "More!" she bit out on a sob. "Brandt, no!" With a triumphant sound he gave it to her, swirling, nibbling, devouring with his mouth and tongue, while his busy fingers retreated and plunged until her last ounce of control disintegrated. She felt suspended, untethered, alive. Sorcha cried out as the paroxysm crashed over her, wave after wave of pleasure rolling and convulsing until she could barely breathe. Brandt crept up her limp, sated body, kissing her skin as if he couldn't get enough, even while little tremors continued to crest inside of her. "You taste like heaven and heather," he whispered, his voice caressing her drugged senses. Her fingers curled around his back as he gathered her close, his warm skin sealing to hers. Like sunshine in the middle of a summer storm. As her world righted itself, Sorcha shifted her body. She froze as Brandt hissed, his jaw clenching. "What's wrong?" she asked. "Nothing," he groaned. "Just try not to move." Oh. The hardness of him pressed into the warm, quivering crux of her, the place he'd so efficiently pleasured. Her body throbbed. Sorcha wriggled again as the fabric of his trousers rubbed against her oversensitized body, making the brand of his engorged length settle between her thighs. She rocked upward, and he gasped. Pleasure stabbed through her core. "Sorcha, stop. You'll undo me." She caught his eyes and gave him a wicked smile. "I want to undo you." "You don't know—" But he lost his words as she tilted her hips up and wrapped her legs around his. He obviously liked the friction, because his body started to grind against hers. A tortured groan left his mouth, and his eyes clouded with desire as he quickened his motions. Sorcha's fingers found his face, stroking over his sharp cheekbones and bristled jaw. She wanted to remember him like this, lost in the throes of passion. She dragged his lips down to hers, even as he mimicked the act of love-making with his hips. The soft fabric rasped rhythmically against her core, and Sorcha moaned into his mouth. The second climax caught her unawares, dragging her down into its blissful depths. Her release incited his, and a shout tore from his lips as he collapsed against her, his hot breath fanning her temple. In the midst of so much pleasure, Sorcha felt a tear trickle from the corner of her eye. Brandt looked up, his lovely eyes concerned. "What is it? Am I hurting you?"
"No, it was better than I ever imagined."
She faltered for the words to explain the unexpected hollowness that had descended upon her. It had been beautiful and ferocious, but strangely empty, a parody of the real thing.
"I just want more."
"I can't give you more, Sorcha." He raked a hand through his tousled hair, regret creeping into his eyes and dousing Sorcha's insides with ice. "Hell, I shouldn't have allowed it to go this far. I can't seem to think straight when I'm with you."
"That makes two of us."
Brandt swallowed with an embittered expression and reached for his discarded shirt. "This is my fault. I shouldn't be doing this with you." Sorcha stared at him, her heart thudding painfully, adolescent fears rising from the dead to taunt her.
"Because I'm a duke's daughter? Because you're illegitimate? Or do you think you're not good enough? Or I'm not good enough? Which is it this time, Brandt?"
Brilliant gold-flecked green eyes bored into hers, shimmering from warmth to impenetrable frigidity in the space of seconds. All of the above? Sorcha exhaled. It was suddenly hard to take in air, to breathe at all. "Those are all true, but you left out the most important bit," he went on in a carefully detached tone. "This agreement was a means to an end. I have but one desire, and that is to take possession of your horse." His words were as dead as his eyes that had been so full of heat and life only moments before. What just happened between us was a moment of weakness. Anger and shame exploded within her.
"Weakness? You deceive yourself, and you know it. We both wanted this. And if you can't admit that, then you're more of a coward than I thought."
His furious gaze met hers. The coldness there made her shiver. "I am not a coward, but you're right. It wasn't weakness, it was pure idiocy." She flinched. His expression gentled somewhat, though the damage had been done. "Regardless of motivation, this cannot happen again. Once you are on Brodylands, my part will be over."
"Your part?"
"My role as your husband." His role. What they'd just shared had been nothing more than an act. Something fractured within her. Her body felt numb and empty, much like the state of her mind. Once more she'd been a sublime fool when it came to understanding him, or understanding men in general. He was no better than any of them. Once he'd gotten what he wanted, his tune had changed. At least Malvern hadn't hidden the fact that he loathed the sight of her, and bedding her would be a nightmare. There'd been no risk of falling for his kisses or wanting more. She was the grovelling fool here, no one else.
"So, what was this, then?"
she asked, her voice shaking with an awful combination of misery and fury.
"A scene in some sordid play you felt compelled to enact?"
This was pleasure. If that were true, pleasure seemed like a hollow and lonely place. Sorcha grabbed for her plaid, pulling it around her like a shield.
"You're nothing but a clot-headed bastard, Brandt Pierce."
"I know," he said, as he started to turn away toward the riverbank. "And for what it's worth, I am sorry." She wanted to stand, but her legs, still limp from his efforts, and now trembling with frustration, wouldn't hold her.
"You can take your bloody apologies straight to hell."
Chapter 14. The ride to Montgomery was quiet and strained. Brandt did not want to put additional weight on Ares's injured foot, so they had agreed to share Sorcha's horse. The agreement had been stiff and unfriendly given the circumstances, but it could not be helped. On foot they would be even more vulnerable and would lose valuable time. Sharing Lockie was a matter of logic and safety. Logical decisions aside, it had been worse than purgatory from the second he climbed up behind Sorcha. The feel of her strong, svelte body made him think of things he had no business fantasizing about, especially after his brutal words. He knew he'd hurt her, but he'd had no choice. Here in the wilderness, the pretense between them as husband and wife was not the same as it would be once she returned to society. A few of her family members had encouraged the marriage, but for the wrong reasons, and with too much haste. She would most likely be shunned by her people for marrying someone so below her in status and rejected by any influential English society. It wasn't something he'd considered when striking their original deal, given their marriage wasn't destined to last more than a fortnight. But should they remain married, his shame would become hers to bear, and he did not want that for her. No, he'd done the right thing. He knew from experience that a smaller injury now was better than a larger one later, and he also knew how easily esteem could be misconstrued the more time two people spent together. The attraction between them was mutual, and one could easily confuse lust for love in the heat of passion. But lust wasn't love. He'd learned that the hard way with his faithless courtesan. Sorcha didn't have to. Sorcha's spine braced forward as they climbed a small hill. It was evident that she was as aware of him as he was of her. Brandt could tell in the rigid way she held herself, as if to refrain from touching him at all, though it was unavoidable given the rolling gait of the horse. His hands clasped her hips loosely, and all he could think about was the feel of those same silken curves writhing beneath her shift, the scent of her skin, the glorious expanse of creamy limbs that had been velvet to the touch, and her taste had been indescribable. Images of her lying on that rock, giving in to the demands of her body with so much passion, filled his mind. He'd wanted her fiercely, with a savage need he'd hardly recognized. And then what she'd done, cradling him between her thighs, taking the rough thrusts of his hips. It had excited him more than he'd ever dreamed possible. Brandt couldn't imagine what truly being inside her would be like. Heaven? Hell? Somewhere in between. "How much longer?" he asked hoarsely, furious with himself and willing his hardening body to subside. "Soon," Sorcha said tightly over her shoulder. Her voice was clipped, her posture like a stone statue. "We entered Montgomery lands a mile or so back. Word will have already reached the keep." Sentries would have been posted near the borders, he knew, hidden within the hills. Though it spoke of the Montgomery men's stealthy skill, it left him slightly uneasy that he had not seen them or felt their presence as he and Sorcha had passed. Brandt had noticed the huts dotting the hillside, and the occasional farmer wearing plaids of colours he'd memorized while staring at his mother's ring as a child. He'd wished for hours on end to know what that striped design and bold blue, green, and gold colours signified. And now he did. They were Montgomery colours. He felt a strange tightness in his chest. Was it anticipation? Anxiety? He recognized an undercurrent of fear and grimaced. He would not allow himself to be afraid. Not of the truth. Was the woman who had birthed him even still alive? There was a good chance she could be dead, like Monty, and it stood to reason that he would show up at his family's keep and find no answers. He didn't even know his mother's name. As they climbed down a narrow pass into a lush valley, protected by slanted, rocky crags on both sides, Brandt realized how well situated the immense stone keep was. It was tucked into the indent of the valley and protected with only one point of ground entry. A giant loch shone at its back, a few fishing boats dotting its glistening surface. The loch itself was surrounded by tall mountain peaks, making a water approach difficult at best. Brandt wondered if they would be granted asylum and protection from Malvern. Any attack from an approaching army would be easy to defend, but if the Montgomerys were allied with Malvern, the castle and its bolstered environs could become a trap. He didn't have time to ponder that, as 3 men emerged from the rocky crags and rode toward them on horseback. Clearly warriors, they were large, armed, and grim-faced. "Let me do the talking," Sorcha said quickly, before the first man's steed was upon them in a cloud of dust.
"Who comes to visit the Montgomery?"
the biggest of them and the obvious leader asked. He was as wide as he was tall, with scars nicking his face and an untidy mane of black and silver hair. "Madinva," she said crisply. "Sorcha of Maclaren." The big man's eyes narrowed on her, and then nodded as he took in her scars.
"Madinva, 'tis a fair journey from Maclaren, lass. Who have you got with you?"
Suspicious eyes roved over Brandt. They paused at his face and widened slightly, a beat of surprise breaking across his features before he schooled them back into a scowl. Brandt frowned. The man's surprise had been one of recognition, or at least some familiarity. Was there a resemblance, then? The 2 other men behind him pulled to a sharp stop. Their reaction upon seeing his face was the same as their leader's.
"Och, he's the spit—" "Enough, Seamus,"
the big man barked, cutting him off. Seamus obeyed and shut his mouth, but kept his eyes glued to Brandt's face, as if he were some kind of hideous oddity. Brandt did not like the feeling in the least. He resisted the inclination to put his fist in the man's eye. "He's my husband," Sorcha said. The big man's attention refocused on her.
"I had not heard you'd taken vows, Lady Maclaren."
"It's Lady Pierce now," she said, with a prim toss of her head as she straightened her shoulders. "It was a recent event. Will your laird offer the daughter of the Duke of Dunranach his hospitality?" The man bowed and wheeled the horse around.
"Aye, follow me."
Brandt noticed that the 2 brawny men with him did not release their grips on the hilts of their broadswords as they fell into line behind them. His body tensed at the sensation of them riding just beyond his peripheral vision, but there was nothing he could do. He could feel their curious attention on him as well. Perhaps he had the look of his mother. Lord knew he'd never favoured Monty with his shock of carrot-red hair and blue eyes. No, Brandt's colouring was more muted. His hair a deeper auburn than true red, and his eyes were hazel. Fey eyes, Monty used to call them, because they changed colour so much. Children gathered as they rode past, their faces alight with interest and curiosity. They ran alongside the horses, hooting and hollering. At one point Brandt heard, "Beast of Maclaren," called out, but he couldn't be sure. Sorcha must have heard it as well, because she stiffened, though she held her back upright and her chin at an imperious angle. His hand tightened on her hip in a reassuring motion. "It's fine," she said shortly. "Haven't I told you? I am legend now." He opened his mouth, but quickly shut it when he saw the corner of Sorcha's mouth bow into a smirk. Perhaps she didn't mind the name so much after all, though he imagined it must have taken a number of years for her to settle with it. He saw the way the children widened their eyes in awe, and even the grudging hesitation of the warriors leading them when they'd first learned her name. Her scars were legend because she was. As they neared the gates leading up to the keep, the man in front raised his arm, and they slowly swung open. Men in the nearby training fields stopped their work to gawk. Sorcha made a soft exclamation of surprise. "What is it?" he asked. "There aren't many of them," she said in a hushed breath. "Fighters. We have dozens more soldiers at Maclaren. My father used to say that the former Montgomery laird was a great warrior, and no one dared take up arms against him." "Perhaps there are more than what we see here now. Besides, they aren't expecting trouble, and the lands are quite protected." As they passed by the ragtag band of men, Brandt couldn't help noticing that, though Sorcha drew their attention with her scarred face, he was the one who kept it. Mouths dropped open in shock, and heads bent together to whisper. His fingers clenched again. "I told you I am fine, Brandt." He blinked at the reappearance of her brogue. "For once, I don't think they're talking about you, Sorcha." I think they're talking about me. Why would they be—" She cut off abruptly as they passed a group of women who dropped their washing as they saw him and crossed themselves. "'Tis a ghost, surely," one of them mewed, her eyes wide with fear. Brandt frowned. A ghost? Things could not have been stranger, but the feeling of uneasiness grew as they approached the massive stone steps of the keep. A huge man stood in the archway at the top. His face matched his guard's, fierce and unsmiling, as he bent his head to listen to what his first man had to say. Brandt reckoned it had to be the Duke of Glenross, the Laird of Montgomery. But as they drew near, his pulse started to pick up speed. The man on the steps could have been his brother, a much older brother perchance, but the resemblance was there in the wide slope of his forehead and the angular planes of his cheekbones. They had the same nose, though Brandt's had been broken once in a London boxing ring. Sorcha noticed it too. "You look like him," she whispered. "Perhaps that is why they were all gawping at you. Your mother could be a relation to the laird." Brandt did not answer. They dismounted and walked up the steps. The Duke's hair was brown, not auburn, and though he was tall, he appeared to be a few inches shorter than Brandt. "Lady Maclaren," the Duke boomed, "I bid you welcome."